Audio presents The Pale Cave. Written by David Foster Wallace. Read by Robert Petkoff.
It's true, though, that I may have done this, retaking intro accounting, at least partly to please or try to pay back my father, or to at least lessen the self-disgust I had felt after his walking into the nihilistic scene in the living room, which I just mentioned. It was probably only a couple days after that scene and my father's reaction that I took the CTA commuter line down to Lincoln Park and started trying to re-enroll for my last 2 years. In terms of credits, 4 terms. At DePaul, although due to certain technicalities, I couldn't officially re-enter until the fall of '77. Another long story, and thanks to knuckling down and also swallowing my pride and getting some extra help to deal with depreciation and amortization schedules, finally did pass, along with DePaul's version of American political theory, which they called American political thought, although it and the Lindenhurst version of the course were nearly identical, in the fall 1978 semester, though not exactly with final grades to write home about, because I largely neglected serious studying for these 2 classes' final exams due to, somewhat ironically, the dramatic event, which occurred accidentally during an entirely different DePaul class, one I was not even really taking, but sort of bumbled into through an inattentive screw-up during the final review period just before Christmas break, and was so dramatically moved and affected by that I barely even studied for my regular course's final exams, though this time not out of carelessness or sloth, but because I decided I had some very important, sustained, concentrated thinking to do after the dramatic encounter with the substitute Jesuit in advanced tax, which was the class I've mentioned sitting in on by mistake. The fact is that there are probably just certain kinds of people who are drawn to a career in the IRS. People who are, as the substitute father said that final day in advanced tax, called to account, meaning we are talking about almost a special kind of psychological type, probably. It's not a very common type, perhaps 1 in 10,000, but the thing is that the sort of person of this type who decides that he wants to enter the service really, really wants to, and becomes very determined, and will be hard to put off course once he's focused in on his real vocation and begun to be actively drawn to it. And even 1 in 10,000 in a country as large as America will add up to a fair number of people, roughly 20,000, for whom the IRS fulfills all the professional and psychological criteria for a real vocation. These 20 or so thousand comprise the service's core, or heart, and not all of them are high-ranked in the IRS administration, although some of them are. These are 20,000 out of the service's 1982 total of over 105,000 employees. And there are no doubt core characteristics that these people have in common, predictive factors which at some point or other kick in and cause a genuine calling to pursue tax accounting and systems administration and organizational behavior, and to devote themselves to helping administer and enforce the tax laws of this country as spelled out in Title 26 of the Code of Federal Regulations and the revised Internal Revenue Code of 1954, plus all the statutes and regulations entailed by the Tax Reform Act of 1969, the Tax Reform Act of 1976, the Revenue Act of 1978, and so on and so forth. What these reasons and factors are, and to what extent they coexist with the particular talents and dispositions the service is in need of, these are interesting questions, which today's IRS takes an active interest in understanding and quantifying. In terms of myself and how I got here, the important thing is that I discovered I had them, the factors and characteristics, and discovered this suddenly, by what seemed at the time like nothing more than a feckless mistake. I've left out the matter of recreational drug abuse during this period, and the relation of certain drugs to how I got here, which in no way represents an endorsement of drug abuse, but is just part of the story of the factors that eventually drew me to the service. But it's complicated and somewhat indirect. It's obvious that drugs were a big part of the whole scene in this era. This is well known. I remember in the later 70s, the supposedly coolest recreational drug around Chicagoland college campuses was cocaine. And given how anxious I was at that time to conform, I'm sure I would have used more cocaine or coke if I'd liked the effects. But I didn't. Like it, I mean. It didn't cause euphoric excitement for me. It just made me feel as though I'd had a dozen cups of coffee on an empty stomach. It was a terrible feeling, even though people around me like Steve Edwards talked about cocaine as if it was the greatest feeling of all time. I didn't get it. I also didn't like the way it made the people who had just done cocaine's eyes bulge out and their lips move around on their face in strange, uncontrollable ways, or the way even shallow or obvious ideas suddenly seemed incredibly profound to them. My overall memory of this cocaine period was of being at some kind of party with someone on cocaine who kept talking to me in this very rapid, intense way, and of me trying to subtly back away, and of every time I take a step backwards, they take a step forwards, and so on and so forth, until they back me against a wall of the party, and my back is literally up against the wall, and they're talking very fast, only inches from my face, which was something I didn't like at all. This actually happened at parties during this period. I think I have some of my father's inhibition. Close bodily proximity to someone who's very excited or upset is something I've always had a difficult time with, which is one reason why the audits division was out of the question for me during the selection and posting phase at the TAC, which, I should explain, stands for Training and Assessment Center, which roughly 1/4 of today's services contract personnel above the grade of GS9 have started out by attending, especially those who, like me, entered through a recruitment program. As of now, there are 2 such centers, one in Indianapolis and a slightly larger one in Columbus, Ohio. Both TACs are divisions of what is commonly known as Treasury School, as the service is technically a branch of the U.S. Treasury Department. But Treasury also includes everything from the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms to the U.S. Secret Service, so Treasury School now stands for over a dozen different training programs and facilities, including the Federal Law Enforcement Academy in Athens, Georgia, to which those posted to criminal investigations from the TAC are sent for specialized training which they share with ATF agents, the DEA, federal marshals, and so on and so forth. Anyhow, downs like Seconal and Valium simply made me go to sleep and sleep through whatever noise, including alarm clocks, happened to occur for the next 14 hours, so these were not high on my list of favorites either. You have to understand that most of these drugs were both plentiful and easy to get during this period. This was especially true at UIC, where the roommate I watched the foot and hung out so frequently at the Hat with was something of a human vending machine of recreational drugs, having established connections with mid-level dealers in the western suburbs, whom he always got extremely paranoid and suspicious if you asked him anything about, as if these were mafiosos instead of usually just young couples in apartment complexes. I know one thing he liked about me, though, as a roommate, was that there were so many different types of drugs that I didn't like, or that didn't agree with me, that he didn't have to be constantly worried about my discovering his stash, which he usually kept in 2 guitar cases in the back of his half of the closet, which any idiot could have figured out from his behavior with the closet, or the number of cases he had back there versus the 1 guitar he actually brought out and played his 2 songs over and over with, or ripping him off. Like most student dealers, he did not deal cocaine, as there was too much money involved, not to mention coked-out people pounding on your door at 3 a.m, so that cocaine was handled more by slightly older guys in leather hats and tiny little rat-like mustaches who operated out of bars like the Hat and King Philip's, which was another fashionable pub of the period, near the Mercantile Exchange on Monroe, where they also serviced young commodity traders. The UIC roommate was usually generously stocked in psychedelics, which by that time had definitely passed into the mainstream, but personally, psychedelics frightened me, mostly because of what I remembered happening to Art Linkletter's daughter. My parents had been very into watching Art Linkletter in my childhood. Like any normal college student, I liked alcohol, especially beer in bars, though I didn't like drinking so much that I got sick. Being nauseated is something I essentially can't stand. I'd much rather be in pain than sick to my stomach. But I also, like almost everyone else who wasn't an evangelical Christian or part of Campus Crusade, liked marijuana, which in the Chicagoland area during that period was called pot or blow. Cocaine was not called blow by anyone I ever knew, and only hippie posers ever called pot grass, which had been the hip 60s term but was now out of fashion. This pot usage peaked during high school, though, although I still sometimes smoked pot in college, although I suspect this was largely a matter of just doing what everyone else did. At Lindenhurst, for instance, almost everyone smoked marijuana constantly, including openly on the South Quad on Wednesdays, which everyone called Hash Wednesday. I should add that now that I'm with the IRS, of course, my pot-smoking days are long behind me. For one thing, the service is technically a law enforcement agency, and it would be hypocritical and wrong. Relatedly, the whole culture of the examinations division is inimical to smoking pot, as even rote exams requires a very sharp, organized, and methodical type of mental state, with the ability to concentrate for long periods of time, and, even more important, the ability to choose what one concentrates on versus ignoring, an ability which smoking marijuana would all but destroy. There was, however, sporadically throughout this whole period, the matter of Obitrol, which is chemically related to dexedrine but did not have the horrible breath and taste in the mouth thing of dexedrine. It was also related to Ritalin, but much easier to get, as Obitrol was the prescription appetite suppressant of choice for overweight women for several years in the mid-70s, and which I liked very much, somewhat for the same reasons I'd liked Ritalin so much that one time, though also partly, in this later period with me 5 years older than high school, for other reasons which are harder to explain. My affinity for Obitrol had to do with self-awareness, which I used to privately call doubling. It's hard to explain. Take pot, for instance. Some people report that smoking it makes them paranoid. For me, though, although I liked pot in some situations, the problem was more specific. Smoking pot made me self-conscious, sometimes so much so that it made it difficult to be around people. This was another reason why smoking pot with my mother and Joyce was so awkward and tense. The truth is that I actually preferred to smoke pot by myself, and was much more comfortable with pot if I could be high by myself and just sort of space out. I'm mentioning this as a contrast with Obitrol, which you could either take as a regular capsule or untwist the halves of and crush the tiny little beads into powder and snort it up with a straw or rolled bill, rather like cocaine. Snorting Obitrols burns the inside of the nose something terrible, though, so I tended to prefer the old-fashioned way when I took them, which I used to privately refer to as Obitrolling. It's not like I went around constantly Obitrolling, by the way. They were more recreational, and not always easy to get, depending on whether the overweight girls you knew at a given college or dorm were serious about dieting or not, which some were and some weren't, as with anything. One co-ed that I got them from for almost a whole year at DePaul wasn't even very overweight. Her mother sent them to her along with cookies she'd baked, weirdly. Evidently, the mother had some serious psychological conflicts about food and weight that she tried to project onto the daughter, who was not exactly a fox, but was definitely cool and blasé about her mother's neurosis about her weight, and more or less said, whatever, and was content to offload the Obitrols for $2 apiece and to share the cookies with her roommate. There was also one guy in the high-rise dorm on Roosevelt who took them by prescription, for narcolepsy. Sometimes he would just fall asleep in the middle of whatever he was doing, and he took Obitrol out of medical necessity, since they were evidently very good for narcolepsy, and he would every once in a while give a couple away if he was in an expansive mood, but he never actually sold or dealt them. He believed it was bad karma. But for the most part, they were not hard to get, although the roommate from UIC never carried Obitrols for sale and squeezed my shoes about liking them, referring to the stimulants as mother's little helper and saying that anyone who wanted them could just ring the doorbell of any overweight housewife in the Chicagoland area, which was obviously an exaggeration. But they were not all that popular. There weren't even any street names or euphemisms for them. If you were looking for them, you had to just say the brand name, which for some reason seemed terribly uncool, and not enough people I knew were into them to make obotrolling any kind of candidate for a hip term. The reason I bring up pot is for contrast. Obotrolling didn't make me self-conscious, but it did make me much more self-aware. If I was in a room and had taken an obotrol or two with a glass of water and they'd taken effect, I was now not only in the room, but I was aware that I was in the room. In fact, I remember I would often think or say to myself, quietly but very clearly, I am in this room. It's difficult to explain this. At the time, I called it doubling, but I'm still not entirely sure what I meant by this, nor why it seemed so profound and cool to not only be in a room, but be totally aware that I was in the room, seated in a certain easy chair, in a certain position, listening to a certain specific track of an album whose cover was a certain specific combination of colors and designs, being in a state of heightened enough awareness to be able to consciously say to myself, I am in this room right now. The shadow of the foot is rotating on the east wall. The shadow is not recognizable as a foot because of the deformation of the angle of the light of the sun's position behind the sign. I am seated upright in a dark green easy chair with a cigarette burn on the right armrest. The cigarette burn is black and imperfectly round. The track I am listening to is The Big Ship off of Brian Eno's Another Green World, whose cover has a keyhole shape of green on a mostly white field. Stated so openly, this amount of detail might seem tedious, but it wasn't. What it felt like was a sort of emergence, however briefly, from the fuzziness and drift of my life in that period. As though I was a machine that suddenly realized it was a human being and didn't have to just go through the motions it was programmed to perform over and over. It also had to do with paying attention. It wasn't like the normal thing with recreational drugs, which made colors brighter or music more intense. What became more intense was my awareness of my own part in it, that I could pay real attention to it. It was that I could look at, for instance, a dorm room's walls of institutional tan or beige, and not only see them, but be aware that I was seeing them. This was the dorm at UIC, and that I normally lived within these walls and was probably affected in all kinds of subtle ways by their institutional color, but was usually unaware of how they made me feel, unaware of what it felt like to look at them, unaware usually of even their color and texture, because I never really looked at anything in a precise, attentive way. It was kind of striking. Their texture was mostly smooth, but if you really focused your attention, there were also a lot of the little embedded strings and clots which painters tend to leave when they're paid by the job and not the hour, and thus have motivation to hurry. If you really look at something, you can almost always tell what type of wage structure the person who made it was on. Or of the shadow of the sign and the way that the placement and height of the sun at the time affected the shape of the shadow, which mainly appeared to contract and expand as the real sign rotated across the street. Or of the way that turning the little desk lamp next to the chair on and off changed the room's interplay of light and the different objects in the room's shadows, and even the specific shade of the walls and ceiling, and affected everything, and, through the doubling, also being aware that I was turning the lamp off and on, and noticing the changes, and being affected by them, and by the fact that I knew I was noticing them, that I was aware of the awareness. It maybe sounds abstract or stoned, but it isn't. To me, it felt alive. There was something about it I preferred. I could listen to Floyd, say, or even one of the roommate's constant records from his bedroom, like Sgt. Pepper, and not only hear the music and each note and bar and key change and resolution of each track, but know, with the same kind of awareness and discrimination, that I was doing this, meaning really listening. Right now, I am listening to the second chorus of the Beatles' Fixing a Hole, but also being aware of the exact feelings and sensations the music produced in me. That may sound all drippy-hippy, getting in touch with inner feelings and all that business, But based on my experience during that time, most people are always feeling something or adopting some attitude or choosing to pay attention to one thing or one part of something without even knowing we're doing it. We do it automatically, like a heartbeat. Sometimes I'd be sitting there in a room and become aware of how much effort it was to pay attention to just your own heartbeat for more than a minute or so. It's almost as though your heartbeat wants to stay out of awareness, like a rock star avoiding the limelight. But it's there if you can double up and make yourself pay attention. Same with music, too. The doubling was being able to both listen very closely and also feel whatever emotions the music evoked. Because obviously that's why we're into music, that it makes us feel certain things. Otherwise it would just be noise. And not only have them, listening, but be aware of them, to be able to say to yourself, this song is making me feel both warm and safe, as though cocooned like a little boy that's just been taken out of the bath and wrapped in towels that have been washed so many times they're incredibly soft, and also at the same time feeling sad. There's an emptiness at the center of the warmth, like the way an empty church or classroom with a lot of windows through which you can only see rain on the street is sad, as though right at the center of this safe, enclosed feeling is the seed of emptiness. Not that you'd necessarily say it that way, just that it was distinct and palpable enough to be said that specifically if you wanted to, and being aware of that distinctness as well. Anyhow, this was why I was into Obitrol. The point wasn't just to zone out on pretty music or back somebody up against a party wall. And nor was it just good or pleasurable things you were aware of on Obitrol or Silert. Some of the stuff it brought into awareness wasn't pleasant. It was just reality. Like sitting in the UIC dorm room's little living room and listening to the roommate/social rebel from Naperville in his bedroom talking on his phone. This so-called nonconformist had his own phone line paid for by guess who, talking to some co-ed, which, if there was no music or TV on, you couldn't help overhearing through the walls, which were notoriously easy to put your fist through if you were the type that punched walls, and listening to his rap of ingratiating patter to this co-ed, and not only sort of disliking him and feeling embarrassed for him at the affected way he talked to girls, as if anybody who was paying any attention could miss seeing how hard he was trying to project this idea of himself as hip and radical without being the slightest bit aware of how it really looked, which was spoiled, insecure, and vain. And listening and feeling all this, but also being uncomfortably aware that I was, meaning having to consciously feel and be aware of these inner reactions instead of just having them operate in me without quite admitting them to myself. I don't think I'm explaining it very well. Like having to be able to say to yourself, I am pretending to sit here reading Albert Camus' The Fall for the Literature of Alienation midterm, but actually I'm really concentrating on listening to Steve try to impress this girl over the phone, and I am feeling embarrassment and contempt for him, and am thinking he's a poser, and at the same time I am also uncomfortably aware of times that I've also tried to project the idea of myself as hip and cynical so as to impress someone, meaning that not only do I sort of dislike Steve, which in all honesty I do, but part of the reason I dislike him is that when I listen to him on the phone, it makes me see similarities and realize things about myself that embarrass me, but I don't know how to quit doing them. Like, if I quit trying to seem nihilistic, even just to myself, then what would happen? What would I be like? And will I even remember this when I'm not obitrolling, or will I just go back to being irritated by Steve Edwards without quite letting myself be aware of it, or why? Does this make sense? It could be frightening, because I would see all this with uncomfortable clarity, although I would not have used a word like nihilism during that period without trying to make it sound cool, or like an illusion, which to myself, in the clarity of doubling, I wouldn't have been tempted to do, as I did things like this only when I wasn't really aware of what I was doing or what my real agenda was, but rather on some kind of strange, robotic autopilot. which when I did Obitrol, or once at DePaul, a variant called Silert, which only came in 10 milligram tablets and was only available one time in a very special situation that never repeated, I tended to realize again that I wasn't even really aware of what was going on most of the time. Like taking the train instead of actually driving yourself somewhere and having to know where you were and make decisions about where to turn. On the train, one can simply space out and ride along, which is what it felt as though I was doing most of the time. And I'd be aware of this, too, on these stimulants, and aware of the fact that I was aware. The awarenesses were fleeting, though, and after I came off the Obitrol, which usually involved a bad headache, afterward it felt as though I barely remembered any of the things I'd become aware of. The memory of the feeling of suddenly coming awake and being aware felt vague and diffuse, like something you think you see at the outer periphery of your vision, but then can't see when you try to look directly at it. Or like a fragment of memory which you're not sure whether it was real or part of a dream, just as I'd predicted and been afraid of when I'd been doubled, of course. So it wasn't all fun and games, which was one reason why Obitroling felt true and important instead of just goofy and pleasurable like pot. Some of it was uncomfortably vivid, as in not merely waking up to an awareness of my dislike of the roommate and his denim work shirts and guitar and all of the so-called friends who came around and had to pretend to like him and find him cool in order to get their gram of hash from him or whatever, and not just disliking the whole rooming situation and even the nihilistic ritual of the foot and the hat, which we pretended was a lot cooler and funnier than it was, as it wasn't as though we did it just once or twice, but basically all the time. It was really just an excuse not to study or do our work and instead be wastoids while our parents paid our tuition, room and board. But also being aware, when I really looked at it, that part of me had chosen to room with Steve Edwards because part of me actually sort of enjoyed disliking him and cataloging things about him that were hypocritical and made me feel a sort of embarrassed distaste, and that there must be certain psychological reasons why I lived, ate, partied, and hung around with a person I didn't even really like or respect very much, which probably meant that I didn't respect myself very much either, and that was why I was such a conformist. And the point is that sitting there overhearing Steve tell the girl on the phone that he'd always felt today's women had to be seen as more than just sex objects if there was going to be any hope for the human race, I would be articulating all this to myself very clearly and consciously, instead of just drifting around having all these sensations and reactions about him without ever being quite aware of them. So it basically meant waking up to how unaware I normally was, and knowing that I'd be going back to sleep like that when the artificial effect of the speed wore off, meaning it wasn't all fun and games. But it did feel alive, and that's probably why I liked it. It felt like I actually owned myself, instead of renting or whatever. I don't know. But that analogy sounds too cheap, like a cheap witticism. It's hard to explain, and this is probably more time than I should take to explain it, nor am I obviously trying to give any pro-drug abuse message here, but it was important. I like now to think of the Obitrol and other subtypes of speed as more of a kind of signpost or directional sign pointing to what might be possible if I could become more aware and alive in daily life. In this sense, I think that abusing these drugs was a valuable experience for me, as I was basically so feckless and unfocused during this period that I needed a very clear, blunt type of hint that there was much more to being an alive, responsible, autonomous adult than I had any idea of at the time. On the other hand, it goes without saying, the key is moderation. You couldn't spend all your time taking Obitrols and sitting there doubled and aware and still expect to take care of business effectively. I remember not getting Camus' The Fall read in time, for instance, and having to totally bullshit my way through the literature of alienation midterm. In other words, I was cheating, at least by implication, but not feeling much about it one way or the other that I can recall, except a sort of cynical, disgusted relief when the prof's grader wrote something like, interesting in places, under the B, meaning a meaningless bullshit response to meaningless bullshit. But there was no denying it was powerful. The feeling that everything important was right there, and I could sometimes wake up almost in mid-stride, in the middle of all the meaningless bullshit, and suddenly be aware of it. It's hard to explain. The truth is that I think the Obertrol and doubling was my first glimmer of the sort of impetus that I believe helped lead me into the service, and the special problems and priorities here at the Regional Examination Center. It had something to do with paying attention and the ability to choose what I paid attention to, and to be aware of that choice, the fact that it's a choice. I'm not the smartest person, but even during that whole pathetic, directionless period, I think that deep down I knew that there was more to my life and to myself than just the ordinary psychological drives for pleasure and vanity that I let drive me. That there were depths to me that were not bullshit or childish, but profound, and were not abstract, but actually much realer than my clothes or self-image, and that blazed in an almost sacred way. I'm being serious. I'm not just trying to make it sound more dramatic than it was, and that these realest, most profound parts of me involved not drives or appetites, but simple attention, awareness. If only I could stay awake off speed, but I couldn't. As mentioned, usually afterwards, I couldn't even recall what had seemed so clear and profound about what I'd come to be aware of in that cheap green previous tenant's easy chair, which somebody had just left there in the room when he'd moved out of the dorm, and which had something broken or bent in its frame under the cushions and kind of tilted to one side when you tried to lean back, so you had to sit up very straight and erect in it, which was an odd feeling. The whole doubling incident would be covered with a sort of mental fuzz the next morning, especially if I woke up late, which I usually did, given what was essentially a kind of amphetamine's effects on getting to sleep, and had to more or less hit the floor running and hurry to class without even noticing anyone or anything I was running past. In essence, I was one of those types that have a terror of being late, but still always seem to be running late. If I came into something late, I'd often be too tense and wound up at first even to be able to follow what was going on. I know I inherited the fear of lateness from my father. Plus, it's true that sometimes the heightened awareness and self-articulation of doubling on Obertrols could go too far. Now I am aware that I am sitting up oddly straight. Now I'm aware that I feel an itch on the left side of my neck. Now I'm aware that I'm deliberating whether to scratch or not. Now I'm aware of paying attention to that deliberation of what the ambivalence about scratching feels like and what those feelings and my awareness of them does to my awareness of the intensity of the itch. Meaning that past a certain point, the element of choice of attention in doubling could get lost, and the awareness could sort of explode into a hall of mirrors of consciously felt sensations and thoughts and awareness of these. This was attention without choice, meaning the loss of the ability to focus in and concentrate on just one thing, and was another big incentive for moderation in the use of Obertrols, especially late at night. I have to admit that I know that once or twice I got so lost in the halls or stacked layers of awareness that I went to the bathroom right there on the sofa. This was up at Lindenhurst College, where there were 3 roommates per suite and a semi-furnished social room in the suite's center where the sofa was, which even at the time seemed like a clear sign of loss of basic priorities and failure to take care of business. For some reason now, I sometimes have a mental picture of me trying to explain to my father how I somehow became so totally focused and aware that I sat there and wet my pants, but the picture cuts off just as his mouth opens for a response, and I'm 99% sure this is not a real memory. How could he know anything about a Davenport all the way up in Lindenhurst? For the record, it is true that I miss my father, and he was very upset about what happened, and sometimes I feel quite sad at the thought that he is not here to see the career path I've chosen, and the changes in me as a person as a result, and some of my PP47 performance evaluations, and to talk about cost systems and forensic accounting with from a vastly more adult perspective. And yet these flickers of deeper awareness, whether drug-induced or not, for it is arguable how much that ultimately matters, probably had more of a direct effect on my life and direction's change and my entering the service in 1979 than did my father's accident, or possibly even more than the dramatic experience I underwent in the advanced tax review class that I had sat in on by mistake during my second, ultimately much more focused and successful enrollment at DePaul. I've mentioned this mistaken final review already. In a nutshell, the story of this experience is that DePaul's Lincoln Park campus had two newer sets of adjoining buildings that looked very alike, were literally almost mirror images of one another by architectural design, and were connected at both the first floor and, by an overhead transom not unlike our own at the Midwest REC, at the third floor, and DePaul's accounting and political science departments were in the two different buildings of this identical set, whose names I don't recall at this moment, meaning the buildings' names. It was the last regular class day for Tuesday-Thursday classes of the fall 78 term, and we were to be reviewing for the final exam in American political thought, which was to be all essay questions, and on my way to the final review, I know I was trying to mentally review the areas that I wanted to make sure at least someone in the class asked about. It didn't have to be me, in terms of how extensively they would be covered on the final. Except for intro accounting, I was still taking mostly psychology and political science classes, the latter ones mostly due to the requirements for declaring a major, which you had to satisfy in order to graduate. But now that I wasn't merely trying to squeak by on last-minute bullshit, these classes were obviously much harder and more time-consuming. I remember that most of DePaul's version of American political thought was on the Federalist Papers by Madison et al., which I had had before at Lindenhurst, but remembered almost none of. In essence, I was so intent on thinking about the review and the final exam that what happened is that I took the wrong building entrance without noticing it, and ended up in the correct third-floor room, but the wrong building, with this room being such an identical mirror image of the adjoining building's correct room directly across the transom that I didn't immediately notice the error. And this classroom turned out to contain the final review day of advanced tax, a famously difficult course at DePaul that was known as the accounting department's equivalent of what organic chemistry was for science majors, the final hurdle, the weed-out class, requiring several prerequisites and open to senior accounting majors and postgrads only, and said to be taught by one of DePaul's few remaining Jesuit professors, meaning with the official black and white clothing ensemble and absolutely zero sense of humor or desire to be liked or connecting with the students. At DePaul, the Jesuits were notoriously unmellow. My father, by the way, was raised as a Roman Catholic, but had little or nothing to do with the church as an adult. My mom's family was originally Lutheran. Like many of my generation, I wasn't raised as anything. But this day, in the identical classroom, also turned out to be one of the most unexpectedly powerful, galvanizing events of my life at that time, and made such an impression that I even remember what I was wearing as I sat there, a red and brown striped acrylic sweater, white painter's pants, and Timberland boots, whose color my roommate, who was a serious chemistry major, no more Steve Edwards's and rotating feet, called dog-shit yellow, with the laces untied and dragging, which was the way everyone I knew or hung out with wore their Timberlands that year. By the way, I do think that awareness is different from thinking. I am similar to most other people, I think, in that I do not really do my most important thinking in large, intentional blocks, where I sit down, uninterrupted in a chair, and know in advance what it is I'm going to think about, as in, for instance, I am going to think about life and my place in it and what's truly important to me, so that I can start forming concrete, focused goals and plans for my adult career, and then sit there and think about it until I reach a conclusion. It doesn't work like that. For myself, I tend to do my most important thinking in incidental, accidental, almost daydreamy ways. Making a sandwich, taking a shower, sitting in a wrought iron chair in the Lakehurst Mall food court waiting for someone who's late, riding the CTA train and staring at both the passing scene and my own faint reflection superimposed on it in the window. And suddenly, you find you're thinking about things that end up being important. It's almost the opposite of awareness, if you think about it. I think this experience of accidental thinking is common, if perhaps not universal, although it's not something that you can ever really talk to anyone else about because it ends up being so abstract and hard to explain. Whereas in an intentional bout of concentrated major thinking, where you sit down with the conscious intention of confronting major questions like, am I currently happy, or what ultimately do I really care about and believe in, or particularly if some kind of authority figure has just squeezed your shoes, am I essentially a worthwhile, contributing type of person or a drifting, indifferent, nihilistic person? Then the questions often end up not answered, but more like beaten to death, so attacked from every angle and each angle's different objections and complications that they end up even more abstract and ultimately meaningless than when you started. Nothing is achieved this way, at least that I've ever heard of. Certainly, from all evidence, St. Paul or Martin Luther or the authors of the Federalist Papers or even President Reagan never changed the direction of their lives this way. It happened more by accident. As for my father, I have to admit that I don't know how he did any of the major thinking that led him in the directions he followed all his life. I don't even know whether there was any major conscious thinking in his case. Like many men of his generation, he may well have been one of those people who can just proceed on autopilot. His attitude towards life was that there are certain things that have to be done, and you simply have to do them, such as, for instance, going to work every day. Again, it may be that this is another element of the generation gap. I don't think my father loved his job with the city, but on the other hand, I'm not sure he ever asked himself major questions like, do I like my job? Is this really what I want to spend my life doing? Is it as fulfilling as some of the dreams I had for myself when I was a young man serving in Korea and reading British poetry in my bunk in the barracks at night? He had a family to support. This was his job. He got up every day and did it. End of story. Everything else is just self-indulgent nonsense. That may actually have been the lifetime sum total of his thinking on the matter. He essentially said, whatever to his lot in life, but obviously in a very different way from the way in which the directionless wastoids of my generation said whatever. My mother, on the other hand, changed her life's direction very dramatically, but again, I don't know whether this was as a result of concentrated thinking. In fact, I doubt it. That is just not how things like this work. The truth is that most of my mother's choices were emotionally driven. This was another common dynamic for her generation. I think that she liked to believe that the feminist consciousness-raising and Joyce and the whole thing of her and Joyce and the divorce were the result of thinking, like a conscious change of life philosophy, but it was really emotional. She had a sort of nervous breakdown in 1971, even though nobody ever used that term, and maybe she would eschew nervous breakdown and say instead that it was a sudden, conscious change in beliefs and direction. And who can really argue with something like that? I wish I had understood this at the time, because there were ways in which I know I was kind of nasty and condescending to my mother about the whole Joyce and divorce thing. Almost as though I unconsciously sided with my father and took it upon myself to say all the nasty, condescending things that he was too self-disciplined and dignified to allow himself to say. Even speculating about it is probably pointless. As my father said, people are going to do what they're going to do, and all you can really do is play the hand that life deals you to the best of your ability. I never knew with any certainty whether he even really missed her or was sad. When I think of him now, I realize he was lonely, that it was very hard for him, divorced and alone in that house in Libertyville. After the divorce, in some ways he probably felt free, which of course has its good sides. He could come and go as he pleased, and when he squeezed my shoes about something, he didn't have to worry about choosing his words carefully or arguing with someone who was going to stick up for me no matter what. But freedom of this kind is also very close on the psychological continuum to loneliness. The only people you're really ultimately free with in this way are strangers. And in this sense, my father was right about money and capitalism being equal to freedom, as buying or selling something doesn't obligate you to anything except what's written in the contract. Although there's also the social contract, which is where the obligation to pay one's fair share of taxes comes in, and I think my father would have agreed with Mr. Glendenning's statement that real freedom is freedom to obey the law. That all probably doesn't make much sense. Anyhow, it's all just abstract speculation at this point, because I never really talked to either of my parents about how they felt about their adult lives. It's just not the sort of thing that parents sit down and openly discuss with their children, at least not in that era. Anyhow, it would probably help to provide some background info. The easiest way to define a tax is to say that the amount of the tax, symbolized as T, is equal to the product of the tax base and tax rate. This is usually symbolized as T equals B times R, so you can then get R equals T divided by B, which is the formula for determining whether a tax rate is progressive, regressive, or proportional. This is very basic tax accounting. It is so familiar to most IRS personnel that we don't even have to think about it. But anyhow, the critical variable is T's relationship to B. If the ratio of T to B stays the same regardless of whether B, the tax base, goes up or down, then the tax is proportional. This is also known as a flat rate tax. A progressive tax is where the ratio T divided by B increases as B increases and decreases as B decreases, which is essentially the way today's marginal income tax works, in which you pay 0% on your first $2,300, 14% on your next $1,100, 16% on your next $1,000, and so on and so forth, up to 70% of everything over $108,300, which is all part of the U.S. Treasury's current policy that, in theory, the more annual income you have, the greater the proportion of your income tax obligation should represent, although obviously it does not always work this way in practice, given all the various legal deductions and credits which are part of the modern tax code. Anyhow, progressive tax schedules can be symbolized by a simple ascending bar graph, each bar of which represents a given tax bracket. Sometimes a progressive tax is also called a graduated tax, but this is not the services term for it. A regressive tax, on the other hand, is where the ratio T divided by B increases as B decreases, meaning you pay the highest tax rates on the smallest amounts, which arguably doesn't make much sense in terms of fairness and the social contract. However, regressive taxes can often appear in disguise. For instance, opponents of state lotteries and cigarette taxes often claim that what these things amount to is a disguised regressive tax. The service has no opinion on this issue either way. Anyhow, income taxes are almost always progressive, given our country's democratic ideals. Here, on the other hand, are some of the types of taxes which are usually proportional or flat: real property, personal property, customs, excise, and especially sales tax. As many people here remember, in 1977, during high inflation, high deficits, and my second enrollment at DePaul, there was a state fiscal experiment in Illinois in which the state sales tax was to be made progressive instead of proportional. This was probably my first experience of seeing how the implementation of tax policy can actually affect people's lives. As mentioned, sales taxes are normally almost universally proportional. As I now understand it, the idea behind trying a progressive sales tax was to raise state tax revenues while not inflicting hardship on the state's poor or discouraging investors, plus also to help combat inflation by taxing consumption. The idea was that the more you bought, the more tax you paid, which would help discourage demand and ease inflation. The progressive sales tax was the brainchild of someone high up in the state treasurer's office in 1977. Just who this person was, or whether he wore the brown helmet in some way after the resulting disaster, I do not know, but both the state treasurer and governor of Illinois definitely lost their jobs over the fiasco. Whoever's fault it ultimately was, though, It was a major tax policy boner, which actually could have been easily prevented if anyone in the state treasurer's office had bothered to consult with the service about the advisability of the scheme. Despite the existence of both the Midwest Regional Commissioner's Office and a regional examination center within Illinois' borders, however, it's an established fact that this never occurred. Despite state revenue agencies' reliance on federal tax returns and the service's computer system's master files in the enforcement of state tax law, there is a tradition of autonomy and distrust among state revenue offices for federal agencies like the IRS, which sometimes results in key communication lapses, of which the 1977 Illinois sales tax disaster is, within the service, a classic case, and the subject of numerous professional jokes and stories. As almost anyone here at Post 047 could have told them, a fundamental rule of effective tax enforcement is remembering that the average taxpayer is always going to act out of his own monetary self-interest. This is basic economic law. In taxation, the result is that the taxpayer will always do whatever the law allows him to do in order to minimize his taxes. This is simple human nature, which the Illinois officials either failed to understand or neglected to see the implications of for sales tax transactions. It may be a case of the state treasurer's office allowing the whole matter to get so complex and theoretical that they failed to see what was right in front of their nose. The base, B, of a progressive tax cannot be something which can be easily subdivided. If it can be easily subdivided, then the average taxpayer, acting out of his own economic interest, will do whatever he can legally do to subdivide the B into two or more smaller Bs in order to avoid the effective progression. And this, in late 1977, was precisely what happened. The result was retail chaos. At, for instance, the supermarket, shoppers would no longer purchase 3 large bags of groceries for $78 total and submit to paying 6, 6.8, and 8.5% on those parts of their purchases over $5, $20, and $42.01, respectively. They were now motivated to structure their grocery purchase as numerous separate small purchases of $4.99 or less in order to take advantage of the much more attractive 3.75% sales tax on purchases under $5. The difference between 8% and 3.75% is more than enough to establish incentive and make citizens' economic self-interest kick in. So at the store, you suddenly had everyone buying under $5 worth of groceries and running out to their car and putting the little bag in the car and running back in and buying another amount under $5 and running out to their car and so on and so forth. Supermarkets' checkout lines started going all the way to the back of the store. Department stores were just as bad, and I know gas stations were even worse. Only a few months after the supply shock of OPEC and fights in gas lines over rationing, now, in Illinois that autumn, fights also broke out at gas stations from drivers being forced to wait as people ahead of them at the pump tried putting $4.99 worth in and running in and paying and running back out and resetting the pump and putting in another $4.99 and so on. It was the exact opposite of mellow, to say the least. And the administrative burden of calculating sales tax over 4 separate margins of purchases just about broke retail stores. Those with automated registers and bookkeeping systems saw the systems crash under the new load. From what I understand, the high administrative costs of the new bookkeeping burden got passed along and caused an inflationary spike in Illinois, which then further aggrieved consumers who were already peeved because the progressive sales tax was economically forcing them to go through checkout lines 6 times or more in many cases. There were some riots, especially in the southern part of the state, which abuts Kentucky and tends not to be what you'd call understanding or sympathetic about government's need to collect revenue in the first place. The truth is that northern, central, and southern Illinois are practically different countries, culturally speaking, but the chaos was statewide. The state treasurer was burnt in effigy. Banks saw a run on ones and change. From the perspective of administrative costs, The worst part came when enterprising businesses saw a new opportunity and started using subdividable as a sales inducement, including, for instance, used car dealers that were willing to sell you a car as an agglomeration of separate little transactions for front bumper, right rear wheel well, alternator coil, spark plug, and so on. The purchase structured as thousands of different $4.99 transactions. It was technically legal, of course, and other big-ticket retailers soon followed, but I think it was when realtors also got into the practice of subdividing that things really fell apart. Banks, mortgage brokers, dealers in commodities and bonds, and the Illinois Department of Revenue all saw their data processing systems buckle. The progressive sales tax produced a veritable tidal wave of subdivided sales information that drowned the existing technology. The whole thing was repealed after less than 4 months. Actually, the state legislators came back to Springfield from their Christmas recess in order to convene and repeal it, as that period had been the most disastrous for retail commerce. Holiday season shopping in 1977 was a nightmare that people still sometimes chat ruefully about with strangers when they become stuck in checkout lines here in the state, even now, years later. Rather the same way extreme heat or mugginess will make people reminisce together about other terrible summers they both remember. Springfield is the state capital, by the way, as well as the site of an incredible amount of Lincoln memorabilia. Anyhow, it was also at this time that my father was killed unexpectedly in a CTA subway accident in Chicago during the almost indescribably horrible and chaotic holiday shopping rush of December 1977, and the accident actually occurred while he was in the process of weekend Christmas shopping, which probably helped contribute to making the whole thing even more tragic. The accident was not on the famous L part of the CTA. He and I were in the Washington Square station, to which we'd ridden in from Libertyville on the commuter line in order to transfer to a subway line going further downtown. I think we were ultimately headed to the Art Institute gift shop. I was back at my father's house for the weekend, I remember, at least partly because I had intensive studying to do for my first round of final exams since re-enrolling at DePaul, where I was living in a dorm on the Loop campus. In retrospect, part of the reason for coming home to Libertyville to cram may also have been to give my father an opportunity to watch me apply myself to serious studying on a weekend, though I don't remember being aware of this motivation at the time. Also, for those who do not know, the Chicago Transit Authority's train system is a mishmash of elevated, conventional underground, and high-speed commuter rails. By prior agreement, I came into the city with him on Saturday in order to help him find some kind of Christmas gift for my mother and Joyce, a task I imagine he must have found difficult every year, and also, I think, for his sister, who lives with her husband and children in Fair Oaks, Oklahoma. Essentially, what happened in the Washington Square station, where we were transferring downtown, is that we descended the cement steps of the subway level into the dense crowds and heat of the platform. Even in December, Chicago's subway tunnels tend to be hot, although not nearly as unbearable as during the summer months. But on the other hand, the platform's winter heat is undergone while wearing a winter coat and scarf, and it was also extremely crowded, it being the holiday shopping rush, with the additional frenzy and chaos of the progressive sales tax being underway this year as well. Anyhow, I remember that we reached the bottom of the stairs and the platform's crowds just as the train slid in. It was stainless steel and tan plastic, with both full and partially pulled off holly decals around some of the car's windows, and the automatic doors opened with a pneumatic sound, and the train stood idling for the moment as large masses of impatient, numerous small purchase-laden holidays shoppers pushed on and off. In terms of crowdedness, it was also the peak shopping hours of Saturday afternoon. My father had wanted to do the shopping in the morning before the downtown crowds got completely out of control, but I had overslept, and he had waited for me, although he was not pleased about it and did not disguise this. We finally left after lunch, meaning in my case breakfast, and even on the commuter line into the city, the crowds had been intense. Now we arrived on the even more crowded platform at a moment that most subway riders will acknowledge as awkward and somewhat stressful, with the train idling and the doors open, but one never knowing for sure how much longer they'll stay that way as you move through the platform's crowds, trying to get to the train before the doors close. You don't quite want to break into a run or start shoving people out of the way, as the more rational part of you knows it's hardly a matter of life and death, that another train will be along soon, and that the worst that can happen is that you'll barely miss it, that the doors will slide shut just as you get to the train, and you will have just barely missed getting on and will have to wait on the hot, crowded platform for a few minutes. And yet there's always another part of you, or of me anyhow, and I'm quite sure in hindsight of my father, which almost panics. The idea of the doors silently closing and the train with its crowds of people who did make it inside pulling away just as you get up to the doors provokes some kind of strange, involuntary feeling of anxiety or urgency. I don't think there's even a specific word for it psychologically, though possibly it's related to primal, prehistoric fears that you would somehow miss getting to eat your fair share of the tribe's kill, or would be caught out alone in the veld's tall grass as night falls. And though he and I had certainly never talked about it, I now suspect that this deep, involuntary sense of anxiety about getting to idling trains just in time was especially bad for my father, who was a man of extreme organization and personal discipline and precise schedules, who was always precisely on time for everything, and for whom the primal anxiety of just barely missing something was especially intense, although on the other hand, he is also a man of enormous personal dignity and composure, and would normally never allow himself to be seen shouldering people aside or running on a public platform with his topcoat billowing and one hand holding his dark gray hat down on his head, and his keys and assorted pocket change audibly jingling, not unless he felt some kind of intense, irrational pressure to make the train, the way it is often the most disciplined, organized, dignified people who, it turns out, are under the most intense internal pressure from their repressions or superego, and can sometimes suddenly kind of snap in various small ways and, under enough pressure, behave in ways which might at first seem totally out of sync with your view of them. I was not able to see his eyes or facial expression. I was behind him on the platform, partly because he walked more quickly in general than I did. When I was a child, the term he used for this was dawdle, although on that day it was partly also because he and I were in the midst of yet another petty psychological struggle over the fact that I had overslept and made him, according to his perspective, late, there being, therefore, something pointedly impatient about his rapid stride and hurry through the CTA station, to which I was responding by deliberately not increasing my own normal pace very much, or making much of an effort to keep up with him, staying just far enough behind him to annoy him, but not far enough back quite to warrant his turning and actually squeezing my shoes over it, as well as assuming a kind of spacey, apathetic demeanor. Much like a dawdling child, in fact, though, of course, I would never have acknowledged this at the time. In other words, the basic situation was that he was peeved and I was sulking, but neither of us were consciously aware of this, nor of how habitual, for us, this sort of petty psychological struggle was. In retrospect, it seems to me that we did this sort of thing to one another constantly, out of possibly nothing more than unconscious habit. It's a typical sort of dynamic between fathers and sons. It may even have been part of the unconscious motivation behind my indifferent drifting and lump-like sloth at all the various colleges he had to get up on time every day and go to work to pay for. Of course, none of this entered into my awareness at the time, much less ever got acknowledged or discussed by either of us. In some sense, you could say that my father died before either of us could become aware of how invested we actually were in these petty little rituals of conflict, or of how much it had affected their marriage that my mother had so often been put in the role of mediator between us, all of us acting out typical roles which none of us were conscious of, like machines going through their programmed motions. I remember hurrying through the platform's crowds that I saw him turn sideways to shoulder his way between two large, slow-moving Hispanic women who were moving towards the train's open doors with twine-handled shopping bags, one of which my father's leg jostled and caused to swing slightly back and forth. I don't know whether these women were actually together or were just forced by their size and the surrounding crowd's pressure to walk so closely side by side. They were not among those interviewed after the accident, which means they were probably on the train by the time it happened. I was only 8 to 10 feet behind them by this time, and openly hurrying to catch up, as there was the idling downtown train just ahead, and the idea of my father just making it onto the train, but of me lagging too far behind him and getting to the doors just as they closed, and of watching his face's expression framed by holly decals as we looked at one another through the door's glass portions as he pulled away in the train. I think anyone could imagine how peeved and disgusted he would be, and also vindicated and triumphant in our little psychological struggle over hurry and lateness, and I could now feel my own rising anxiety at the thought of him making the train and me just barely missing it, so at this point I too was trying to close the gap between us. I still to this day do not know whether my father was aware then that I was almost right behind him, or that I was nearly butting and shoving people out of the way myself in my hurry to catch up, because, as far as I know, he did not look back over his shoulder or signal to me in any way as he made for the train's doors. During all of the litigation that followed, none of the respondents or their counsel ever once disputed the fact that CTA trains are not supposed to be able to begin moving unless all of the doors are completely closed. Nor did anyone seek to challenge my account of the exact order of what happened, as at this point I was a few feet at most behind him, and witnessed the whole thing with what everyone conceded was terrible clarity. The two halves of the car's door had begun to slide shut with their familiar pneumatic sound just as my father reached the doors and shot out one arm in between the halves to keep them from closing so that he could squeeze his way in, and the doors closed on his arm, too firmly, evidently, to allow either the rest of my father to squeeze through the door's gap, or to allow the doors to be forced back open enough to allow him to withdraw his arm, which it turned out was caused by a possible malfunction involving the machinery that controlled the force with which the doors closed, by which time the subway train had begun moving, which was another blatant malfunction. Special circuit breakers between the door's sensors and the train operator's console are supposed to disengage the throttle if any of the doors on any car are open. As one can imagine, we all learned a great deal about CTA trains' design and safety specifications during the litigation following the accident. And my father was being forced to trot with gradually increasing speed alongside it, the train, releasing his hold on his head's hat to pound with his fist against the doors as 2 or possibly 3 men inside the subway car were now at the slight gap in the doors, trying to pull or pry them open further enough to at least allow my father to extract his arm. My father's hat, which he prized and owned a special hat block for, flew off and was lost in the platform's dense crowds, in which a visibly widening gap or tear appeared, by which I mean it appeared in the crowd further down the platform, which I could see from my own place, trapped in the crowd at the platform's edge at a point further and further behind the widening gap or fissure that opened in the platform's crowds as my father was forced to run faster and faster at the accelerating train's side, and people moved or leapt back to avoid being knocked onto the track. Given that many of these people were also holding numerous small, subdivided packages and individually purchased bags, many of these could be seen flying up in the air and rotating or spilling their contents in various ways above the widening gap as shoppers jettisoned their purchases in an attempt to leap clear of my father's path, so that part of the appearance of the gap was the illusion that it was somehow spurting or raining consumer goods. Also, the causal issues related to legal liability for the incident turned out to be incredibly complex. The manufacturer's specifications for the door's pneumatic systems did not adequately explain how the doors could close with such force that a healthy adult male could not withdraw his arm, which meant that the manufacturer's claim that my father, perhaps out of panic or because of injury to his arm, failed to take reasonable action to extricate his arm were difficult to refute. The male subway riders who appeared to be attempting so forcefully to pry the doors open from within subsequently vanished down the track with the departing train and were not successfully identified. This due partly to the fact that the subsequent transit and police investigators did not pursue these identifications very aggressively, possibly, as it was clear, even at the scene, that the incident was a civil and not criminal matter. My mother's first lawyer did place personal ads in the Tribune and Sun-Times requesting that these 2 or 3 passengers come forward and be deposed for legal purposes, but for what they claimed were reasons of expense and practicability, these ads were quite small and were buried in the classified section towards the rear of the paper and ran for what my mother would later claim was an unreasonably brief and unaggressive period of time during which all too many Chicagoland residents left the city for the holidays anyhow, so that this eventually became one more protracted, complex element of the litigation's second phase. At the Washington Square station, the official scene of the accident, which in a fatality is legally deemed to be the location at which death or injuries causing death are sustained, was listed at 65 yards off of the subway platform in the southbound tunnel itself, at which time the CTA train was determined to have been traveling at between 51 and 54 miles per hour when portions of my father's upper body impacted the iron bars of a built-in ladder protruding from the tunnel's west wall. This ladder had been installed to allow CTA maintenance personnel to access a box of multibus circuitry in the tunnel's ceiling, and all the trauma, confusion, shock, noise, screaming, rain of small individual purchases, and nearly stampede-like evacuation of the platform as my father cut an increasingly forceful and high-velocity swath through the dense crowds of shoppers, all disqualified even those few people who still remained there on the scene, most of them injured or claiming injury, as reliable witnesses for authorities to interview. Shock is evidently common in situations of graphic death. Less than an hour after the accident, all that any bystanders could seem to remember were screams, loss of holiday purchases, concern for personal safety, and vivid but fragmentary details as to my father's affect and actions, various rippling things the onrushing air did to his topcoat and scarf, and the successive injuries he appeared to receive as he was borne at increasing speeds toward the platform's end and fully or partly collided with a wire mesh trash receptacle, several airborne packages and shopping bags, a pillar's steel rivets, and an older male commuter's steel or aluminum luggage cart. This last item was somehow knocked by the impact across the tunnel and onto the northbound tracks, causing sparks from that track's third rail and adding to the stampeding crowd's chaos. I remember that a young Hispanic or Puerto Rican man, wearing what looked to be a type of tight black hairnet, was interviewed while holding my father's right shoe, a tasseled Florsheim loafer, of which the toe portion and welt were so abraded by the platform's cement that the sole's front portion had detached and was hanging loose, and that the man could not recall how he'd come to be holding it. He, too, was later determined to be in shock, and I can clearly remember seeing the Hispanic man afterward again in the triage area of the emergency room, which was at Loyola Marymount Hospital, only 1 or 2 blocks away from the Washington Square CTA station, seated in a plastic chair and trying to fill out forms on a clipboard with a ballpoint pen attached by a piece of white string to the clipboard, still holding the shoe. And the wrongful death litigation was, as mentioned, incredibly complex, even though it all technically never even proceeded past the initial legal stages of determining whether the city of Chicago, the CTA's maintenance division, the emergency brakes cord in the car to which my father was forcibly appended, was discovered to have been vandalized and cut, although expert opinion was divided on whether the forensic evidence represented a very recent cut or one of weeks' duration. Evidently, the microscopic evaluation of severed plastic fibers can be interpreted in just about any way one's interests lead you to interpret it. The train's manufacturer of record, the train's engineer, his immediate supervisor, AFSCME, and the over 24 different subcontractors and vendors of various components of the various systems adjudged by the forensic engineers retained by our legal team to have played a part in the accident should, as respondents, be classified in the action as strictly liable, negligent, or FEDD, the latter abbreviation standing for failure to exercise due diligence. According to my mother, our legal team's client liaison had confided to her that the multiplicity of named respondents was just an initial strategic gambit, and that we would ultimately be primarily suing the city of Chicago, which was, of course, my own father's employer in an ironic twist, citing common carrier tort law and a precedent case entitled Ibarra v. Coca-Cola to justify collapsing liability onto the shoulders of the respondent that could be shown to have been most cheaply and efficiently able to take reasonable steps to prevent the accident, presumably by having required more stringent quality assurance of the door's pneumatics and sensors in the CTA's contract with the train's manufacturer of record, a responsibility which fell, in a further irony, at least partly to the City of Chicago's Bursar's Office's Cost Systems Division, in which one of my father's own responsibilities had involved weighted evaluations of upfront cost versus liability exposure in certain classes of city agencies' contracts, although fortunately it turned out that the CTA capital equipment expenditures were vetted by a different detail or team in cost systems. Anyhow, to my mother's, Joyce's, and my dismay, it became evident to us our legal team's major criterion for arguing for different companies, agencies, and municipal entities' different liability designations involved those different possible respondents' cash resources and their respective insurance carriers' record of settlement in similar cases. That is, that the entire process was about numbers and money rather than anything like justice, responsibility, and the prevention of further wrongful, public, and totally undignified and pointless deaths. To be honest, I'm not sure that I'm explaining all this very well. As mentioned, the whole legal process was so complicated as to almost defy description, and the junior associate that the legal team had assigned to keep us apprised of developments and evolving strategies for the first 16 months was not exactly the clearest or most empathetic counsel one could have hoped for. Plus, it goes without saying that we were also all really upset, understandably, and my mother, whose emotional health had always been pretty delicate since the breakdown or abrupt changes of 1971-72 and subsequent divorce, was going in and out of what could probably be classified as dissociative shock or conversion reaction, and had actually moved back into the house in Libertyville that she'd shared with my father prior to their separation, supposedly just temporarily, and for reasons that changed each time Joyce or I pressed her on whether this moving back there was a very good idea for her, and she was generally not in good shape at all, psychologically speaking. In fact, after only the first round of depositions in an ancillary lawsuit between one of the respondents and its insurance company over just what percentage of the legal costs for the respondent's defense against our ongoing suit were covered in the respondent's liability policy with the insurance company, plus, to further complicate matters, a former partner in the lead law firm that was representing my mother and Joyce was now representing the insurance company, whose national headquarters turned out to be in Glenview, and there was a subsidiary set of briefs and depositions in that case concerning whether this fact could in any way constitute a conflict of interest, and procedurally this ancillary suit had to be resolved or settled before preliminary depositions in our own suit, which by that point had evolved into the twin classifications of civil liability and wrongful death, and was so complex that it took almost a year for the team's litigators even to agree on how to file it correctly, such that, by this point, My mother's emotional state reached the point where she elected to discontinue all litigation, a decision which privately upset Joyce very much, but which she, Joyce, was legally powerless to enjoin or influence, and there was then a very complicated domestic struggle in which Joyce kept trying, without my mother's knowledge, to get me to reinitiate the suit with myself, who was over 21, and the decedent's dependent and son as sole plaintiff. But for complicated reasons, chief among them that I had been listed as a dependent on both my parents' 1977 federal tax returns, which in my mother's case would have been promptly disallowed in even a routine office audit, but which escaped notice in the more primitive examinations environment of the service in that era, it emerged that in order to do this, I would have had to have my mother declared legally non compos mentis, which would have required a mandatory 2-week psychiatric hospitalization for observation before we could obtain a legal declaration from a court-authorized psychiatrist, which was something no one in the family was even close to having the stomach for. So, after 16 months, the whole litigation process ended, with the exception of our former legal team's subsequent suit against my mother for recovery of fees and expenses that, to all appearances, the contract that Joyce and my mother signed had explicitly waived in lieu of a 40% contingency fee. The recondite arguments by which our former team was attempting to have this contract declared null and void because of some ambiguity in the legal language of one of their own contract's subclauses were never explained or made clear enough to me to be able to tell if they were anything more than frivolous or not, as at this juncture I was in my final semester at DePaul and also in the process of recruitment by the service, and my mother and Joyce had to hire yet another lawyer to defend my mother against the former lawyer's suit, which still, if you can believe it, still drags on to this day, and is one of the main reasons my mother will give as a rationale for having become a virtual shut-in in the Libertyville house, where she still now resides, and for letting the home's telephone service lapse, although evidence of some kind of major psychological deterioration had already begun much earlier, actually probably even in the midst of the original litigation and her moving back home to my father's house following the accident, with the first psychological symptom I can remember involving her growing preoccupation with the welfare of the birds in a nest of finches or starlings that for years had been up over one of the joists on the large open wooden porch, which had been one of the chief attractions of the Libertyville house when my parents had made the original decision to move there, the obsession then progressing from that one nest to the neighborhood's birds in general, and she began having more and more standing and tube-style feeders installed on the porch and the front lawn, and buying and leaving out more and more seed, and then eventually also all different kinds of human food and various bird supplies for them on the steps of the porch. At one low point, including tiny pieces of furniture from a dollhouse from her girlhood in Beloit, which I knew she had treasured as memorabilia as I'd heard her recount all sorts of childhood anecdotes to Joyce about how much she'd treasured the thing and had collected miniature furniture for it, and which she'd kept for many years in the storage room of the Libertyville house, along with a lot of memorabilia from my own early childhood in Rockford, and Joyce, who has remained my mother's loyal friend and sometimes virtual nurse, even though she did in 1979 fall head over heels in love with the attorney who helped them close Speculum Books under Chapter 13 provisions, and is now married to him and lives with him and his 2 children in Wilmette. Joyce agrees that the tedious, complex, cynical endlessness of the accident's legal fallout was a large part of what kept my mother from processing the trauma of my father's passing and working through some of the prior 1971-era unresolved emotions and conflicts which the accident had now brought rushing back up to the surface. Although at a certain point, you have to just suck it up and play the hand you're dealt and get on with your life, in my own opinion. But I remember once, during an afternoon on which he'd paid me to help him with some light yard work, my once asking my father why he never seemed to dispense direct advice about life the way my other friends' fathers did. At the time, his failure to give advice seemed to me to be evidence that he was either unusually taciturn and repressed, or else that he just didn't care enough. In hindsight, I now realize that the reason was not the former and never the second, but rather that my father was, in his own particular way, somewhat wise, at least about certain things. In this instance, he was wise enough to be suspicious of his own desire to seem wise, and to refuse to indulge it. This could make him seem aloof and uncaring, but what he really was disciplined. He was an adult. He had himself firmly in hand. This remains largely theory, but my best guess as to his never dispensing wisdom like other dads is that my father understood that advice, even wise advice, actually does nothing for the advisee, changes nothing inside, and can actually cause confusion when the advisee is made to feel the wide gap between the comparative simplicity of the advice and the totally muddled complication of his own situation and path. I'm not putting this very well. If you begin to get the idea that other people can actually live by the clear, simple principles of good advice, it can make you feel even worse about your own inabilities. It can cause self-pity, which I think my father recognized as the great enemy of life and contributor to nihilism. Although it's not as though he and I talked about it at any depth. That would have been too much like advice. I can't remember how he specifically answered that day's question. I remember asking it, including where we stood and how the rake felt in my hands as I asked it, but then there's a blank after that. My best guess, derived from my knowledge of our dynamics, would be that he would say trying to advise me about what to do or not to do would be like the childhood fable's rabbit begging not to be thrown in the briar patch, whose name escapes me, though, but obviously meaning he felt it would have the reverse effect. He might have even laughed in a dry way, as though the question was comical in its lack of awareness of our dynamics and the obvious answer. It would probably be the same if I had asked him if he believed I didn't respect him or his advice. He might act as if he was amused that I was so unaware of myself, that I was incapable of respect but didn't even know it. It is, as mentioned, possible that he simply didn't like me very much, and that he used a dry, sophisticated wittiness to sort of try to deal with that fact within himself. It would, I imagine, be hard on someone not to be able to like your own offspring. There would obviously be some guilt involved. I know that even the slumped, boneless way I sat when watching TV or listening to music peeved him, not directly, but it was another thing I used to overhear him speaking about in arguments with my mother. For what it's worth, I accept the basic idea that parents instinctively do love their offspring no matter what. The evolutionary reasoning behind this premise is too obvious to ignore, but actually liking them or enjoying them as people seems like a totally different thing. It may be that psychologists are off base in their preoccupation with children's need to feel that their father or some other parent loves them. It also seems valid to consider the child's desire to feel that a parent actually likes them, as love itself is so automatic and pre-programmed in a parent that it isn't a very good test of whatever it is that the typical child feels so anxious to pass the test of. It's not unlike the religious confidence that one is loved unconditionally by God, as the God in question is defined as something that loves this way automatically and universally. It doesn't seem to really have anything to do with you, so it's hard to see why religious people claim to feel such reassurance in being loved this way by God. The point here is not that every last feeling and emotion must be taken personally as about you, but only that, for basic psychological reasons, it's difficult not to feel this way when it comes to one's father. It's simply human nature. Anyhow, all this is part of the question of how I came to be posted here in examinations, the unexpected coincidences, changes in priorities and direction. Obviously, these sorts of unexpected things can happen in all sorts of different ways, and it's dangerous to make too much of them. I remember having one roommate, this was at Lindenhurst College, who was a self-professed Christian. I actually had two roommates in the Lindenhurst dorm suite, with a shared communal social room in the center and 3 small single bedrooms leading off of it, which was an excellent rooming setup, But one of these roommates in particular was a Christian. Lindenhurst, which was the first college I attended, was a peculiar place in that it was primarily a school full of Chicagoland area hippies and wastoids, but also had a fervent Christian minority who were totally separate from the overall life of the school. Christian, in this case, meaning evangelical, just like Jimmy Carter's sister, who, if I remember it correctly, was reported as going around performing freelance exorcisms. The fact that members of this evangelical branch of Protestantism refer to themselves as just Christians, as though there were only one real kind, is usually enough to characterize them, at least as far as I was concerned. This one had come in via the suite's third roommate, whom I knew and liked, and who arranged the whole three-way rooming situation without me or the Christian ever meeting one another until it was too late. The Christian was definitely not anyone I would have gone out and recruited to room with on my own, although in fairness, he didn't much care for my lifestyle or what rooming with me involved either. The arrangement ended up being highly temporary anyhow. I remember that he was from upstate Indiana, was fervently involved in a college organization called Campus Crusade, and had numerous pairs of dress chinos and blue blazers and topsiders, and a smile that looked as though someone had plugged him in. He also had an equally evangelical Christian girlfriend or platonic female friend who would come over a great deal. She practically lived there from what I could see, and I have a clear, detailed memory of one incident when the three of us were all in the communal area, which in these dormitories' nomenclature was called the social room, but in which I often liked to sit on the third roommate's soft old vinyl sofa alone instead of in my tiny bedroom to read, double on Obitrol, or sometimes smoke my little brass one-hitter and watch TV, prompting all sorts of predictable arguments with the Christian, who often liked to treat the social room as a Christian clubhouse and have his girlfriend and all his other high-wattage Christian friends in to drink Fresca and fellowship about Campus Crusade matters or the fulfillment of apocalyptic prophecy and so on and so forth, and liked to squeeze my shoes and remind me that it was called the social room when I asked them all whether they didn't have some frightening pamphlets to get out of there and go distribute somewhere or something. In hindsight, it seems obvious that I actually liked despising the Christian, because I could pretend that the evangelical's smugness and self-righteousness was the only real antithesis or alternative to the cynical, nihilistically wastoid attitude I was starting to cultivate in myself, as if there was nothing in between these two extremes, which, ironically, was exactly what the evangelical Christians also believed, meaning I was much more like the Christian than either of us would ever be willing to admit. Of course, at barely 19, I was totally unaware of all this. At the time, all I knew is that I despised the Christian and enjoyed calling him Pepsodent Boy and complaining about him to the third roommate, who was in a rock band besides his classes and was usually not around the suite very much, leaving the Christian and me to mock and bait and judge and use one another to confirm our respective smug prejudices. Anyhow, at one juncture, I, the Christian roommate, and his girlfriend, who might technically have been his fiancée, were all sitting around in the suite's social room, and for some reason, quite possibly unprompted, the girlfriend was seeing fit to tell me the story of how she was saved or born again and became a Christian. I remember almost nothing about her except for the fact that she wore pointy-toed leather cowboy boots decorated with flowers. That is, not cartoons of flowers or isolated floral designs, but a rich, detailed, photorealist scene of some kind of meadow or garden in full bloom, so that the boots looked more like a calendar or greeting card. Her testimony, as best as I can now recall, was set on a certain day an unspecified amount of time before, a day when she said she was feeling totally desolate and lost and nearly at the end of her rope, sort of wandering aimlessly in the psychological desert of our younger generation's decadence and materialism and so on and so forth. Fervent Christians are always remembering themselves as, and thus by extension, judging everyone else outside their sect to be, lost and hopeless and just barely clinging to any kind of interior sense of value or reason to even go on living, before they were saved, and that she happened on this one day to be driving along a county road outside her hometown, just wandering, driving aimlessly around in one of her parents' AMC Pacer, until, for no particular reason she was aware of inside herself, she turned suddenly into the parking lot of what turned out to be an evangelical Christian church, which, by coincidence, happened to be right in the middle of holding an evangelical service, and, for what she again claimed was no discernible reason or motive she could have named, she wandered aimlessly in and sat down in the rear of the church in one of the plushly cushioned theater-type seats their churches tend to use instead of wooden pews, and just as she sat down, the preacher or father or whatever they called them there evidently said, "There is someone out there with us in the congregation today that is feeling lost and hopeless and at the end of their rope and needs to know that Jesus loves them very, very much." And then, in the social room, recounting her story, the girlfriend testified as to how she had been stunned and deeply moved, and said she had instantly felt a huge, dramatic spiritual change deep inside of her, in which she said she felt completely reassured and unconditionally known and loved, and as though now, suddenly, her life had meaning and direction to it after all, and so on and so forth, and that furthermore, she had not had a down or empty moment since. Not since the pastor or her father or whatever picked just that moment to reach out past all the other evangelical Christians sitting there, fanning themselves with complimentary fans, with slick, full-color ads for the church on them, and to just kind of verbally nudge them aside out of the way and somehow address himself directly to the girlfriend and her circumstances at just that moment of deep spiritual need. She talked about herself as though she were a car whose pistons had been pulled and valves ground. In hindsight, of course, there turned out to be certain parallels with my own case, but the only real response I had at the time was that I felt annoyed. They both always annoyed the hell out of me, and I can't remember what I could have been doing that day sitting there in conversation with them, the circumstances, and I can remember making a show of having my tongue pressing against the inside of my cheek in such a way as to produce a visible bulge in my cheek, and giving the girlfriend in the boots a dry, sardonic look, and asking her just what exactly had made her think the evangelical pastor was talking to her directly, meaning her in particular, as probably everyone else sitting there in the church audience probably felt the same way she did, as pretty much every red-blooded American in today's, then, late Vietnam and Watergate era feels desolate and disillusioned and unmotivated and directionless and lost, and that what if the preacher or fathers saying, "Someone here's lost and hopeless," was tantamount to those Sun-Times horoscopes that are specially designed to be so universally obvious that they always give their horoscope readers, like Joyce every morning over vegetable juice she made herself in a special machine, that special, eerie feeling of particularity and insight, exploiting the psychological fact that most people are narcissistic and prone to the illusion that they and their problems are uniquely special, and that if they're feeling a certain way, then surely they're the only person who is feeling like that. In other words, I was only pretending to ask her a question. I was actually giving the girlfriend a condescending little lecture on people's narcissism and illusion of uniqueness, like the fat industrialist in Dickens or Ragged Dick who leans back from a giant dinner with his fingers laced over his huge stomach and cannot imagine how anyone else in that moment could be hungry anywhere in the whole world. I also remember that the Christian's girlfriend was a large, copper-haired girl with something slightly wrong with one of the teeth on either side of her front teeth, which overlapped one of the front teeth in a distracting way, because during that day's conversation she gave me a big, smug smile and said that, why, she didn't think that my cynical comparison was any kind of refutation or nullification of her vital Christ experience that day, or its effect on her inner rebirth at all, not one little bit. She may have looked over at the Christian for reassurance or an amen or something at this juncture. I can't remember what the Christian was doing all through this exchange. I do, though, remember giving her a big, exaggerated smile right back and saying, "Whatever," and thinking inwardly she wasn't worth wasting time arguing with, and what was I even doing here talking to them, and that she and Pepsodent Boy deserved one another. And I know sometime soon after that I left them together in the social room and went off while thinking about the whole conversation and feeling somewhat lost and desolate inside, but also consoled that I was at least superior to narcissistic rubes like these two so-called Christians. And then I have a slightly later memory of me standing at a party with a red plastic cup of beer and telling somebody the story of the interchange in such a way that I appeared smart and funny and the girlfriend was a total fool. I know I was nearly always the hero of any story or incident I ever told people about during this period, which, like the thing with the lone sideburn, is a memory that makes me almost wince now. Anyhow, it seems like a very long time ago, but the point of even remembering the conversation, I think, is that there was an important fact behind the Christian girl's salvation story which I simply hadn't understood at the time, and to be honest, I don't think she or the Christian did either. It's true that her story was stupid and dishonest, but that doesn't mean the experience she had in the church that day didn't happen, or that its effects on her weren't real. I'm not putting it very well, but I was both right and wrong about her little story. I think the truth is probably that enormous, sudden, dramatic, unexpected, life-changing experiences are not translatable or explainable to anyone else, and this is because they really are unique and particular, though not unique in the way the Christian girl believed. This is because their power isn't just a result of the experience itself, but also the circumstances in which it hits you, of everything in your previous life experience which has led up to it and made you exactly who and what you are when the experience hits you. Does that make any sense? It's hard to explain. What the girl with the meadow on her boots had left out of the story was why she was feeling so especially desolate and lost right then, and thus why she was so psychologically primed to hear the pastor's general, anonymous comment in that personal way. To be fair, maybe she couldn't remember why, but still, all she really told was her little story's dramatic climax, which was the preacher's comment and the sudden inward changes she felt as a result, which is a little like telling just the punchline of a joke and expecting the person to laugh. As Chris Aquistapace would put it, her story was just data. There was no fact pattern. On the other hand, it's always possible that the 25,824 words so far of my own life experience won't seem relevant or make sense to anyone but me, which would make this not unlike the Christian girl's own attempt to explain how she got to where she was, assuming she was even sincere about the dramatic changes inside. It's easy to delude yourself, obviously. Anyhow, as mentioned, a crucial element in my entering the service was ending up in the wrong but identical classroom at DePaul in December 1978, which I was so immersed in staying focused for the Federalist Papers review that I didn't even notice my error until the prof walked in. I couldn't tell whether he was the real, fearful Jesuit or not. I only later found out that he wasn't the advanced tax instructor of record. There had evidently been some sort of personal emergency for the course's regular Jesuit prof, and this one had taken over as a sub for the last 2 weeks, hence the initial confusion. I remember thinking that for a Jesuit, the prof was in definite mufti. He wore an archaically conservative dark gray suit whose boxy look might have been actual flannel, and his dress shoes shine was dazzling when the classroom's overhead fluorescents hit them at the proper angle. He seemed lithe and precise. His movements had the brisk economy of a man who knows time is a valuable asset. In terms of realizing my mistake, this was also when I stopped mentally reviewing the Federalist and became aware of a markedly different vibe among the students in this classroom. Several wore neckties under sweater vests, a couple of these vests being actual argyle. Every last shoe I could see was a black or brown leather business shoe, their laces neatly tied. To this day, I don't know precisely how I took the wrong building's door. I am not the sort of person who gets lost easily, and I knew Daniel Hall as it's where the intro accounting class also met on the second floor. Anyhow, to reiterate, On this day, I had somehow gone to 311 Garnier Hall instead of my own political science class's identical 311 Daniel Hall directly across the transom, and had sat down along the side wall near the room's extreme rear, a spot from which, once I came out of my preoccupation and realized my error, I would have had to cause a lot of disruption and moving of book bags and down jackets in order to get out. The room was completely filled by the time the substitute came in. Later, I learned that a few of the room's most obviously serious and adult-looking students, with actual briefcases and accordion files instead of backpacks, were graduate students in DePaul's advanced degree business program. The advanced tax course was that advanced. Actually, DePaul's whole accounting department was very serious and strong. Accounting and business administration were institutional strengths that DePaul was known for and spent a good deal of time extolling in its brochures and promotional materials. Obviously, this isn't why I had re-enrolled at DePaul. I had next to no interest in accounting except, as mentioned, to prove something or compensate my father by finally passing intro. The school's accounting program turned out to be so high-powered and respected, though, that nearly half of that classroom's advanced tax students were already signed up to take the February 1979 CPA exam, although at that time I barely knew what this licensing exam even was, or that it took several months of study and practice to prepare for. For instance, I learned later that the final exam in advanced tax was actually designed to be a microcosm of some of the taxation sections of the CPA exam. My father, by the way, also held a CPA license, though he rarely used it in his job with the city. In hindsight, though, and in the light of all that eventuated from that day, I'm not even sure I would have walked out even if the logistics of leaving hadn't been so awkward, not once the substitute came in. Even though I really did need that final exam review in American political thought, I still may have stayed. I'm not sure I can explain it. I remember he came briskly in and hung his topcoat and hat on a hook on the corner's flag stand. To this day, I can never be totally sure whether bumbling into the wrong building's 311 right before final exams might not just have been one more bit of unconscious irresponsibility on my part. You cannot analyze sudden, dramatic experiences like this way, though, especially in hindsight, which is notoriously tricky, though I obviously did not understand this during the exchange with the Christian girl in the boots. At the time, I did not know how old the substitute was. As mentioned, I only learned later that he was filling in for the class's real Jesuit father, whose absence seemed unmourned, or even his name. My main experience with substitutes had been in high school. In terms of age, all I knew was that he was in that amorphous, to me, area between 40 and 60. I don't know how to describe him, though he made an immediate impression. He was slender, and in the room's bright lighting he looked pale in a way that seemed luminous instead of sickly, and had a steel-colored crew cut and a sort of pronounced facial bone structure. Overall, he looked to me like someone in an archaic photo or daguerreotype. His business suit's trousers were double-pleated, which added to the impression of box-like solidity. Also, he had good posture, which my father always referred to as a person's carriage, upright and square-shouldered without seeming stiff, and as he came briskly in with his accordion file filled with neatly organized and labeled course materials, all of the room's accounting students seemed unconsciously to shift and sit up a little straighter at their little desks. He pulled down the AV screen before the board much as one would pull down a Windows shade, using his pocket handkerchief to touch the screen's handle. To the best of my recollection, nearly everyone in the room was male. A handful were also Oriental. He was getting his materials out and arranging them, looking down at his desktop with a little formal smile. What he was actually doing was the teacherly thing of acknowledging the roomful of students without actually looking at them. They, in turn, were totally focused, to a man. The whole room was different from political science or psychology classes, or even intro accounting on the second floor, where there was always litter on the floor, and people slouched back on their tailbones in their seats, and looked openly up at the clock or yawned. And there was always a constant, restless, whispery undertone which the intro accounting professor pretended wasn't there. Maybe the normal profs no longer even heard the sound or were immune to students' open displays of tedium and inattention. When the substitute accounting professor entered, however, this room's whole voltage changed. I don't know how to describe it, nor can I totally rationally explain why I stayed, which, as mentioned, meant missing the final review in American political thought. At the time, continuing to sit there in the wrong class seemed like just one more feckless, undisciplined impulse. Maybe I was embarrassed to have the subs see me leave. Unlike the Christian girlfriend, I never seem to recognize important moments at the time they're going on. They always seem like distractions from what I'm really supposed to be doing. One way to explain it is that there was just something about him, the substitute. His expression had the same burnt, hollow concentration of photos of military veterans who'd been in some kind of real war, meaning combat. His eyes held us whole as a group. I know I suddenly felt uncomfortable about my painter's pants and untied Timberlands, but if the substitute reacted to them one way or the other, he gave no sign. When he signified the official start of class by looking at his watch, it was with a crisp gesture of bringing his wrist sharply out and around, like a boxer's left cross, the force pulling up the sleeve of his suit jacket slightly to disclose a stainless steel Piaget, which I remember at the time struck me as a surprisingly racy watch for a Jesuit. He used the white AV screen for transparencies. Unlike the intro prof, he didn't write things in chalk on the blackboard, and when he put the first transparency on the overhead projector and the room's lights dimmed, his face was lit from below like a cabaret performer's, which made its hollow intensity and facial structure even more pronounced. I remember there was a sort of electric coolness in my head. The diagram projected behind him was an upward curve with bar graphs extending below its various sections, the curve steep near the origin and flattening somewhat at the apex. It looked a bit like a wave preparing to break. The diagram was unlabeled, and only later would I recognize it as representing the progressive marginal rate schedules for the 1976 federal income tax. I felt unusually aware and alert, but in a different way from doubling or silert. There were also several curves and equations and glossed citations from USTC subsection 62, many of whose subsections had to do with complex regulations about the distinction between deductions for adjusted gross income versus deductions from AGI, which the substitute said formed the basis of practically every truly effective modern individual tax planning strategy. Here, though I realized this only later after recruitment, he was referring to structuring one's affairs so that as many deductions as possible were deductions for adjusted gross income, as everything from the standard deduction to medical expense deductions are designed with AGI-based floors. Floor meaning, for example, that as only those medical expenses in excess of 3% of AGI were deductible, it was obviously to the advantage of the average taxpayer to render his AGI, known also sometimes as his 31, as it is on line 31 of the individual 1040 that one enters AGI, just as low as possible. Admittedly, though, however alert and aware I felt, I was probably more aware of the effects the lecture seemed to be having on me than of the lecture itself, much of which was over my head. Understandably, as I hadn't even finished intro accounting yet, and yet was almost impossible to look away from or not feel stirred by. This was partly due to the substitute's presentation, which was rapid, organized, undramatic, and dry in the way of people who know that what they are saying is too valuable in its own right to cheapen with concern about delivery or connecting with the students. In other words, the presentation had a kind of zealous integrity that manifested not as style, but as the lack of it. I felt that I suddenly, for the first time, understood the meaning of my father's term, no nonsense, and why it was a term of approval. I remember I did notice that the class's students all took zealous notes, which in accounting classes means that one has to internalize and write down one fact or point from the professor, while at the same time still listening intently enough to the next point to be able to write it down next as well, which requires a kind of intensively split concentration that I did not get the hang of until well into T&A in Indianapolis the following year. It was a totally different type of note-taking from the kind in humanities classes, which involved mainly doodles and broad abstract themes and ideas. Also, the advanced tax students had multiple pencils lined up on their desks, all of which were extremely sharp. I realized that I almost never had a sharp pencil at hand when I really wanted one. I had never taken the trouble to keep them organized and sharpened. The only touch of what might have been dry wit in the lecture were occasional statements and quotes that the substitute interpolated into the graphs by sometimes writing them on the current transparency, projecting them onto the AV screen without comment, and then pausing while everyone copied them all down as quickly as possible before he changed to the next transparency. I still remember one such example. What we now need to discover in the social realm is the moral equivalent of war, with the only written attribution at the end being James, which at the time I believed referred to the biblical apostle James for obvious reasons, although he said nothing to explain or reinforce the quote, while the 6 straight rows of students, some of whose glasses reflected the projection's light in ways that gave them an openly robotic, conformist aspect, with twin squares of white light where their eyes should have been, I remember being struck by, dutifully transcribed it. Or one other example, which was pre-printed on its own transparency and credited to Karl Marx, the well-known father of Marxism. In communist society, it will be possible for me to do one thing today and another tomorrow, to hunt in the morning, fish in the afternoon, rear cattle in the evening, criticize after dinner, just as I please, about which the substitute's only gloss was the dry statement, emphasis added. What I'm trying to say is that it was ultimately much more like the evangelist girlfriend with the boot's own experience than I could have ever admitted at the time. Obviously, through just the 2,235-word story of a memory, I could never convince anybody else that the innate, objective quality of the substitute's lecture would also have glued anybody else to their seat and made them forget about their final review in American political thought, or of the way that much of what the Catholic father, I thought, said or projected seemed somehow aimed directly at me. I can, though, at least help explain why I was so primed for experiencing it this way, as I'd already had a kind of foretaste or temblor of just this experience shortly before the mistake in final review accounting classes rooms occurred, though it was only later, in retrospect, that I understood it, meaning the experience, as such. I can clearly remember that a few days earlier, meaning on the Monday of the last week of regular classes for the fall '78 term, I was sitting there all slumped and unmotivated on the old yellow corduroy couch in our DePaul dorm room in the middle of the afternoon. I was by myself, wearing nylon warm-up pants and a black Pink Floyd t-shirt, trying to spin a soccer ball on my finger, and watching the CBS soap opera As the World Turns on the room's little black and white zenith, not oba-trolling or blowing off anything in particular, but essentially still just being an unmotivated lump. There was certainly always reading and studying for finals I could do, but I was being a wasteoid. I was slouched way down on my tailbone on the couch, so that everything on the little TV was framed by my knees, and watching As the World Turns while spinning the soccer ball in an idle, undirected way. It was technically the roommate's television, but he was a serious pre-med student and always at the science library, though he had taken the trouble to rig a specially folded wire coat hanger to take the place of the zenith's missing antenna, which was the only reason it got any reception at all. As the World Turns ran on CBS from 1 o'clock to 2 o'clock in the afternoon. This was something I still did too much during that final year, sitting there wasting time in front of the little zenith, and several times I'd gotten passively sucked into CBS afternoon soap operas, where the show's characters all spoke and emoted broadly and talked to one another without any hitch or pause in intensity whatsoever, it seemed, so that there was something almost hypnotic about the whole thing, especially as I had no classes on Monday or Friday, and it was all too easy to sit there and get sucked in. I can remember that many of the other DePaul students that year were hooked on the ABC soap opera General Hospital, gathering in great avid hooting packs to watch it, with their hip alibi being that they were actually making fun of the show. But for reasons that probably had to do with the Zenith's spotty reception, I was more of a CBS habitué that year, particularly As the World Turns and Guiding Light, which followed As the World Turns at 2 p.m. on weekdays and was actually in some ways an even more hypnotic show. Anyhow, I was sitting there trying to spin the ball on my finger and watching the soap opera, which was also heavily loaded with commercials, especially in the second half, which soap operas tend to load with more commercials, as they figure that you're already sucked in and mesmerized and will sit still for more ads. And at the end of every commercial break, the show's trademark shot of planet Earth as seen from space, turning, would appear, and the CBS daytime network announcer's voice would say, "You're watching As the World Turns," which he seemed, on this particular day, to say more and more pointedly each time. "You're watching As the World Turns," until the tone began to seem almost incredulous. "You're watching As the World Turns," until I was suddenly struck by the bare reality of the statement. I don't mean any sort of humanities-type ironic metaphor, but the literal thing he was saying, the simple surface level. I don't know how many times I'd heard this that year while sitting around watching As the World Turns, but I suddenly realized that the announcer was actually saying over and over what I was literally doing. Not only this, but I also realized that I had been told this fact countless times. As I said, the announcer's statement followed every commercial break after each segment of the show, without ever being even slightly aware of the literal reality of what I was doing. I was not obatrolling at this moment of awareness, I should add. This was different. It was as if the CBS announcer were speaking directly to me, shaking my shoulder or leg as though trying to arouse someone from sleep. "You're watching As the World Turns." It's hard to explain. It was not even the obvious double entendre that struck me. This was more literal, which somehow had made it harder to see. All of this hit me, sitting there. It could not have felt more concrete if the announcer had actually said, "You are sitting on an old yellow dorm couch, spinning a black and white soccer ball and watching As the World Turns without ever even acknowledging to yourself this is what you are doing." This is what struck me. It was beyond being feckless or a wastoid. It's like I wasn't even there. The truth is, I was not even aware of the obvious double entendre of "You're watching As the World Turns" until 3 days later. The show's almost terrifying pun about the passive waste of time of sitting there watching something whose reception through the hangar didn't even come in very well, while all the while real things in the world were going on and people with direction and initiative were taking care of business in a brisk, no-nonsense way. Meaning not until Thursday morning, when this secondary meaning suddenly struck me in the middle of taking a shower before getting dressed and hurrying to what I intended, consciously at any rate, to be the final exam review in American political thought, which may have been one reason why I was so preoccupied and took the wrong building's entrance, I suppose. At the time, though, on Monday afternoon, all that hit home with me was the reiteration of the simple fact of what I was doing, which was, of course, nothing, just slumped there like something without any bones, uninvolved even in the surface reality of watching Victor deny his paternity to Jeanette, even though Jeanette's son has the same extremely rare genetic blood disorder that's kept putting Victor in the hospital throughout much of the semester. Victor may in some sense have actually believed his own denials, I remember thinking, as he essentially seemed like that kind of person, between my knees. But nor is it as though I consciously reflected on all of this at the time. At the time, I was aware only of the concrete impact of the announcer's statement and the dawning realization that all of the directionless drifting and laziness and being a wastoid which so many of us in that era pretended to have raised to a nihilistic art form and believed was cool and funny, I too had thought it was cool, or at least I believed I thought so, there had seemed to be something almost romantic about flagrant waste and drifting, which Jimmy Carter was ridiculed for calling malaise and telling the nation to snap out of it, was, in reality, not funny, not one bit funny, but rather frightening, in fact, or sad, or something else, something I could not name because it has no name. I knew sitting there that I might be a real nihilist, that it wasn't always just a hip pose, that I drifted and quit because nothing meant anything. No one choice was really better. That I was, in a way, too free, or that this kind of freedom wasn't actually real. I was free to choose whatever because it didn't really matter, but that this, too, was because of something I chose. I had somehow chosen to have nothing matter. It all felt much less abstract than it sounds to try to explain it. All this was happening while I was just sitting there spinning the ball. The point was that through making this choice, I didn't matter either. I didn't stand for anything. If I wanted to matter, even just to myself, I would have to be less free by deciding to choose in some kind of definite way, even if it was nothing more than an act of will. All of these awarenesses were very rapid and indistinct, and the realizations about choosing and mattering were as far as I got. I was also still trying to watch As the World Turns, which tended to get steadily more dramatic and compelling as it progressed towards the hour's end, as they always wanted to make you remember to tune in again the next day. But the point was that I realized, on some level, that whatever a potentially lost soul was, I was one. And it wasn't cool or funny. And, as mentioned, it was only a few days later that I mistakenly ended up across the transom in the final class session of advanced tax, which was, I should stress, a subject which at that time I had zero interest in, I believed. Like most people outside the industry, I imagined tax accountancy to be the province of fussy little men with thick glasses and elaborate stamp collections, more or less the opposite of hip or cool, and the experience of hearing the CBS announcer spell out surface reality over and over, of suddenly really being aware of hearing him, and of seeing the little screen between my knees, beneath the spinning ball on my finger's point, was part of what put me in a position, I think, whether mistakenly or not, to hear something that changed my directions. I remember that the third floor's hallway's bell had rung at the end of the scheduled time for advanced tax that day, without any of the students doing that end-of-class thing in humanities classes of fidgeting around to gather their materials together, or leaning over their desks to retrieve their bags and briefcases from the floor, even as the substitute turned off the overhead projector and raised the AV screen with a smart snap of his left hand, replacing the handkerchief in his suit coat's pocket. They all remained quiet and attentive. As the room's overhead lights came back on, I remember glancing and seeing that the older, mustachioed student beside me's class notes were almost unbelievably neat and well organized, with Roman numerals for the lecture's main points and lowercase letters, inset numbers, and double indents for subheadings and corollaries. His handwriting itself looked almost automated, it was that good. This was despite the fact that they were essentially written in the dark. Several digital watches beeped the hour in sync. Just like its mirror opposite across the transom, Garnier 311's floor was tiled in an institutional tan and brown pattern that was either checkerboard or interlocking diamonds depending on one's angle or perspective. All of this I remember very clearly. Though it would be over a year before I understood them, here were just a few of the substitute's review lecture's main areas as denumerated in the older business student's notes. Imputed income to Haig-Simon's formula. Constructive receipt. Limited partnerships, passive losses. Amortization and capitalization to 1976 TRA subsection 266. Depreciation to class life system. Cash method v. accrual method to implications for AGI. Inter vivos gifts and 76 TRA. Straddle techniques. 4 criteria for non-taxable exchange. Client Tax Planning Strategy, Tailoring the Transaction v. IRS Exams. Strategy, Collapsing the Transaction. It was, as mentioned, the final regular class day of the term. The end of the final regular class in the humanities courses I was used to taking was usually the moment for the younger professor to try to make some kind of hip, self-mocking summation. Mr. Gorton, would you please briefly summarize what we've learned over the past 16 weeks, please? As well as instructions about the logistics of the final exam or paper and final grades, and perhaps wishes for a good holiday recess. It was 2 weeks before Christmas 1978. In advanced tax, though, when the substitute turned from raising the screen, he gave none of the bodily signals of completion or transition to final instructions or summary. He stood very still, noticeably stiller than most people stand when they stand still. Thus far, he had spoken 8,206 words, counting numeric terms and operators. The older males and Asians all still sat there, and it seemed that this instructor was able to make eye contact with all 48 of us at once. I was aware that part of this substitute's vibe of dry, aloof, effortless authority was due to the way the class's upperclassmen all paid such attention to his every word and gesture. It was obvious that they respected this substitute, and that it was a respect that he didn't have to return, or feign returning, in order to accept. He was not anxious to connect or be liked, but nor was he hostile or patronizing. What he seemed to be was indifferent, not in a meaningless, drifting, nihilistic way, but rather in a secure, self-confident way. It's hard to describe, although I remember the awareness of it very clearly. The word that kept arising in my mind as he looked at us and we all watched and waited, although all of this took place very quickly, was credibility, as in the phrase credibility gap from the Watergate scandal, which had essentially been going on while I was at Lindenhurst. The sounds of other accounting, economics, and business administration classes emptying into the hallway were ignored. Instead of gathering together his materials, the substitute, who, as mentioned, I thought at the time was a Jesuit father in mufti, had put his hands behind his back and paused, looking at us. The whites of his eyes were extremely white, the way usually only a dark complexion can make eyes' whites look. I've forgotten the iris's color. His complexion, though, was that of someone who had rarely been out in the sun. He seemed at home in thrifty, institutional fluorescent light. His bow tie was perfectly straight and flush, even though it was the hand-tied kind, not a clip-on. He said, "You will want something of a summation, then, an hortation." It is not impossible that I misheard him, and what he actually said was exhortation. He looked quickly at his watch, making the same right-angled movement. "All right," he said. A small smile played around his mouth as he said, "All right," but it was clear that he wasn't joking or trying to slightly undercut what he was about to say, the way so many humanities profs of that era tended to mock themselves or their hortations in order to avoid seeming uncool. It only struck me later, after I'd entered the service's TAC, that this substitute was actually the first instructor I'd seen at any of the schools I'd drifted in and out of who seemed 100% indifferent about being liked or seen as cool or likable by the students, and realized, I did once I'd entered the service, what a powerful quality this sort of indifference could be in an authority figure. Actually, in hindsight, the substitute may have been the first genuine authority figure I ever met, meaning a figure with genuine authority instead of just the power to judge you or squeeze your shoes from their side of the generation gap, and became aware for the first time that authority was actually something real and authentic, that a real authority was not the same as a friend or someone who cared about you, but nevertheless could be good for you, or that the authority relation was not a democratic or equal one, and yet could have value for both sides, both people in the relation. I don't think I'm explaining this very well, but it's true that I did feel singled out, spindled on those eyes in a way I neither liked nor didn't, but was certainly aware of. It was a certain kind of power that he exerted and that I was granting him, voluntarily. That respect was not the same as coercion, although it was a kind of power. It was all very strange. I also noticed that now he had his hands behind his back in something like the parade rest military position. He said to the accounting students, "All right, then. Before you leave here to resume that crude approximation of a human life you have heretofore called a life, I will undertake to inform you of certain truths. I will then offer an opinion as to how you might most profitably view and respond to those truths." I was immediately aware that he didn't seem to be talking about the advanced tax final exam. He said, "You will return to your homes and families for the holiday vacation, and in that festive interval before the last push of CPA examination study, trust me, you will hesitate. You will feel dread and doubt. This will be natural. You will, for what seems the first time, feel dread at your hometown chums' sallies about accountancy as the career before you. You will read the approval in your parents' smiles as an approval of your surrender. Oh, I have been there, gentlemen. I know every cobble in the road you are walking. For the hour approaches. To begin, in that literally dreadful interval of looking down before the leap outward, to hear dolorous forecasts as to the sheer drudgery of the profession you are choosing, the lack of excitement or chance to shine on the athletic fields or ballroom floor of life heretofore. True, some of it I didn't quite get. I don't think too many of us in the classroom had spent a lot of time shining on ballroom floors, but that might have been just a generational thing. He obviously meant it as a metaphor. I certainly got what he meant about accounting not seeming like a very exciting profession. The substitute continued, "To experience commitment as the loss of options, a type of death, the death of childhood's limitless possibility, of the flattery of choice without duress. This will happen, mark me. Childhood's end, the first of many deaths. Hesitation is natural. Doubt is natural." He smiled slightly. "You might wish to recall then in 3 weeks' time, should you be so disposed, this room, this moment, and the information I shall now relay to you." He was obviously not a very modest or diffident person. On the other hand, his form of address didn't sound nearly as formal or fussy at the time in advanced tax as it now sounds when I repeat it, or rather, his summation was formal and a bit poetic, but not artificially so, like a natural extension of who and what he was. It was not a pose. I remember thinking that maybe the sub had mastered that trick in Uncle Sam posters and certain paintings of seeming to look right at you no matter what angle you faced him from, that perhaps all the hushed and solemn older other students, you could hear a pin, felt picked out and specifically addressed as well, though, of course, that would make no difference as to its special effect on me, which was the real issue, just as the Christian girlfriend story would have already demonstrated if I'd been aware and attentive enough to hear what the actual point she was trying to make was. As mentioned, the version of me that listened to that story in 1973 or 74 was a nihilistic child. After one or two other comments, with his hands still clasped behind his back, the substitute continued, "I wish to inform you that the accounting profession to which you aspire is, in fact, heroic. Please note that I have said inform, and not opine, or allege, or posit. The truth is that what you soon go home to your carols and toddies and books and CPA examination preparation guides to stand on the cusp of is heroism." Obviously, this was dramatic, and held everyone's attention. I remember thinking again as he said this of the AV screen's quote I had thought was biblical, the moral equivalent of war. It seemed strange, but not ridiculous. I realized that my thinking about this quote was probably the first time I'd ever considered the word moral in any context other than a term paper. This was part of what I had initially started to become aware of a few days prior, in the experience while watching As the World Turns. The substitute was only of about average height, His eyes did not cut or wander. Some of the students' glasses reflected light, still. One or two were still taking notes, but other than that, nobody except the substitute spoke or moved. Continuing on without pause, he said, "Tedious, exacting, prosaic, banausic to the point of drudgery? Sometimes. Often tedious? Perhaps. But brave, worthy, fitting, sweet, romantic, chivalric, heroic?" When he paused, it wasn't just for effect, at least not totally. "Gentlemen," he said, "by which I mean, of course, latter adolescents who aspire to manhood, gentlemen, here is a truth. Enduring tedium over real time in a confined space is what real courage is. Such endurance is, as it happens, the distillate of what is today in this world neither I nor you have made, heroism. Heroism." He made a point of looking around, gauging people's reaction. Nobody laughed. A few looked puzzled. I remember I was starting to have to go to the bathroom. In the classroom's fluorescent lights, he cast no shadow on any side. "By which," he said, "I mean true heroism, not heroism as you might know it from films or the tales of childhood. You are now nearly at childhood's end. You are ready for the truth's weight, to bear it. The truth is that the heroism of your childhood entertainments was not true valor. It was theater. The grand gesture, the moment of choice, the mortal danger, the external foe, the climactic battle whose outcome resolves all designed to appear heroic, to excite and gratify an audience. An audience." He made a gesture I can't describe. "Gentlemen, welcome to the world of reality. There is no audience. No one to applaud, to admire, no one to see you. Do you understand? Here is the truth. Actual heroism receives no ovation, entertains no one. No one queues up to see it. No one is interested." He paused again and smiled in a way that was not one bit self-mocking. "True heroism is you alone, in a designated workspace. True heroism is minutes, hours, weeks, year upon year of the quiet, precise, judicious exercise of probity and care, with no one there to see or cheer. This is the world. Just you and the job, at your desk. You and the return. You and the cash flow data. You and the inventory protocol. You and the depreciation schedules. You and the numbers." His tone was wholly matter-of-fact. It suddenly occurred to me that I had no idea how many words he'd spoken since that 8,206th one at the conclusion of the review. I was aware of how every detail in the classroom appeared very vivid and distinct, as though painstakingly drawn and shaded, and yet also of being completely focused on the substitute Jesuit who was saying all this very dramatic or even romantic stuff without any of the usual trappings or flourishes of drama, standing now quite still with his hands again behind his back. I knew the hands weren't clasped. I could somehow tell that he was more like holding the right wrist with the left hand, and his face's planes unshadowed in the white light. It felt as though he and I were at opposite ends of some kind of tube or pipe, and that he really was addressing me in particular, although obviously in reality he couldn't have been. The literal reality was that he was addressing me least of all, since obviously I wasn't enrolled in advanced tax, or getting ready to take the final and then go home and sit at my childhood desk in my old bedroom in my parents' house cramming for the dreaded CPA exam, the way it sounded as if many of these others in the room were. Nevertheless, as I wish I'd been able to understand earlier, since it would have saved me a lot of time and cynical drifting, a feeling is a feeling, nor can you argue with results. Anyhow, meanwhile, in what essentially seemed to be a recapitulation of his main points so far, the substitute said, True heroism is a priori incompatible with audience or applause, or even the bare notice of the common run of man. In fact, he said, the less conventionally heroic or exciting or adverting or even interesting or engaging a labor appears to be, the greater its potential as an arena for actual heroism, and therefore as a denomination of joy unequaled by any you men can yet imagine. It seemed then that a sudden kind of shudder went through the room, or maybe an ecstatic spasm, communicating itself from senior accounting major or graduate business student to senior accounting major or grad business student so rapidly that the whole collective seemed for an instant to heave. Although again, I am not 100% sure this was real, that it took place outside of me in the actual classroom, and the possible collective spasms moment was too brief to be more than sort of fleetingly aware of it. I also remember having a strong urge to lean over and tie my boots' laces, which never translated itself into real action. At the same time, it might be fair to say that I remembered the substitute Jesuit as using pauses and bits of silence rather the way more conventional inspirational speakers use physical gestures and expressions. He said, "To retain care and scrupulosity about each detail from within the teeming worm-ball of detail and data and rule and exception and contingency which constitutes real-world accounting, this is heroism. To attend fully to the interests of client and to balancing those interests against the high ethical standards of FASB and extant law, yea, to serve those who care not for service, but only for results. This is heroism. This may be the first time you've heard the truth put plainly, starkly. Effacement, sacrifice, service. To give oneself to the care of others' money, this is effacement, perdurance, sacrifice, honor, doughtiness, valor. Hear this or not as you will. Learn it now or later. The world has time. Routine, repetition, tedium, monotony, ephemeracy, inconsequence, abstraction, disorder, boredom, angst, ennui. These are the true hero's enemies, and make no mistake, they are fearsome indeed, for they are real. One of the accounting students now raised his hand, and the substitute paused to answer a question about adjusted cost basis in the tax classification of gifts. It was at some point in his answer to this that I heard the substitute use the phrase, IRS Wiggler. Since that day, I have never once heard the term anywhere outside of the examination center at which I'm posted. It is a piece of service insider shorthand for a certain class of examiner. In retrospect, then, this definitely should have raised a red flag in terms of the substitute's experience and background. By the way, the term FASB stood for Financial Accounting Standards Board, though, obviously, I would not learn this until entering the service the following year. Also, I should probably acknowledge an obvious paradox in the memory. Despite how attentive and affected by his remarks about courage and the real world I was not aware that the drama and scintillance I was investing the substitute's words with actually ran counter to those words' whole thrust. In other words, I was deeply affected and changed by the hortation without, as it now appears, really understanding what he was talking about. In retrospect, this seems like further evidence that I was even more lost and unaware than I knew. Too much, you say? He said. Cowboy? Paladin? Hero? Gentlemen, read your history. Yesterday's hero pushed back at bounds and frontiers. He penetrated, tamed, hewed, shaped, made, brought things into being. Yesterday's society's heroes generated facts. For this is what society is, an agglomeration of facts. Obviously, the more real advanced tax students who gingerly got up and left, the more my feelings of being particularly uniquely addressed increased. The older business student with two lush, perfectly trimmed sideburns and incredible notes beside me, was able to close his briefcase's metal clasps without any sound at all. On the wire rack beneath his desk was a Wall Street journal that he'd either not read or had perhaps been able to read and refold so perfectly it looked untouched. "But it is now today's era, the modern era," the substitute was saying, which was difficult to argue with, obviously. "In today's world, boundaries are fixed, and most significant facts have been generated. Gentlemen, the heroic frontier now lies in the ordering and deployment of those facts. Classification, organization, presentation. To put it another way, the pie has been made. The contest is now in the slicing. Gentlemen, you aspire to hold the knife, wield it, to admeasure, to shape each given slice, the knife's angle and depth of cut." However transfixed I still was, I was also aware by this point that the substitute's metaphors seemed to be getting a bit jumbled. It was hard to imagine the remaining Orientals making much sense of cowboys and pies, since they were such specifically American images. Also, when he went to the coat rack in the corner of the room and retrieved his hat, a dark gray business fedora, old but very well cared for, it became even more difficult to understand the pantomime with the pretend hat earlier. Why hadn't he used his real hat for that whole thing? Instead of putting the hat on, he held it up aloft. "A baker wears a hat," he said, "but it is not our hat. Gentlemen, prepare to wear the hat. You have wondered, perhaps, why all real accountants wear hats? They are today's cowboys, as you will be, riding the American range, riding herd on the unending torrent of financial data, the eddies, cataracts, arranged variations, fractious minutiae. You order the data, shepherd it, direct its flow, lead it where it's needed, in the codified form in which it's apposite. You deal in facts, gentlemen, for which there has been a market since man first crept from the primeval slurry. It is you, tell them that, who ride, man the walls, define the pie, serve." There was no way not to notice how different he looked now from the way he'd appeared at the beginning. Ultimately, it wasn't clear whether he'd planned or prepared his final hortation or exhortation or not, or whether he was just speaking passionately from the heart. His hat was noticeably more stylish and European-looking than my father's had been, its welt sharper and bands feather-pegged. It had to be at least 20 years old. When he raised his arms in conclusion, one hand still held the hat. "Gentlemen, you are called to account." One or two of the remaining students clapped, a somehow terrible sound when it's only a few scattered hands, like a spanking or a series of ill-tempered slaps. I remember having a visual flash of something lying in its crib and waving its limbs uselessly in the air, its mouth open and wet, and then of walking back across the transom and down and out of Daniel and over to the library in a strange kind of hyper-aware daze, both disoriented and very clear, and then the memory of that incident essentially ends. After that, the first thing I can remember doing over the holiday recess in Libertyville was getting a haircut. I also then went to Carson Peary Scott's in Mundelein and bought a dark gray ventless wool suit with a tight vertical weave and double-pleat trousers, as well as a bulky box-plaid jacket with wide-notched lapels, which I ended up almost never wearing, as it had a tendency to roll at the third button and produce what almost looked like a peplum when it was buttoned all the way. I also bought a pair of Nunn Bush leather wingtips and 3 dress shirts, 2 white Oxfords, and 1 light blue Sea Island weave. All 3 collars were of the button-down type. Except for practically dragging my mother to Wrigleyville for Christmas dinner at Joyce's, I spent nearly the whole holidays in the house researching options and requirements. I remember I was also deliberately trying to do some sustained, concentrated thinking. My inner feelings about school and graduating had totally changed. I now felt suddenly and totally behind. It was a bit like the feeling of suddenly looking at your watch and realizing you're late for an appointment, but on a much larger scale. I had only one term left now before I was supposed to graduate, and I was exactly 9 required courses short of a major in accounting, to say nothing of trying to sit for the CPA exam. I bought a Barron's Guide to the CPA exam at a Walden Books in the Galaxy Mall off of Milwaukee Road. It was given 3 times a year, and it lasted 2 days, and you were strongly advised to have had both intro and intermediate financial accounting, managerial accounting, 2 semesters of auditing, business statistics, which at DePaul was another famously brutal class, intro data processing, 1 or preferably 2 semesters of tax, plus either fiduciary accounting or accounting for nonprofits, and 1 or more semesters of economics. A fine print insert also recommended proficiency in at least 1 high-level computer language like COBOL. The only computer class I'd ever finished was Intro Computer World at UI Chicago, where we'd mostly played homemade Pong and helped the prof try to recollate 51,000 Hollerith punch cards he'd stored data for a project on and then accidentally dropped on a slick stairway, and so on and so forth. Plus, I looked at a business stats textbook and discovered that you needed calculus, and I hadn't even had trigonometry. In my senior year of high school, I'd taken perspectives on modern theater instead of trig, which I well remembered my father squeezing my shoes about. Actually, my hatred of Algebra 2 and refusal to take any more math after that was the occasion for one of the really major arguments that I heard my parents have in the years before they separated, which is all kind of a long story. But I remember overhearing my father saying that there were actually only 2 kinds of people in the world, namely, people who actually understood the technical realities of how the real world worked, via, his obvious point was, math and science, and people who didn't. And overhearing my mother being very upset and depressed at what she saw as my father's rigidity and small-mindedness, and of her responding that the 2 basic human types were actually the people so rigid and intolerant that they believed there were only 2 basic human types on one side, versus people who believed that there were actually all different types and varieties of people with their own unique gifts and destinies and paths through life that they had defined on the other, and so forth. Anyone eavesdropping on the argument, which had started as a typical exchange but escalated into an especially heated one, could quickly tell that the real conflict was between what my mother saw as 2 extremely different, incompatible ways of seeing the world and treating the people you were supposed to love and support. For instance, it was during this argument that I overheard my father say the thing about my being unable to find my ass even if it had a large bell attached to it, which my mother heard mainly as him passing cold, rigid judgment on somebody he was supposed to love and support, but which in retrospect, I think might have been the only way my father could find to say that he was worried about me, that I had no initiative or direction, and that he didn't know what to do as a father. As is well known, parents can have vastly different ways of expressing love and concern. Of course, much of my interpretation is just speculative. There's obviously no way to know what he really meant. Anyhow, the upshot of all my concentrated thinking and research over the holiday recess was that it looked as though I would basically have to start college all over again, and I was then almost 24, and the financial situation at home was in total flux due to the complex legalities of the wrongful death suit that was underway at the time. As a side note, there was no amount of alteration that could have made my father's suits fit me. At that time, I was a 40-long 30 with a 34 inseam, whereas the bulk of my father's suits were 36 regular, 36 30. The suits and archaic silk blazer ended up being given to Goodwill after Joyce and I cleaned out most of his things from his closet and study and workshop, which was a very sad experience. My mother, as mentioned, was spending more and more time watching the neighborhood birds at the tube feeders which she'd hung around the front porch and the standing feeders in the yard. My father's house's living room had a large picture window with an excellent view of the porch, yard, and street, and, often wearing a red chenille robe and large fuzzy slippers all day, and neglecting both her normal interests and personal grooming, which increasingly worried everyone. After the holidays, just as it was beginning to snow, I made an appointment to speak with DePaul's Associate Dean for Academic Affairs, who was definitely a real Jesuit, and wore the official black and white uniform, and also had a yellow ribbon tied to the knob of his office door, about the experience in advanced tax and the turnaround in my direction and focus, and about now being so behind in terms of that focus, and to broach the possibility of maybe continuing my enrollment an extra year with deferred tuition in order to help make up some of my deficits in terms of an accounting major. But it was awkward, because I had actually been in this father's office before, 2 or 3 years prior, under, to put it mildly, very different circumstances, namely getting my shoes squeezed and being threatened with academic probation, in response to which I think I may actually have said aloud, "Whatever," which is the sort of thing that Jesuits do not take kindly to. Thus, in this appointment, the Associate Dean's demeanor was patronizing and skeptical and amused. He seemed to find the change in my appearance and stated attitude more comical than anything else, as if he regarded it as a prank or joke, or some kind of ploy to try to buy myself 1 more year before having to go out and fend for myself in what he termed the world of men. And there was no way to adequately describe for him the awarenesses and conclusions I'd come to while watching daytime television and then later bumbling into the wrong final class without sounding childish or insane, and essentially, I was shown the door. This was in early January 1979, on the day it was just beginning to snow. I can remember watching large, tentative, individual flakes of snow falling and blowing around aimlessly in the wind generated by the train through the window of the CTA commuter line from Lincoln Park back up to Libertyville, and thinking, this is my crude approximation of a human life. As far as I recall, the yellow ribbons all over the city were because of the hostage trouble in the Mideast and the assault on U.S. embassies. I knew very little about what was going on, partly because I had not watched any TV since that experience in mid-December with the soccer ball and As the World Turns. It's not as though I made any conscious decision to renounce television after that time. I just cannot remember watching any after that day. Also, after the pre-holiday experiences, I now felt far too far behind to be able to afford to waste time watching TV. Part of me was frightened that I'd actually become galvanized and motivated too late, and was somehow going to just at the last minute miss some crucial chance to renounce nihilism and make a meaningful real-world choice. This was also all taking place during what emerged as the worst blizzard in the modern history of Chicago, and at the start of the spring '79 term, everything was in chaos because DePaul's administration kept having to cancel classes because no one who lived off campus could guarantee they could get into school, and half of the dorms couldn't reopen yet because of frozen pipes, and part of my father's house's roof cracked because of the weight of accumulated snow, and there was a big structural crisis that I got stuck dealing with because my mother was too obsessed with the logistical problems of keeping the snow from covering up all the bird seed she left out. Also, most of the CTA trains were out of service, and buses were abruptly canceled if it was determined that the plows couldn't keep certain roads clear, and every morning of that first week I had to get up very early and listen to the radio to see if DePaul was even having classes that day, and if they were, I'd have to try to slog in. I should mention that my father didn't drive. He'd been a devotee of public transportation, and my mother had given Joyce the Le Car as part of the arrangement they made regarding the dissolution of the bookstore, so there was no car, although occasionally I could get rides from Joyce, although I hated to impose. She was over there mostly to look in on my mother, who was obviously in a decline, and about whom we were all increasingly worried, and it later turned out Joyce had spent a great deal of time doing research into North County psychological services and programs and trying to determine what kind of special care my mother might need and where it could be found. Despite the snow and temperatures, for instance, my mother now abandoned her practice of watching the birds from inside through the window and progressed to standing on or near the steps to the porch and holding up tube feeders herself in her upraised hands, and appeared prepared to stay in this position long enough to actually develop frostbite if someone didn't intervene and remonstrate with her to come inside. The numbers and noise level of birds involved were also problematic by this time, as some in the neighborhood had already pointed out even before the blizzard had struck. On one level, I'm fairly sure that it was on WBBM AM, a very dry, conservative, all-news station which my father had favored, but whose weather-related cancellations reports were the most comprehensive in the area, that I first heard mention of the service's aggressive new recruiting incentive program, the service obviously being shorthand for the Internal Revenue Service, better known to taxpayers as the IRS. But I also have a partial memory of actually first seeing an advertisement for this recruitment program in a sudden, dramatic way that now, in retrospect, seems so heavily fateful and dramatic that it now seems as though perhaps it is more the memory of a dream or fantasy I had at the time, which essentially consisted of me waiting in the Galaxy Mall food court area while Joyce was helping my mother negotiate another large delivery order from Fish and Fowl Pet Plaza. Certain elements of this memory are certainly credible. It is true that I had trouble seeing animals for sale in cages. I have always had difficulty with cages and seeing things caged, and I often did wait for my mother outside in the food court while they were in Fish and Fowl. I was there to help carry bags of seed in the event that delivery orders were refused or delayed on account of the severe weather, which, as many Chicagoans still recall, remained intense for quite some time, all but paralyzing the whole area. Anyhow, according to this memory, I was sitting at one of the many stylized plastic tables in the Galaxy Mall's food court, looking absently down at the table's pattern of star and moon-shaped perforations, and saw, through one such perforation, a portion of the Sun-Times that someone had evidently discarded on the floor beneath the table, which was open to the business classified section, and the memory involves seeing this from above the table in such a way that a beam of light from the food court's overhead lighting far above fell through one of the star-shaped perforations in the tabletop and illuminated, as if by a symbolically star-shaped spotlight or ray of light, one particular advertisement among all the page's other ads and notices of business and career opportunities, this being a notice about the IRS's new recruitment incentive program underway in some sections of the country, of which the Chicagoland area was one. I'm simply mentioning this memory, whether it's actually as credible as the more pedestrian WBBM memory or not, as another illustration of how motivationally primed I seem to be in retrospect for a career in the service. The IRS recruiting station for the Chicagoland area was in a kind of temporary storefront-type office space on West Taylor Street, right near to the UIC campus where I'd spent a joyless and hypocritical 1975-76 school year, and almost across the street from the Chicago Fire Department Academy, whose apprentice firemen actually used to show up sometimes in full slicker and boot regalia at the Hat, where they were banned from drinks involving seltzer or carbonation of any kind, which involves a long explanation which I won't go into here. Nor, luckily, was the podiatrist's sign with the rotating foot visible from this side of the Kennedy Expressway. That huge rotating foot represented one of the childish things I was anxious to put away. I remember the sun had finally emerged, although this later turned out to be only a temporary break or eye in the storm system, and there was more severe winter weather on the way 2 days hence. There were now 4 or more feet of new snow on the ground, and much more in places where high-speed plows had cleared the streets and formed mammoth drifts along the sides, and you had to pass through almost a kind of tunnel or nave to get to the sidewalk itself, where you then floundered whenever you passed a property whose owner wasn't civic-minded enough to shovel the sidewalk. I was wearing flared green corduroys whose cuffs were soon almost up around my knees, and my heavy Timberlands, which were not great on actual traction I had discovered, were packed with snow. It was so bright that it was difficult to see. It felt almost like a polar expedition. When the sidewalks were simply too piled up, you had to try to clamber back over the drifts and walk in the street. Understandably, traffic was light. The streets were now more like canyons with sheer white sides, and the high drifts and business district buildings beyond cast complex, flat-topped shadows that sometimes formed bar graphs you walked right across. I had been able to catch a bus transfer as far as Grant Park, but no closer. The river was frozen and piled high with snow, which the plows had tried to dump there. By the way, I know that it's doubtful that anyone outside the Chicagoland area is very interested in the great 1979 winter storm anymore, but for me, it was a vivid, critical time whose memory is unusually clear and focused. To me, this remembered clarity is a further sign of the clear demarcation in my own awareness and sense of direction before and after the substitute in advanced tax. It wasn't so much the rhetoric about heroism and wrangling, much of which seemed a bit over the top to me even then. There are limits. I think part of what was so galvanizing was the substitute's diagnosis of the world and reality as already essentially penetrated and formed, the real world's constituent info generated, and that now a meaningful choice lay in herding, corralling, and organizing that torrential flow of info. This rang true to me, though on a level that I don't think I even was fully aware existed within me. Anyhow, it took a while even to find it. I can remember that a few corners' stop signs had only the polygonal sign portion visible above the drifts, and several storefronts' doors had their mail slots frozen open and long tongues of wind-blown snow on their carpet. Many of the city's maintenance and garbage trucks also had blades affixed to their grills and were serving as extra plows as Chicago's mayor tried to respond to the public outcry over the inefficient disposal of snow. On Balbo, there were some remains of snowmen in front yards, whose heights indicated the ages of whoever had made them. The storm had blown some of their eyes and pipes away or rearranged their features. From a distance, some of them looked sinister or deranged. It was very quiet and so bright that when you closed your eyes there was only a lit-up blood red in there. There were a few harsh sounds of snow shovels and a high, distant snarling sound that I only later remembered as being one or more snowmobiles on Roosevelt Road. Some of the yard's snowmen wore a father's old or cast-off business hat. One, very high, clotted drift had an open umbrella visible at its very top, and I recall a frightening few minutes of digging and shouting downward into the hole because it almost looked as if a person carrying an umbrella might have gotten abruptly buried in mid-stride. But it turned out to be just an umbrella which someone had abandoned by opening it and shoving its handle down into the snowbank, perhaps as some kind of prank or gesture to play with people's minds. Anyhow, it emerged that the service had recently instituted a program of recruiting new contract employees in much the same way as the new volunteer armed forces, with heavy advertising and inducements. There turned out to be good institutional reasons for the aggressive recruiting, only some of which had to do with competition from the private accounting sector. By the way, only lay and popular media refer to all IRS contract employees as agents. Within the service, where personnel are more often identified by the branch or division in which they're posted, agent usually refers to those in the Criminal Investigation Division, which is comparatively small and handles cases of tax evasion so egregious that criminal penalties more or less have to be sought in order to make an example of the TP, which is essentially designed to motivate overall compliance. By the way, given that the federal tax system still proceeds largely on voluntary compliance, the psychology of the service's relation to taxpayers is complex, requiring a public impression of extreme efficiency and thoroughness together with an aggressive system of penalties, interest, and, in extreme cases, criminal prosecution. In reality, though, criminal investigations is somewhat of a last resort, since criminal penalties rarely tend to yield additional revenue. A TP in prison has no income and is thus obviously not in a position to pay down his delinquency, whereas the credible threat of prosecution can function as a spur to repayment and future compliance, as well as having a motivating effect on other taxpayers considering criminal evasions. For the service, in other words, public relations is actually a vital, complex part of both mission and efficacy. Similarly, while examiner is often the popular term, even among some private tax professionals, for the IRS employee who conducts an audit, whether in the field or the appropriate district office, the service's own internal term for such a post is auditor. The term examiner refers to an employee tasked with the actual selection of certain tax returns for audit, although he never deals with the TP directly. Examinations is, as mentioned, the responsibility of regional examination centers, such as Peoria's Midwest REC. Organizationally, examinations, audits, and criminal investigation are all divisions of the IRS's compliance branch. At the same time, though, it is true that certain mid-level auditors are known technically within the service's personnel hierarchy as revenue agents. It's also true that members of the Internal Inspections Division are sometimes classified as agents, with the Inspections Division being rather like the service's version of law enforcement agencies' internal affairs. In essence, they are tasked with investigating charges of malfeasance or criminal behavior on the part of service employees or administration. Administratively, IID is part of the internal control branch of the IRS, which also includes both the personnel and systems divisions. The point, I suppose, is that, as with most large federal agencies, the structure and organization of the service is highly complex. In fact, there are departments within the internal control branch tasked exclusively to studying the service's own organizational structure and determining ways to help maximize efficiency in terms of the service's mission. Set amid the dazzling paralysis of the Chicago Loop, the IRS recruiting station was not, at first blush, a very dramatic or compelling-looking place. There was also a U.S. Air Force recruiting office in the same storefront, separated from the IRS's space only by a large polyvinyl screen or shield, and the fact that the USAF office played an orchestral version of the familiar "Off We Go to the Wild Blue Yonder" musical theme over and over again on a repeating track in its reception area may well have had something to do with the IRS recruiter's problem with his head and face, which were prone to small spastic jerks and grimaces at various times, and was, at first, difficult not to stare at and to act casual in the presence of. This service recruiter, who appeared unshaven and had a cowlick that seemed to comprise almost the whole right side of his head, also wore his sunglasses indoors, and had an involved stain on one lapel of his suit jacket, and his necktie, unless my eye had not yet adjusted from the brilliant dazzle of floundering southwest through fallen snow all the way from the Buckingham Fountain bus stop in Grant Park, might have been an actual clip-on. On the other hand, I had melted snow up to my groin, and frozen birdseed on my down coat, as well as 2 different winter-weight turtlenecks on beneath that, and probably did not look very promising either. There was obviously no way that I was going to wear any of my new Carson's business apparel to clamber through chest-high snowdrifts. Besides the distracting martial music from across the screen, the IRS recruiting station itself was overheated and smelled of sour coffee and a brand of stick-style deodorant which I couldn't place. Several empty Nesbitt's soda cans were arranged atop an overall wastebasket, around which a litter of balled-up papers suggested idle hours of trying to throw balled-up papers into it, a pastime I knew well from studying at the UIC library on the evenings when the podiatrist's signs foot had so ruled. I also remember an open box of doughnuts whose glaze had gone unappetizingly dull. Nevertheless, I wasn't here to judge anything, nor to make hasty commitments. I was here to try to verify the seemingly almost incredible incentives for entering the service that had been detailed by the advertisement I'd either heard or perhaps seen 2 days prior. It eventually emerged that the recruiter had been on duty without relief for several days because of the storm, which was probably the reason for his condition. The service's standards for personal appearance on post are normally fairly stringent. When one of the city's large makeshift plows came by, the noise shook the storefront's window, which faced south and was untinted, forming another possible explanation for the recruiter's sunglasses, which I still found disconcerting. The recruiter's desk was flanked by flags and a large easel with institutional charts and advertisements on large pieces of poster board, and hanging slightly askew on the wall above and behind the desk was a framed print of the Internal Revenue Service seal which the recruiter explained depicted the mythic hero Bellerophon slaying the Chimera, as well as the Latin motto on a long furling banner along the bottom, Aliqui tamen faciendum est, which essentially means, he is the one doing a difficult, unpopular job. It turned out that for reasons dating all the way back to the permanent institution of a federal income tax in 1913, Bellerophon was the service's official symbol or figure, rather the way the bald eagle is the United States as a whole's. In return for a commitment of 2 to 4 years, depending on the specific incentive scheme, the Internal Revenue Service was offering up to a total of $14,450 for college or continuing technical education. That was, of course, $14,450 before applicable taxes, I remember the IRS recruiter stipulating with a smile I did not, at that point, know how to interpret. Also, by an elaborate arrangement which the recruiter highlighted for me on a fold-out document that outlined all the service's various incentive schedules in complex diagrams with dotted lines and extremely small type, if the continuing education led to either a CPA license or a master's degree in the accounting or tax fields from an accredited institution, there were several grades of further inducements to extend one's employee contract with the IRS, including an option to attend classes while posted at either a regional processing center or regional examination center, to which the recruiter explained that newer service personnel were commonly posted for their first several quarters after what the recruiter called T&A. In order to qualify for the incentive package, one had to complete the 12-week course at an IRS Training and Assessment Center, or TAC, which is what the recruiter's rather cynical T&A also stood for. Also, employees nearly always refer to the IRS as the service, and the site at which one works as their IRS post, and they measure time of employment not in years or months, but in terms of the service calendar's 4 fiscal quarters, which correspond to the legal deadlines for mailing quarterly estimated tax, or 1040 EST payments, the only unusual thing about which is that the second quarter runs from 15 April to 15 June, or only 2 months, and the fourth extends from 15 September to 15 January of the successive year. This is mainly so that the final quarter can comprise the entire taxable year through 31 December. The recruiter explained none of this in so many words at the time. Much of it is just the sort of special institutional info one absorbs over time in an adult career. Anyhow, by this time there were also 2 other would-be recruits in the office, one of whom I only remember as having a brightly colored one-piece snowsuit and a somewhat low, bulging forehead. The other, older man, though, had masking or duct tape holding his battered sneakers' soles on, and was shivering in a way that seemed to have nothing to do with temperature, and impressed me as quite probably an indigent or street person rather than a bona fide candidate for recruitment. I was trying to concentrate and study the incentive schedule handout in my hand throughout the recruiter's more formal introductory presentation, and as a result, I know I failed to catch certain key details. Also, though, those details were sometimes actually drowned out by the cymbals and timpanis of the Air Force theme's crescendo portion on the screen's other side. We 3, the recruiting presentation's audience, were in folding metal chairs arranged before his desk, which the recruiter initially stood to the side of beside his display easel. I remembered that the man with the low forehead had reversed his chair and was seated leaning forward with his hands on the chair's back and his chin atop his knuckles, whereas the third member of our audience was eating a donut after placing several others in side pockets of his khaki army coat. I remember the service recruiter continually referred to an elaborate color chart or diagram that depicted the administrative structure and organization of the IRS. The depiction covered more than one chart, actually, and the recruiter, who sneezed several times without covering his nose or even averting his head, and also had more of the tiny neurological tic or spasm events at certain points in the unavoidably overheard "off we go," had to keep pulling different sections of poster board to the front of the easel, And the whole thing was so complicated and consisted of so many branches, sub-branches, divisions, and coordinating offices and sub-offices, as well as parallel or bilateral sub-offices and technology support divisions, that it appeared impossible to comprehend even the general sense of well enough to take a real interest in, though I obviously made it a conscious point to look as attentive and engaged as possible, if only to show that I was someone who could be trained to herd and process large amounts of info. At that juncture, I was obviously unaware that initial diagnostic screening of possible recruits was already underway and that the excessive complexity and minutiae of the recruiter's presentation represented part of a psychological dispositional assessment mechanism in use by the IRS's Personnel Division since 1967. Nor did I understand when the other potential recruit, meaning the one who wasn't obviously just looking for a warm place off the street, began nodding off over his chair's back at the abstruseness of the presentation, that he had effectively eliminated himself as a candidate for all but the lowest level IRS postings. Also, there were upwards of 20 different forms to fill out, many of which were redundant. It wasn't clear to me why one couldn't simply fill out one copy and then Xerox a number of duplicates, but I again chose to keep my own counsel and simply fill out the same essential info over and over again. Overall, despite comprising scarcely more than 5,750 total words, the initial recruiting presentation and processing lasted almost 3 hours, during which there were also several intervals when the recruiter trailed off and sat in a heavy, incongruous silence, during which he may or may not have been asleep. The sunglasses made it impossible to verify. I would later be informed that these unexplained pauses, too, were part of initial recruit screening and dispositional assessment, that the shabby recruiting office was, in fact, under sophisticated videotape surveillance. One of the required forms had contained an authorization to record buried in one of the subclauses boilerplate, which I obviously did not notice at the time, and that our fidget and yawn rates and certain characteristics of posture, position, and facial expression in certain contexts would be reviewed and compared to various psychological templates and predictive formulas which the service's internal control branch's Personnel Division's Recruitment and Training Subdivision had developed several years prior, which is, in turn, a very long and complicated story involving the service's emphasis throughout the 1960s and 70s on maximizing throughput, meaning the highest possible efficiency in terms of the volume of tax returns and documents that could be processed, examined, audited, and adjusted in a given fiscal quarter. Though the service's concept of efficiency would undergo changes in the 1980s as new government priorities trickled down through the Treasury and 666, with an institutional emphasis on maximizing revenue rather than throughput of returns, the emphasis at the time, meaning January 1979, required screening recruits for a set of characteristics that boiled down to an ability to maintain concentration under conditions of extreme tedium, complication, confusion, and absence of comprehensive info. The service was, in the words of one of the examinations instructors at the Indianapolis TAC, looking for cogs, not spark plugs. Eventually, it was beginning to get dark and to snow again by the time the recruiter announced that the process was over, and we, by this time there were perhaps 5 or 6 of us in the audience, some having drifted in during the formal presentation, were then each given a ream-sized stack of stapled packets of materials in a large, blue IRS binder. The recruiter's final instructions were that those of us who felt we were still potentially interested should go home and read these materials closely and return the next day, which would, if I remember right, have been a Friday, for the next stage of the recruitment process. To be honest, I had expected to be interviewed and asked all sorts of questions about my background, experience, and direction in terms of career and commitment. I expected that they would want to verify I was serious and not just there to scam the IRS out of free tuition funding. Not surprisingly, I had expected that the Internal Revenue Service, which my father, whose job with the city had understandably involved dealings with the IRS on a variety of levels, feared and respected, would be acutely sensitive to the possibility of being scammed or conned in any way, and I remember on the long trek in from the bus stop that I had been apprehensive about what to say in response to tough questioning about the origin of my interest and goals. I had been concerned about how to tell the truth without the service's recruiters reacting the way the Assistant Dean for Academic Affairs had just recently reacted, or thinking of me in anything like the way I had thought about the Christian girl with the multifloral boots in the Lindenhurst memory already mentioned. To the best of my recollection, though, I was required to say almost nothing that first day of recruiting after the initial hello and one or two innocuous questions, as well as my name, of course. Nearly all my input was, as I've mentioned, in the form of forms, many of which had barcodes in the lower left corners. This detail I remember because these were the first barcodes I can remember ever being aware of in my life up to then. Anyhow, the recruiting office's binder full of homework was so unbelievably dry and obscure that you essentially had to read each line several times to derive any sense of what it was trying to say. I almost couldn't believe it. I had already gotten a taste of real accounting language from the assigned textbooks for Managerial Accounting and Auditing 1, which were both just underway, when weather permitted, at DePaul, but the service material made those textbooks look like child's play by comparison. The largest single packet in the binder was something on low-toner Xerox called Statement of Procedural Rules, which is actually from Title 26, subsection 601 of the Code of Federal Regulations, a 96-word section of a page that I remember that I flipped to at first at random and read, just to get an idea of what I would be having to try to read and process, was paragraph 1910, subsection 601.201a, 1g, subpart 11. For ruling requests concerning the classification of an organization as a limited partnership where a corporation is the sole general partner, see Revenue Procedure 72-13, 1972-1, CB 735. See also Revenue Procedure 74-17, 1974-1, CB 438, and Revenue Procedure 75-16, 1975-1, CB 676. Revenue Procedure 74-17 announces certain operating rules of the service relating to the issuance of advance ruling letters concerning the classification of organizations formed as limited partnerships. Revenue Procedure 75-16 sets forth the checklist outlining required information frequently omitted from requests for rulings relating to classification of organizations for federal tax purposes. Essentially, the whole thing was like that. Nor at the time did I know we would have to try to practically memorize the entire 82,617-word procedural rules manual at the Training and Assessment Center, less for informational purposes, since every IRS examiner's tingle table would have the procedural rules included in the Internal Revenue Manual right there in the bottom right drawer, attached with a little chain so no one could take or borrow it, as we were all supposed to have it at our tingle at all times, but more as a type of diagnostic tool for seeing who could sit there hour after hour and apply themselves to it versus who couldn't, which obviously bore on who could cut it at various levels of complexity and dryness, which, in turn, is why the examinations component of the TAC's training course was known at the TAC as Camp Concentration. My best guess at the time, sitting there in my childhood room in my father's house in Libertyville, the dorm at DePaul still wasn't open as some frozen pipes had ruptured, the storm and its fallout still had much of the city paralyzed, was that requiring us to read this material was some kind of test or hurdle to help determine who was truly motivated and serious and who was just drifting around attempting to scam some easy tuition money from the government. I kept picturing the indigent character who ate all the donuts from that afternoon's presentation, lying in a cardboard appliance box in an alley, reading a page of the packet, and then setting it afire to provide light for reading the next page. In a certain way, I think that was essentially what I was doing too. I had to blow off nearly all my next day's accounting class assignments in order to stay up nearly all night getting through the service material. It didn't feel feckless, though it also didn't feel especially romantic or heroic. It was more as if I simply had to make a choice of what was more important. I read more or less the whole thing. I won't even say how many words in toto. It took until almost 5 a.m. At the very back, not all the way, but tucked between 2 pages of the transcript of a 1966 USTC case called Uinta Livestock Corporation v.U.S. near the back of the binder, were a couple of more forms to fill out, which reinforced my assumption that it really had been a kind of test to see if we were committed and interested enough to nut up and plow all the way through. I can't say I read everything carefully, of course. One of the few packets that wasn't totally eye-glazing was a rundown on the IRS training and assessment centers and on the various types of entry-level posts available to recruits who came out of the TAC course with various levels of education and incentive packages. There were 2 IRS training and assessment centers in Indianapolis and Columbus, Ohio, about which the packet had photos and regulations, but nothing specific on what the training was actually like. As usually happens with photocopied photos, the images were mostly black masses with some indistinct white blobs. You couldn't really make out what was going on. Unlike the present day, the protocol in that era was that if you wanted a serious career in the service, with a contract and civil service rank above GS9, you had to go through a TAC course which lasted 12 weeks. You also had to join the Treasury Employees Union, although info on that criterion was not included in the packet. Otherwise, you were, in essence, a temporary or seasonal worker, which the service uses a lot of, especially in the lower levels of returns processing and exams. I remember that the post list's representation of the service's structure was much simpler and less comprehensive than the recruiter's presentation's diagram, although this one also had a lot of asterisks and single and double lines connecting various parts of the page's grid, and the legend for these marks had been half cut off due to someone having Xeroxed the thing at an angle. In that era, the 6 main nodes or service branches consisted of administration, returns processing, compliance, collections, internal control, support services, and something called technical branch, which was the only branch with the actual word branch in its name on the diagram, which at the time I found curious. Each branch then branched into several subordinate divisions, 36 divisions in all, though in today's service there are now 48 separate divisions, some with cross-coordinated and overlapping functions which have to be streamlined and overseen by the Divisional Liaison Division, which is itself, somewhat confusingly, a division of both the administration and internal control branches. Each division then also comprised numerous subdivisions, some of whose typeface got extremely small and hard to read. The compliance branch's examinations division, for example, comprised positions, though only those postings marked in italic font, which was practically impossible to make out on the Xerox, required a federal contract or TAC course in clerical, CART, data entry, data processing, classification, correspondence, district office interface, regional office interface, duplicating services, procurement, research audit interface, secretarial, personnel, service center interface, computer center interface, and so forth, as well as formal rote examiner posts grouped in that era, though here at the Midwest REC, now the group characterizations are quite a bit different, by the types of returns one specialized in, encoded on the diagram as 1040, 1040A, 1041, EST, and FATS, which refers to a complex 1040 with more than 4 schedules or attachments. Also, corporate 1120 and 1120S tax returns are examined by special examiners known in exams as immersives, which the recruiting page did not include information on, as immersive exams are conducted by special elite, highly trained examiners who have their own special section of the REC facility. Anyhow, as I can still recall, the obvious idea was that anyone who was truly serious would make their best attempt to read the whole contents of the binder, would see and complete the relevant portions of the forms at the back, and then would make the effort to somehow commute back in, weather permitting, to the West Taylor recruiting station the next day by 9 a.m. for something which the final sheet termed advanced processing. It also snowed all night again, though not as heavily, and by 4 a.m. you could hear the terrible sound of the city of Libertyville's plows scraping the street's concrete raw outside my childhood room's window. Also, the bird sounds at sunrise were incredible, causing lights in some of the other houses along our street to come on in irritation, and the CTA was still only running a staggered schedule. Still, even given the rush of commuters at that time of day and the rigors of the trek in from Grant Park, I arrived back at the storefront recruiting station no later than 9:20 a.m., albeit covered with snow again, to find no one else there from the prior day except the same service recruiter, looking even more exhausted and disheveled, who, when I came in and said I was ready for advanced processing and gave him the forms from the homework I'd plowed through, looked from me to the forms and back again, giving me the exact kind of smile of someone who, on Christmas morning, has just unwrapped an expensive present he already owns. Subsection 23. Dream. I saw rows of foreshortened faces over which faint emotions played like the light of the distant fire. The placid hopelessness of adulthood, the complex regret. One or two, the most alive, looked better in an objectless way. Many others looked blank as the faces on coins. At the edges were office workers bustling at the endless small tasks involved in mailing, filing, sorting, their faces blankly avid, filled with the mindless energy you see in bugs, weeds, birds. The dream seemed to take hours, but when I'd come awake, Superman's arms, the clock was a gift, would be in the same position as the last time I looked. This dream was my psyche teaching me about boredom. I think I was very often bored as a child, but boredom is not what I know it as. What I knew was that I worried a lot. I was a fretful, nervous, anxious, worried boy. These were my parents' words, and they became mine. Wet, distended Sunday afternoons while my mother and brother were at a recital and my father lay asleep on the couch in front of a Bengals game with a libretto to Norma open on his chest, I felt the sort of soaring, ceilingless tedium that transcends tedium and becomes worry. I do not recall the things I worried about, but I remember the feeling. And it was an anxiety whose lack of a proper object is what made it horrible, free-floating. I'd look out the window and see the glass instead of anything past it. I'd think of the sorts of small games and toys and developmental projects my mother always suggested, and within the boredom, not only find them unappealing, but be unable to imagine how anyone anywhere could possibly have the mindless energy to undertake any sort of child's amusements, or sit still in the silence long enough to read a picture book. The whole world was torpid, enervated, worry-logged. My parents' words and feelings became my own as I took on the responsibilities of my role in the family drama, the nervous, delicate son, object of my mother's concern, as my brother was the gifted, driven son whose piano filled the house after school and kept the twilight outside the windows where it belonged. In psychotherapy, after the incident with my own son, I free-associated my way into recalling a great book's presentation on Achilles and Hector in the 11th grade, and I remembered realizing vividly that my family was Achilles, that my brother was Achilles' shield, and I, the family's heel, the part of the family my mother held tight to and made undivine, and that the recognition had come in the middle of my speech and left again so fast I'd not had time to grab it, though I did, for much of my adolescence and early adulthood, conceive of myself in terms of a heel or foot. My internal remonstrances often took the form of calling myself a heel, for example, and it was true that people's feet, shoes, socks, and ankles were often the first things about them I noticed. Just as my father was the beaten but obdurate warrior, ground down every day in a campaign whose pointlessness was part of its corrosive power. My mother's role in the Achilles corpus remains unclear. I'm not sure either whether as a child my brother was conscious of the fact that his afternoon practice always coincided with my father's return home. In some respects, I think my brother's whole piano career was designed around this requirement that there be light and music at 5:42 for my father's re-entry, that in a way his life depended on it. Every evening he made the opposite transition from that of the sun, death to life. It is not surprising that I had trouble in grammar school with its rows of empty faces and shadowless lights and wire mesh in the windows and a regimentation to primary education that still held on in the Midwest, memorization and regurgitation, tables, prescriptive grammar and diagrams of sentences. The only decorations, the alphabet in construction paper on a cork guilloche that ran above the blackboard. Each classroom contained 30 student desks in 5 rows of 6. Each had flooring of white tile with insubstantial cloud shapes of brown and gray that were discontinuous because whoever laid the tile didn't bother to match the patterns. Each room had a wall clock, manufactured by Ben Roos, with no second hand and a minute hand whose movements were discrete clicks instead of silent, continuous clicks. The system of clocks was wired to the school's bell, which sounded at 55 past the hour, again at 00, and, in a somehow more dire way, at 02, signaling tardiness and interrupting each instructor's opening remarks. The school smelled of adhesive paste, rubber boots, sour cafeteria food, and a warm biotic odor of many bodies and the fixative of the tile floor as 300 mammals slowly warmed the rooms throughout the day. Most of the teachers were sexless females, old, meaning older than my mother, and severe, but not unkind, with a small dilution of younger males, one in 4th grade mathematics with the actual name Mr. Goodnature, drawn to teach children by the vague political idealism then just beginning to build, unknown to me, on college campuses far beyond my world. The young men were the worst, and some actual martinets, depressed and bitter because the idealism that had brought them to us was no match for the petrified bureaucracy of the Columbus school system or the listless passivity of children they dreamed of inspiring, read, indoctrinating, to a soft liberalism, peace was a big word with these men, that would replicate and flatter their own. Children who were instead locked tight inside themselves and an institutional tedium they couldn't name but had already lost their hearts to. Subsection 24, 975-04-2012. Author here. I arrived for intake processing at Lake James, Illinois' IRS Post 047 sometime in mid-May of 1985. It was quite probably on or very near Monday, May 15th. In any event, the point is that I journeyed to Peoria on whatever particular day in May from my family's home in Philo, to which my brief return had been, shall we say, untriumphant, and where certain members of my family had more or less been looking at their watches impatiently the whole brief time I was home. Without mentioning or identifying anyone in particular, let's just say that the prevailing attitude in my family tended to be, "What have you done for me lately?" Or, maybe better, "What have you achieved/earned/attained lately that may in some way, imaginary or not, reflect well on us and let us bask in some kind of reflected, real or not, accomplishment?" It was a bit like a for-profit company, my family, in that you were pretty much only as good as your last sales quarter. Although, whatever. I most definitely was not offered any kind of family ride to Peoria, though I may have gotten a quick lift to the bus station which in Philo comprised one corner of the local IGA parking lot, which was not all that far, but would have been ghastly to walk to wearing my three-piece corduroy suit in the gluey humidity of pre-dawn, which in the lower Midwest is also one of the two prime times of day for mosquito activity, the other being dusk, and mosquitoes there are not just a nuisance, but serious business indeed. While carrying two heavy suitcases, this was a couple years before the sudden advance of someone in the luggage industry realizing that suitcases could be fit with little wheels and telescoping handles so that they could be pulled, which was just the sort of abrupt, ingenious advance that makes entrepreneurial capitalism such an exciting system. It gives people incentive to make things more efficient. Plus, I also had my beloved dispatch case, which was inherited from an older, non-immediate relative who'd been a staff officer in Hawaii during the latter part of World War II, and was a bit like a briefcase, i.e. the dispatch case was, except that it had no handle, and was therefore carried tucked under one's arm, and which contained the sorts of intimate or irreplaceable personal effects, toiletries, customized earplug case, dermatological salves and ointments, and important papers that any thinking person carries with him instead of trusting to the vagaries of baggage handling. These papers included my recent correspondence with both the Guaranteed Student Loan people and the IRS's Midwest Region's Office of the Deputy Regional Commissioner for Personnel, as well as my copy of the signed IRS contract and the Form 141-PO constituting my so-called posting orders to the Midwest REC, both of which, i.e. both latter documents, I would evidently need in order to acquire my service ID badge, which I'd been directed to do straight away upon my arrival at the GS9 intake station at a certain particular time that was filled in by hand on a smeary, indifferently stamped line near the bottom of the posting orders. Quick aside here, pace his overall self-indulgent and penchant for hand-wringing, subsection 22's irrelevant Chris Fogel was actually on the money about one thing. Given the way the human mind works, it does tend to be small, sensuously specific details that get remembered over time, and unlike some so-called memoirists, I refuse to pretend that the mind works any other way than it really does. At the same time, rest assured that I am not Chris Fogel, and that I have no intention of inflicting on you a regurgitation of every last sensation and passing thought I happen to recall. I am about art here, not simple reproduction. What logoriac colleagues like Fogel failed to understand is that there are vastly different kinds of truth, some of which are incompatible with one another. Example, a 100% accurate, comprehensive list of the exact size and shape of every blade of grass in my front lawn is true, but it is not a truth that anyone will have any interest in. What renders a truth meaningful, worthwhile, etc., is its relevance, which in turn requires extraordinary discernment and sensitivity to context, questions of value and overall point. Otherwise, we might as well all just be computers downloading raw data to one another. There was also, in one of the leather dispatch case's myriad ingenious little inner sleeves and snap pockets, a certain piece of supporting documentation in the form of a personal intra-family correspondence from a certain unnamed and non-immediate relative who enjoyed what today would be called significant juice with the IRS's Midwest Regional Commissioner's Office in Joliet, upstate, which technically I was not supposed to even have, and which was somewhat rumpled after its retrieval from the wastebasket of an unnamed and more immediate relative, but which it seemed prudent to have with me in case of some kind of bureaucratic emergency or last resort need. In general, my attitude toward bureaucracies was the same as that of most ordinary Americans. I hated and feared them, i.e., bureaucracies, and basically regarded them as large, grinding, impersonal machines. That is, they seemed rigidly literal and rule-bound the same way machines are, and just about as dumb. Dating at least from a 1979 tangle with the state's DMV and our insurance provider over the terms and coverage of my learner's permit after an incident so laughably minor it could barely even be called a collision, my primary association with the word bureaucracy was an image of someone expressionless behind a counter, not listening to any of my questions or explanations of circumstance or misunderstanding, but merely referring to some manual of impersonal regulations as he stamped my form with a number that meant I was in for some further kind of tedious, frustrating hassle or expense. I doubt that you need much prompting to understand why my recent experience with the college's judicial board and dean of students' office, Quo Vadis subsection 9 above, had done nothing to mitigate this view. Shameful or not, I figured that any possible bit of evidence of extra connective juice might serve to lift me out of some long gray line of faceless supplicants in the event of trouble or confusion at the regional exam center, which I had conceived ahead of time as some kind of bureaucratic version of Kafka's castle, an enormous DMV or judicial board. By way of foreshadowing or advance explanation, I'll also admit up front here that there are portions of that arrival and intake day that I do not remember very well, due at least in part to the tsunami of sensuous input, technical data, and bureaucratic complication that awaited me when I arrived and was personally taken in hand and escorted with a degree of solicitude that, however unexpected and confusing, would have been gratifying to just about anyone, to the REC's personnel office, bypassing the GS9 intake station, whose location was anyone's guess, that I'd been directed to find and stand in line at by the smeared and typo-ridden posting orders inside my dispatch case. As nearly always happens with human minds inundated by excessive input, I've retained only flashes and incomplete clips from that day, which I'll now go ahead and recount some specially selected relevant portions of, not only as a way to introduce the atmospherics of the REC and the service, but also to help explain what might initially look like my passivity. It was more simple confusion in the face of what may seem, in the clarity of hindsight, like an obvious case of misassignment or mistaken identity. It was not obvious at the time, though, and expecting a person to have immediately seen it, understood it as an error, and taken immediate steps to correct it is a bit like expecting someone to have noticed and fixed some incongruity in his surroundings at the very moment that 100 flashbulbs suddenly went off in his eyes. There's only so much complex input the human nervous system can take, in other words. I do remember standing there at the edge of the IGA supermarket lot in my suit with my bags and case as dawn officially broke. For those who've never experienced a sunrise in the rural Midwest, it's roughly as soft and romantic as someone's abruptly hitting the lights in a dark room. This is because the land is so flat that there is nothing to impede or gradualize the sun's appearance. It's just all of a sudden there. The temperature immediately goes up 10 degrees, the mosquitoes vanish to wherever exactly it is that mosquitoes go to regroup. Just to the west, the roofline of St. Dymphna's Church sprayed complex shadows over half the downtown. I was drinking a can of Nesbitt's, which is sort of my version of morning coffee. The IGA's lot abuts the downtown's main drag, which is the in-town extension of SR 130, and ingeniously named. Directly across this main street from the IGA were the bubble-top pumps and saurian logo of Cleats Sinclair, outside of which the best and brightest of Philo High used to gather on Friday nights to drink Pabst Blue Ribbon and search the adjacent lot's weeds for frogs and mice to throw at Cleats' bug zapper, which he'd modified to hold 225 volts of charge. This was, so far as I know, the only time I'd ridden a commercial bus line, and it was not an experience I'm eager to repeat. The bus was unclean, and some of the passengers appeared to have been aboard for several days running, with all that entails in terms of hygiene and inhibition. I remember that the seat backs seemed unnaturally high, and there was some kind of aluminum alloy bar for your feet, and a button on the seat's arm for causing the back to recline, which, in the case of my seat, failed to work correctly. The arm's little flip-top ashtray was a nightmare of gum wads and butts too numerous for the little lid even to close all the way. I remember seeing 2 or more nuns in full habit in one of the forward sections and thinking that requiring nuns to travel by filthy commercial bus must have been in line with their sect's vow of poverty. But it still seemed incongruous and wrong. One of the nuns was doing a crossword puzzle. The trip took over 4 hours in toto, since the bus stopped at an endless number of sour little towns just like my own. The sun began shortly to broil the bus's rear and port side. The air conditioning was more like a vague gesture toward the abstract idea of air conditioning. There was a horrific piece of graffiti incised with knife or leather punch in the plastic of the seat back in front of me, which I looked at twice and then made a point of never looking directly at again. The bus had a lavatory in the way back rear, which no one ever made any attempt to use, and I remember consciously deciding to trust that the passengers had good reason for not using it, instead of venturing in and discovering that reason for myself. Empiricism has its limits. There is also, in memory, a contextless flash of some female's feet in clear polyurethane thongs, a tattoo of what was either ivy or barbed wire around one of her ankles, and a round-faced little boy in shorts in the seat directly across the aisle, with red sprays of impetigo on his knees and a presumable guardian asleep in the adjoining seat. Her seat back did recline, watching me as I ate the small box of raisins from the bag lunch I'd had to pack myself in the dark kitchen, the boy moving his whole head to follow the path of each raisin I brought to my mouth, and I peripherally trying to decide whether to offer to share some of the raisins or not. Ultimately not. I was reading, and didn't want to converse, not to mention that God only knew what this child's situation or story was. Plus, impetigo is notoriously contagious. I will spare all of us much sensuous reminiscence about Peoria's main bus terminal, which was ghastly in the special way of bus stations in depressed downtowns everywhere, or of my over 2-hour wait there, except to say that its air was not conditioned or even circulated, and it was extremely crowded, and that there were a certain number of lone men and groups of 2 or 3 men, nearly all wearing suit coats and hats, or else holding their hats or slowly fanning themselves with them as they sat. None of them ever seemed to think to remove their coats or even loosen their ties. And I remember remarking even then that it was strange to see men in their adult prime wearing the business-type hats that normally one saw only on much older men of a certain background and station. A few of the hats were eccentric or unusual. I know that I saw, during my survey of the payphone and vending machine area near the entrance to the restrooms, what may have been an actual prostitute. I well remember the subsequent roil of these same hatted men in the humidity and diesel fumes outside the terminal, and I well remember the 2 baked bean brown IRS transport sedans arriving, finally, and pulling up at the terminal curb, and there turning out to be far too many other newly arrived or transferred IRS personnel, all with abundant luggage, to fit everyone in the sedans, and the order of departure being determined not by the mandatory reporting times stamped on people's respective forms 141-PO, as would appear to have been fair and rational, but by GS grade as evidenced by service ID, which I didn't have, and my argument that it was precisely in order to acquire service ID that I had been specifically ordered to be at the GS9 intake station by 1340 hours made no impression whatever, perhaps since several other pushier personnel were also at that same time exclaiming to the driver while holding up their extant IRS IDs, and slightly later, quite a few of us standing there watching the overfilled sedans recede from the curb into downtown traffic, and many of the other new personnel simply shrugging and going passively back inside the terminal, and my personal feeling that the whole thing was not only unfair and disorganized, but a grim little foretaste indeed of what bureaucratic life was going to be like. Here, by the way, as a brief interpolation, is some preliminary general background that I have opted not to massage or smuggle in through the sort of graceless dramatic contrivance so many stock memoirs resort to wit, the IRS's Midwest Regional Examination Center is a roughly L-shaped physical structure located off Self-Storage Parkway in the Lake James district of Peoria, Illinois. What makes the facility's L shape only rough is that the REC's 2 perpendicular buildings are closely proximate but not continuous. They are, however, connected at the 2nd and 3rd floors by elevated transoms that are enclosed in olive green fiberglass carbonate as a shield against inclement weather, since important documents and data storage cards are often conveyed across them. Neither heating nor air conditioning service was ever reliably achieved in these elevated tunnels, and in summer months the post's personnel refer to them as batons, an apparent reference to the Bataan Death March of World War II's Pacific Theater. The larger of the site's two buildings, originally constructed in 1962, basically comprises Post 047's administrative offices, data processing, document storage, and support service facilities. The other, which is where the bulk of actual examinations of U.S. tax returns takes place, is not owned by the IRS, but instead backleased through a proprietary holding company established by the shareholder trustees of one Midwest Mirror Works, a glass and amalgam manufacturer that vanished into the protections of UCC Chapter 7 in the mid-1970s. Incorporated in 1845 and perhaps best known as the birthplace of barbed wire in 1873, Peoria plays a vital role in the IRS's Midwest regional structure. Located medially between East St. Louis, Missouri's Regional Service Center, and Joliet, Illinois' Regional Commissioner's Office, and serving the region's 9 states and 14 IRS districts, the Midwest REC's staff of 1,900 employees examine the math and veracity of some 4.5 million tax returns per year. Though the service's nationwide structure comprises 7 regions in toto, there are, following the Rome, New York REC's spectacular administrative meltdown in 1981, only 6 currently operating regional examination centers, these being located at Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, Peoria, Illinois, Rotting Flesh, Louisiana, St. George, Utah, La Junta, California, and Federal Way, Washington, to which tax returns are forwarded by either the relevant region service center or the IRS's central computer facility in Martinsburg, West Virginia. Among the notable businesses and industries based in metropolitan Peoria as of 1985 are included Rayburn Thrapp Agronomics, American Twine, the nation's second-largest manufacturer of string, wire, and low-diameter rope, Consolidated Self-Storage, one of the first corporations in Middle America to utilize the franchise financing model, the Farm and Home Insurance Group, the Japanese-owned remains of Nortex Heavy Equipment, and the national HQ of Fornix Industries, a privately held maker of key punch and card-reading equipment, one of whose largest remaining customers of that time was the U.S. Treasury. Of Peoria's employers, however, the Internal Revenue Service has ranked first ever since American Twine lost exclusive patent rights to Type 3 barbed wire in 1971. End of interpolation. Return to mnemonic real-time. After who knows how many attempts back in the fetid terminal to find a working payphone and to prevail on someone at the Form 141 PO's employee assistance number, which turned out to be incorrect or out of order, it was eventually in either the 4th or 5th service vehicle to appear at the terminal that I finally secured transport to the REC, now direly late for my appointed check-in time, which tardiness I could imagine being blamed for by some expressionless person whose finger also controlled the intake system's moral bell/siren. The next salient fact of that day is that traffic along the city's circumambient self-storage parkway was totally horrible. The section of SSP around Peoria's east side was lined with franchise restaurants and things like Kmart's and auto dealerships with gaudy tethered parade balloons and blinking neon signs. There was an entire separate 4-lane access road leading to something called Carousel Mall, which one shuddered even to think about. Behind all this commerce, i.e., behind as seen from the east side, heading south around the city's perimeter, with the slow and silty Illinois River coming in and out of view on the Gremlin's left side, was the ruined-looking skyline of downtown Peoria, a bar graph of sooty brick and missing windows and a sense of hard pollution even though no smoke issued from any of the smokestacks. This was several years before attempted gentrification of the old downtown. The service vehicle in question was a 2-door orange or yellow AMC Gremlin, albeit fitted with a high-powered whip antenna and a service seal decal on the driver's side door. Interior signs prohibited smoking and/or food. The vehicle's rigid plastic interior was clean, but it was also extremely hot and stuffy. I could feel myself beginning to perspire, which is obviously not a pleasant sensation at all inside a 3-piece corduroy suit. No one spoke to me or even acknowledged my existence, although I had, as I may or may not have mentioned, a severe dermatological condition during this period and was more or less used to not being looked at or acknowledged after an initial involuntary gasp and expression of sympathy or distaste, depending, which is to say that I no longer took it all that personally. There were no general offers to adjust the air conditioning, or even standardly polite questions about whether any of the AC's trickle was reaching us in the cramped back seat, where between myself and an older GS-11 whose Homburg was mashed down almost around his eyes by the roof's pressure on its crown, sat a long-jawed younger man in a gray polyester sport coat and tie, maybe roughly my age, his feet on the medial hump and knees thus up almost to his chest, who was already sweating prodigiously, and who kept surreptitiously wiping rivulets of sweat off his forehead and then wiping his fingers off on his shirt with a motion that looked strangely as if he were pretending to scratch himself under his sport coat rather than wipe off his wet fingers. He did this over and over in my peripheral vision. The whole thing was very strange. His smile was an anxious and totally false rictus, his profile a branching mass of running droplets, some of which were actually falling onto his sport coat and dappling the lapel. He gave off a palpable aura of tension or fear, or perhaps claustrophobia. There was the unexplainable feeling that I'd hurt him terribly if I spoke to him or asked if he was feeling okay. Another older IRS employee sat up front beside the driver, both men also hatless, the driver with a monastic-looking coupe de zéro haircut, and staring straight ahead, neither of them speaking or moving, even when the vehicle was completely stopped in traffic. From the side, the skin of the older employee's chin's underside and upper throat had the scrotal or lizardy cast of some men's advanced middle age, not unlike the then-current U.S. president's, whose face on television often looked as though it was melting down into his throat, which I remember making his jet-black pompadour and harlequin ovals of rouge look all the more incongruous. We alternated between sitting stopped in traffic and moving at roughly cortege speed. The sun beat palpably on the Gremlin's metal roof. A franchise bank's digital time and temp sign, which we sat idling in view of for several minutes, kept flashing first the time and then, "You don't want to know," presumably for temperature, which seemed to me an ominous preview of Peorian wit and culture. You can imagine for yourself the air quality and overall smells involved. I had never before been in a crowded vehicle for so long a time with no radio playing and no one in the car saying anything, even once, ever. To feel utterly isolated at the same time that one is crammed in so closely with other people that we were all breathing one another's air the whole time. Every so often, the IRS driver would knead the back of his neck, which had obviously become stiff from the strange position he was forced to hold his head in order to see through the dashboard's set of protrusive signs. The early part of the ride's chief excitement, a period of furious itching along the left side of my rib cage, gave rise to fears, understandable but luckily unfounded, that the former boy on the bus's impetigo had somehow been pneumatic or contagious without direct contact, which fears I had to quell because there was obviously no way to untuck my shirt and check the area's appearance. Meanwhile, the older serviceman in the antiquated hat had opened an accordion file and spread 2 or 3 dark brown manila folders in his lap and was perusing various forms and printouts, moving them from one folder to another according to some scheme or system I had no way of understanding, since I was watching the whole thing in my leftward peripheral vision past the steady cascade of droplets of sweat off the tip of the nose of the man on the hump, who was now sweating in a way I had previously seen only on the squash courts of college, and in the case of a mild infarction suffered by an unnamed older relative on Thanksgiving Day 1978. I spent much of my own time drumming my fingers impatiently on the dispatch case, which was now especially soft and moist from the heat of the Gremlin's interior, and made a satisfying series of splattish noises when drummed on, which, though drumming absently on something in an otherwise silent space is usually one of the fastest ways to drive those around you crazy and get them to speak to you, if only to ask you to knock it off, no one in the Gremlin commented on or even seemed to notice. Self-Storage Parkway more or less circles Peoria and composes the boundary between the city proper and its outlying suburbs. It is what now, in 2005, would be just a typical multi-lane exurban highway, complete with the paradoxical combination of high speed limit and traffic lights every quarter mile, which lights were obviously placed to help give consumers and commuters access to all the retail commerce packed along SSP's length down at least the entire east side we were trying to traverse. As of the mid-1980s, Self-Storage Parkway was elevated over interstate junctions and crossed the tobacco-colored Illinois River at 2 points via WPA-era iron bridges, whose rivets wept orange rust and inspired, shall we say, less than total confidence. Moreover, the closer we came to Metro Peoria's southeast side and the special access road to the examination center, the worse the traffic became. The reason for this was apparent from that first day. It was institutional stupidity in all its manifold forms and names. Item 1. The highway people were broadening the section of Self-Storage Parkway into 3 lanes, but the construction served to reduce the extant 2 lanes to just 1. The right lane was closed off with orange cones, even in sections where no construction was ongoing and the lane looked clear and navigable. And, of course, single-lane traffic always moves exactly as fast as the very slowest vehicle in line. Item 2. There were, as mentioned, traffic lights every eighth to quarter mile, and yet the single southbound lane's line of traffic was substantially longer than the distance between any 2 such traffic lights, so that our progress was dependent not just on the color of the next traffic light ahead, but also on the colors of the 2 or 3 lights beyond that. It was the obverse of gridlock. It seemed like very bad urban planning or traffic management or whatever exactly the discipline involved here was, and I could feel the corduroy of my suit getting sodden along the entire area of contact with the Gremlin's patterned plastic seat, as well as along the hip and upper thigh that was mashed up against the human sprinkler next to me, who was by now radiating both heat and an acrid, panicky smell that made me turn my head and pretend to be concentrating hard on something in view beyond the window, which rolled down only halfway due to some design flaw or obscure safety feature. There is no point in describing the gauntlet of franchise retail and shopping centers and auto and tire and motorcycle/jet ski and self-serve gas plazas with built-in convenience stores and national fast food brands we crawled through, since it's now the same basic gauntlet around every U.S. city. I believe the economic term is monoculture. Item 3. It emerged, finally, that the turnoff from the parkway to the examination center was not serviced with a traffic light, even though it also became visually obvious when we got within view that a good percentage of the cars currently in the single lane ahead of us on SSP were also bound for and hence turning into the REC and its blacktop access road, though it would be a maddeningly long time before even this simple fact was explained to me. The REC's 2 main 8-hour shifts in that period were 7:10 a.m. to 3 p.m., and 3:10 p.m. to 11 p.m., which meant that there was a tremendous amount of service and employee-owned vehicle traffic between the hours of 2 o'clock and 4 o'clock, meaning that it was actually the exam center itself, together with the absence of a traffic light and the abortive SSP construction, that had helped cause the hellacious backup, because there were also a large number of vehicles in the oncoming northeastbound lanes trying to turn left, i.e. across our single lane, to enter the REC's access road as well, which required that the vehicle at the front of our lane's line for the right turn wait and wave the oncoming car through its left turn, which only a very few did, since traffic jams often bring out the most aggressive me-first elements of the human makeup and cause behavior that itself perversely exacerbates the traffic jam. This right here perhaps being the place to mention a behavior that we began seeing more and more of as we inched closer to the REC turnoff. Certain private vehicles in our lane veered rightward into the narrow gravel breakdown lane, in which they sped up and were able to pass dozens of other vehicles illegally, which in and of itself would not have been a big deal except for the fact that as the REC turnoff approached and the breakdown lane began to narrow and disappear, they then sought to merge left back into the legal single lane again, which required someone in that lane to stop to let them in again, which further clotted traffic in the regular lane. Meaning that the selfish, me-first vehicles were significantly worsening the very jam that they'd sought to bypass. They gained an extra couple of minutes by making the jam and delay slightly worse for everyone else in the shimmering line of cars in our lane. Within a couple of weeks of daily commutes down SSP from the special low-cost service housing to the REC each day, this selfish me-first behavior with the breakdown lane began to fill me with such disgust and malice that I can still to this day remember some of the vehicles that chronically did it, i.e., the same kind of idiotic, solipsistic behavior that causes stampedes in public places in the event of a fire and results in the authorities finding huge numbers of blackened, trampled bodies at the front doors of places after the fires or riots have been quelled, people prevented from getting out precisely by the panic and selfishness with which they all rushed and clotted the exit and got in each other's way, causing everyone to die horribly, which I have to admit is what I began wishing for the various Vegas, Chevettes, and a particular light blue AMC Pacer with one of those fish-shaped Christian decals on the bubble of a back window that made this maneuver almost every morning. An additional bit of bureaucratic idiocy. As mentioned, plastic signs within the car interdicted smoking, eating, etc., as turned out to be the case in all service vehicles used for employee transport, by internal regs cited in the lower right portion of the signs themselves, except that AMC Gremlin's interiors were so cramped and the plastic used therein so cheap and thin that there was nowhere to mount the 8-inch signs except on the dashboard's top, where they blocked sections of the lower windshield and forced our driver to assume a contorted position with his tonsured head almost over on his right shoulder in order to see the road just ahead between the edges of the mandatory signs. This, so far as I could see, was beyond the pale in terms of both safety and anything like sense. Set within a large expanse of very green, close-clipped grass bordered on both sides by cornfields, windbreaks of trees, and tangled shrubbery, the Midwest Regional Examination Center lay a good 500 yards back from the parkway. These 500 yards filled with nothing except verdant and weirdly dandelionless grass mowed to the consistency of baize. The contrast between the baronial splendor of the lawn and the squat, institutional ugliness of the REC itself was stark and incongruous, and there was plenty of time to ponder it as the gremlin crawled along and the guy next to me dripped steadily onto both of us. The older man at the other end of the back seat had what looked at first to be a green thimble on one finger, which turned out to be the green traction rubber that most wigglers wore and all called PCs for pinky cheaters. A large 4-H billboard some distance past the REC's one-way entrance read, "It's spring, think farm safety," which I knew to be a 4-H sign because every March through May there was an identical one just out past the Instant Coffee Factory on SR 130 west of Philo. The state 4-H held bake sales and car washes all year to provide for these billboards with splice, which by 1985 were so ubiquitous that no one paid any attention to them. I also remember that I had to move and twist my own neck awkwardly in order to make out the exam center's various features through the impediments of the car's required signs. From this distance and set of perspectives, the REC appeared at first to be a single, huge, right-angled structure with its facing tan or beige cement-side mammoth and sheer, and just a bit of foreshortened side building's roof visible past the access road, which road extended in a broad one-way curve around the main building's rear, which rear itself turned out to actually be the REC's front, with its enormous, self-regarding facade. In a similar distortion, what looked, from a distance, like a bona fide circumambient road from the parkway into and around the REC turned out to be more like a crude rural mew or driveway, narrow and high, banked with deep runoff ditches, and with freakish speed bumps set at such close intervals that travel over about 5 miles per hour on the access road was impossible. One could see the occupants of any vehicle traveling faster than that being thrown about their car's interior like rag dolls by the impact with the speed bumps, which were each over 8 inches high. Beginning a couple yards in from SSP, parking lots of various modest sizes extended outward from the access road, rather like square-cut jewels encrusting a bracelet or tiara. There was, from our vantage, no visible sign identifying the site as an IRS or even government facility, which again was semi-explained by the fact that what appeared from self-storage to be the REC's front was in fact the rear, and of only one of the two distinct buildings. All there were 2 small wooden directional signs, entrance only, exit only, at the semicircular access road's 2 junctions with SSP. The former sign also included what turned out to be the REC's street, though not postal, address. Given the access road's circular shape, the exit was some 1,000 or more yards farther west down the parkway, almost within the shadow of the farm safety billboard. I could hear the man up next to me breathing rapidly, as if almost beginning to hyperventilate. Neither of us had even once looked directly at the other. I noticed that only the entrance side of the access road had parking lots appended. The distant exit side, which curved out from behind the rear, i.e. it later emerged the 2 separate buildings' fronts, of the REC, was a one-way vector back out to Self-Storage Parkway, with the exit's intersection also minus any kind of traffic light or directional signal, which absence caused further snarls and delays for commuters trying to reach the REC's entrance from the west. As I may or may not have mentioned, it was already well past the mandated 1340 hours reporting time stamped on my 141-PO. Certain obvious and understandable emotions attended this fact, especially since A, 0.0% of this lateness was my fault, and B, the closer we got to the REC, the slower our progress in traffic became. In order to distract myself from these facts and emotions, I began to compile a list of the logistical absurdities that became evident once the service vehicle got close enough to the entrance for the REC's access road to become visible through my unoccluded side window. The following are condensed from an unusually long, intense, unpunctuated notebook entry composed at least in part within the gremlin itself. To wit, besides the oncoming left turns and the loathsome me-firsters trying to re-merge from the breakdown lane, the main cause of the excruciating slowness with which our line of cars on the westbound self-storage south of the city inched forward to make the right turn into the examination center's access road was what emerged as the even worse, more costive and paralyzed jam of vehicles on the access road itself. This was chiefly caused by the fact that the access road's appended parking lots were already quite full, and that the farther along the access road the lots were, the fuller they were, and full also of IRS employee vehicles trolling for available parking places. Given the extreme heat and humidity, the most desirable parking lots were clearly the ones directly behind the main building, less than 100 yards from the central REC entrance. Employees in the more peripheral lots were required to walk along the narrow, ditch-flanked access road all the way around behind to that central entrance, which resulted in a great deal of teetering along the access road's unpaved edge, plus some staggering and windmilling of arms, and we saw at least one employee slip and cartwheel into the drainage ditch by the road's side and have to be pulled manually back up by 2 or 3 others, all of whom held their hats to their heads with one hand, such that the rescued employee then had an enormous, smeary grass stain all the way up one side of his slacks and sport coat, and dragged one seemingly injured leg behind him as he and his companions passed from view along the road's curve. The whole problem was as obvious as it was stupid. Given the heat, hassle, and actual danger of pedestrian travel along the access road, it was totally understandable that most employee vehicles seemed to eschew the nearer, that is, nearer to us, hence farther from the REC itself, lots, and to proceed to the far more desirable lots around back, lots that turned out to be closest to the main REC entrance and to be separated from it only by a wide, paved, and easily traversed plaza. But if those best, closest lots were full, as of course, given human nature and the above incentives, they were likely to be, the most desirable lots will obviously also be the most crowded lots. The incoming vehicles could not backtrack out the way they came in order to settle for spots in the progressively more distant and less desirable lots they had passed on their way in quest of the best lots. For, of course, the access road was one way all the way around its curve. So vehicles that couldn't find a spot in the best lots had now to proceed forward all the way back out away from the REC to the exit-only sign, turn left without any kind of light onto self-storage, drive the several hundred yards east back to the REC entrance with its entrance-only sign, and then try to turn left against oncoming traffic, which obviously further slowed our own westbound lane's tortured progress, into the access road again in order to park in some of the less desirable lots out nearer the parkway, from which they then had to join the line of pedestrians tightrope walking along the road's edge back toward the main entrance around back. In short, it all seemed like just phenomenally bad planning, resulting in gross inefficiency, waste, and frustration for everyone involved. 3 obvious remedies presented themselves, which were sketched in outline form in my notebook, although whether I jotted them down right there in situ during the maddening Sisyphean so near and yet far stasis, or entered them later that day, during which there were plenty of additional stretches of downtime with nothing to do except read the vapid book I'd already begun mordantly annotating on the bus ride, I will not pretend to recall. One remedy would be to institute some form of reserved parking, which would eliminate a good deal of the backup and clot resulting from people trolling for available spaces in the lots, as well as the incentive problem of employee vehicles all beelining for the most desirable 2 or 3 lots near the REC's central entrance, which, of course, we hadn't yet seen from Self-Storage Parkway. The entrance's location was deduced from the apparent desirability of the parking lots behind, from our perspective, the building, given the number of cars heading for it, which was clearly linked to some form of tangible incentive. The employee beside me now looked, peripherally, as though he'd been mechanically raised out of a body of water, which made the pretense of my not noticing the incredible sweating even more creepy and farcical. Another anodyne would obviously be to widen the access road and make it 2-way. Admittedly, this could expose the REC to some additional short-term inconvenience and snarl along the same general lines as the widening of Self-Storage Parkway, although it was difficult to envision the widening of the access road taking anywhere near as long, since it wouldn't be subject to the delays and conflicting agendas of the democratic process. The third remedy would be to sacrifice, for the greater good and convenience of everyone except perhaps the REC's landscaping contractor, the virid expanse of the empty front, i.e., what turned out to be the rear, lawn, and to place on it not only a paved walkway, but maybe an actual transverse spur that would allow vehicles on the exit portion of the road to cross back over to the entrance portion without having to make lightless left turns both onto and off the jammed parkway. Not to mention, of course, simply placing some goddamn traffic lights at the 2 intersections, which it was next to impossible to imagine the Internal Revenue Service not having enough suction with the municipal and state authorities to be able to demand just about any time it pleased. Not to mention the sheer strangeness of having it be, it emerged, the REC's mammoth rear facing Peoria's main orbital road. It seemed, on slow approach, both craven and arrogant, like pre-modern priests who faced away from the communicants during Catholic Mass. Everything from logistics to elementary civics would seem to dictate that a major government facility's front should face the public it serves. Recall that I had not yet seen the REC's stylized front facade, which was identical to those of the nation's other 6 RECs, and had been installed after an uncaught typo in the enlarged construction and technology budget after the King Commission IRS reforms had been permitted to pass into law. That typo mandating that regional service and examination centers' facades form specifications rather than formal specifications be matched as closely as possible to the specific services the centers perform. As to our actual physical arrival at the center's main entrance on that first day, All I can say by way of summary is that there is an indescribable thrill about seeing one's own printed name on a sign held up at a crowded place of disembarkation. I suppose part of it is that one feels especially picked out and, to use the bureaucratic term, validated. The special sign with my name on it, held aloft by an attractive, official-looking woman in a bright blue blazer, was also, obviously, after all the ignominities and demeaning hassles and consequent lateness, surprising, though not so surprising that any person could be reasonably expected to have seen it as immediate evidence of some error or confusion. There was, after all, the aforementioned matter of nepotistic juice and the letter in my dispatch case. This was also when it emerged that the RAC's ostensible rear was really the front, and that the two orthogonal parts of the center were not continuous, and that the main building's facade was stylized in a strange and kind of intimidating way that one would concede it was maybe prudent to keep from facing or looming over the crowded public road just south. Even without the crowding and chaos, the whole huge main entrance area was complex and disorienting. There were flags, coded signs, directional arrows, and a kind of broad concrete plaza with what looked to have been a fountain but had no water spurting. The main building's square shadow extended almost all the way across the plaza to the two highly desirable parking lots opposite, neither of which was all that large. And there was the REC's elaborate and obviously expensive facade, which extended from just above the main entrance to the middle of what appeared to be the 5th floor. It was some kind of tile or mosaic representation of a blank IRS 1978 Form 1040, both pages of it, complete in all detail down to verso line 31 slot for the computation of adjusted gross income and recto line 66's terminal balance due box, which box served, along with the form's myriad other slots and boxes and inset squares, as what looked to be windows. The detail was striking, and the cream, salmon, and celadon of the offset colors realistic, if slightly dated. Also, to make the whole thing even more overwhelming/disorienting when seen all at once from the circular spur off the access road, whence service vehicles could pull right up and offload their passengers without having to park, which would have necessitated going all the way back out and around again, since the parking lots just opposite the entrance across the plaza were completely full, and even had some extra vehicles parked in prohibited corner spaces that would keep other vehicles from being able to back out of their spaces and exit. The giant 1040, which was realistically proportioned to scale and so was slightly longer than it was wide, was flanked at either distant end by a large, round inset intaglio or glyph of some kind of chimerical combat and a Latin phrase, indecipherable in the right-hand side's deep shadow, which turned out to be the service's official seal and motto, none of which I had been told in my contractual materials, which, as mentioned, tended to be both cryptic and tonally stern or urgent, really little more than engines of apprehension as far as I'd been concerned, sitting in my family's unused parlor and trying to parse them. By way of one more detail, the whole elaborate facade assembly was reflected, though in an angled and laterally foreshortened way that made the edges glyph and motto look closer together than they actually were, by the garishly mirrored exterior side of the REC's other structure, aka the REC Annex, which lay at almost a perfect right angle to the main facade and was connected at 2 floors to the main building's west edge by what then appeared to be large green tubes supported by blinding, since not in the main building's shadow, forests of slender anodized or stainless steel poles, which metal supports looked strange and millipedic from this angle and were further reflected in blinding little angled slices by the edges of the annex's mirrored exterior. 1 or 2 of the mirrored panels were broken or cracked, however, I remember noting. Also, please keep in mind that I knew none of the RAC structure's actual history or logistics on that initial day. I'm trying to stay faithful to the memory of that experience itself, although there is no avoiding a successive description of various elements that were, at the time, obviously simultaneous. Certain distortions are just part and parcel of linear English. The human element. The broad cement area around the main entrance, as first seen by us from over the mass of other brown and orange/yellow service vehicles disgorging passengers, was an enormous teeming roil of service employees all milling around, holding 141-POs in their distinctive dark yellow service envelopes, with luggage and briefcases and accordion files, many of them hatted, and various REC or perhaps regional HQ support personnel in gas blue blazers with clipboards and sheaves of printout paper that they had rolled into ad hoc megaphones that they spoke through while they held their clipboards up in the air to get people's attention, evidently trying to collect those arrivals with similar 141 PO job designations and or GS grades into cohesive groups for targeted check-in at various intake stations set up around the REC's main lobby, which lobby, as seen through the entrance's glass doors, was surprisingly small and cheesy-looking, and had various battered-looking fold-out tables set up with crude signs made of tinted manila folders. The whole thing looked haphazardly jerry-rigged and chaotic, and one figured that there couldn't possibly be this many newly arrived and or reassigned transfers to the REC as a typical daily thing, or else the disembarkation and check-in system would be much more permanent-looking and streamlined and less like some small-scale reenactment of the fall of Saigon. Again, though, all this was being perceived and processed in nothing more than a distracted flash, which occurred as the gremlin finally broke out of the access road's snarl and pulled up in the almost chilly air of the building's shade to double park in the semicircular spur just outside the entrance. Because, as mentioned, a person's attention is more or less automatically drawn to a sign with one's name on it, especially if it seems to be one of only two named signs being held up in the whole madding bureaucratic roil outside the main entrance. And so I had almost immediately seen the ethnic-looking woman in the loud blazer standing a few paces to the right of the rightmost group of new arrivals, clumped around a man with a raised clipboard and paper horn, the female slightly off to the side and maybe 10 feet directly beneath the facade slot for reporting AGI on line 31, against the wall, holding either a piece of white cardboard or a small erasable whiteboard with the name David Wallace in neat block capitals. She was standing in a way that managed to connote weariness and boredom without any actual slumping, her legs well out and back supported by the wall from bottom to crown, and staring straight ahead, holding the sign at chest level and staring into space with neither interest nor resignation. Of course, I was now, as mentioned, through no fault of my own, terribly late, the anxiety of which mixed with the inevitable thrill of seeing one's name on a sign, not to mention a sign held by an exotic-looking female, plus a whole separate set of Ozymandian awe and folly reactions to the conjunction of the monumental 1040 mosaic combined with the self-appending chaos of the entrance area's crowds to form a sort of sensory and emotional power surge that I remember now much more vividly than any of the myriad details and impressions, of which there were thousands or even millions, all obviously incoming at the same moment of arrival. For she was visibly ethnic, even as seen in the deep pool of shade at the facade's base, with various bits of blinding glare from the annex's mirrored exterior, parts of which were catching bits of sun as it moved slightly west of due south. My initial guess was upper caste Indian or Pakistani. One of my freshman roommates at college had been a wealthy Pakistani, with a marvelously burbly sing-song accent, though he'd revealed himself over the year to be an unbelievable narcissist and general prick. She was, at the distance from which the gremlin disgorged us, more striking than pretty, or maybe you might say that she was pretty in a somewhat mannish, hard-faced way, with very dark hair and wide-set eyes in which was, as mentioned, the look of someone who was on duty in the sort of way that involves having really nothing to do but stand there. It was the same expression one sees on security guards, college research librarians on a Friday night, parking lot attendants, grain silo operators, etc. She stood there gazing into the middle distance as though at the end of a pier. It was only outside the cramped gremlin, when the cool air of the facade-shadowed front area first hit and chilled it, that I became aware that the whole left side of my suit was now wet from the ambient perspiration of the younger man I'd been mashed up next to through the whole ride, though when I looked around for him in order to make a gesture at the darkened corduroy and give him an appropriate look of distaste, he was now nowhere to be seen. Ms. F. Chala Netty Netty, according to her ID badges, expression changed actually several different times as I approached her with bags and a degree of direct eye contact that would have been inappropriate if she hadn't been holding a sign with my name on it. Here, if I haven't already done so, I should explain that in this period of what was basically late adolescence, I had very bad skin. Very, very bad, as in the dermatological category severe/disfiguring. On meeting or encountering me for the first time, most people either...
This audio program is presented by Audible.com. Audible. Audio that speaks to you wherever you are.
Ashet Audio presents The Pale King. Written by David Foster Wallace. Read by Robert Petkoff.
Editor's Note. In 2006, 10 years after the publication of David Foster Wallace's Infinite Jest, Little Brown made plans to release an anniversary edition of that glorious novel. Celebrations were set up at bookstores in New York and Los Angeles, but as the events neared, David demurred about attending. I telephoned to try to persuade him. "You know I'll come if you insist," he said. "But please don't. I'm deep into something long, and it's hard for me to get back into it when I'm pulled away." Something long and a long thing were the terms David used to talk about the novel he'd been writing in the years since Infinite Jest. He published many books in those years, story collections in 1999 and 2004, and gatherings of essays in 1997 and 2005. But the question of a new novel loomed, and David was uncomfortable speaking about it. Once when I pressed him, he described working on the new novel as like wrestling sheets of balsa wood in a high wind. From his literary agent, Bonnie Nadell, I heard occasional reports. David was taking accounting classes as research for the novel. It was set at an IRS tax return processing center. I had had the enormous honor of working with David as his editor on Infinite Jest, and had seen the worlds he'd conjured out of a tennis academy and a rehab center. If anyone could make taxes interesting, I figured, it was him. At the time of David's death, in September 2008, I had not seen a word of this novel except for a couple stories he had published in magazines, stories with no apparent connection to accountancy or taxation. In November, Bonnie Nadell joined Karen Green, David's widow, to go through his office, a garage with one small window at their home in Claremont, California. On David's desk, Bonnie found a neat stack of manuscript, 12 chapters totaling nearly 250 pages. On the label of a disc containing those chapters he had written, "For LB Advance." Bonnie had talked with David about pulling together a few chapters of his novel to send to Little Brown in order to commence negotiations for a new contract and advance against royalties. Here was that partial manuscript unsent. Exploring David's office, Bonnie and Karen found hundreds and hundreds of pages of his novel in progress, designated with the title The Pale King. Hard drives, file folders, 3-ring binders, spiral-bound notebooks and floppy disks contained printed chapters, sheaves of handwritten pages, notes, and more. I flew to California at their invitation, and 2 days later returned home with a green duffel bag and 2 Trader Joe's sacks heavy with manuscripts. A box full of books that David had used in his research followed by mail. Reading this material in the months after returning, I found an astonishingly full novel, created with a superabundant originality and humor that were uniquely David's. As I read these chapters, I felt unexpected joy, because while inside this world that David had made, I felt as if I were in his presence, and was able to forget a while the awful fact of his death. Some pieces were neatly typed and revised through numerous versions. Others were drafts in David's minuscule handwriting. Some, those chapters from the desk among them, had been recently polished. Others were much older and contained abandoned or superseded plot lines. There were notes and false starts, lists of names, plot ideas, instructions to himself. All these materials were gorgeously alive and charged with observations. Reading them was the closest thing to seeing his amazing mind at play upon the world. One leather-bound workbook was still closed around a green felt marker with which David had recently written. Nowhere in all these pages was there an outline or other indication of what order David intended for these chapters. There were a few broad notes about the novel's trajectory, and draft chapters were often preceded or followed by David's directions to himself about where a character came from or where he or she might be headed. But there was no list of scenes, no designated opening or closing point, nothing that could be called a set of directions or instructions for the Pale King. As I read and reread this massive material, it nevertheless became clear that David had written deep into the novel, creating a vividly complex place, the IRS Regional Examination Center in Peoria, Illinois, in 1985, and a remarkable set of characters doing battle there against the hulking, terrorizing demons of ordinary life. Karen Green and Bonnie Nadell asked me to assemble from these pages the best version of the Pale King that I could find. Doing so has been a challenge like none I've ever encountered, but having read these draft pages and notes, I wanted those who appreciate David's work to be able to see what he had created, to be allowed to look once more inside that beautiful mind. Although not by any measure of finished work, the Pale King seemed to me as deep and brave as anything David had written. Working on it was the best act of loving memory I was capable of. In putting this book together, I have followed internal clues from the chapters themselves and from David's notes. It wasn't an easy task. Even a chapter that appeared to be the novel's obvious starting point is revealed in a footnote, and even more directly in an earlier version of that chapter, to be intended to arrive well after the novel begins. Another note in the same chapter refers to the novel as being full of shifting POVs, structural fragmentation, willed incongruities. But many of the chapters revealed a central narrative that follows a fairly clear chronology. In this storyline, several characters arrive at the Peoria Regional Examination Center on the same day in 1985. They go through orientation and begin working in and learning about the vast world of IRS tax returns processing. These chapters and these recurring characters have an evident sequence that forms the novel's spine. Other chapters are self-contained and not part of any chronology. Arranging these freestanding sections has been the most difficult part of editing The Pale King. It became apparent as I read that David planned for the novel to have a structure akin to that of Infinite Jest, with large portions of apparently unconnected information presented to the reader before a main storyline begins to make sense. In several notes to himself, David referred to the novel as tornadic, or having a tornado feeling, suggesting pieces of story coming at the reader in a high-speed whirl. Most of the non-chronological chapters have to do with daily life at the Regional Examination Center, with IRS practice and lore, and with ideas about boredom, repetition, and familiarity. Some are stories from various unusual and difficult childhoods, whose significance gradually becomes clear. My aim in sequencing these sections was to place them so that the information they contain arrives in time to support the chronological storyline. In some cases, placement is essential to the unfolding story. In others, it is a matter of pace and mood, as in citing short comic chapters between long serious ones. The novel's central story does not have a clear ending, and the question inevitably arises, how unfinished is this novel? How much more might there have been? This is unknowable in the absence of a detailed outline projecting scenes and stories yet to be written. Some notes among David's manuscript pages suggest that he did not intend for the novel to have a plot substantially beyond the chapters here. One note says the novel is a series of setups for things to happen, but nothing ever happens. Another points out that there are 3 high-end players, but we never see them, only their aides and advance men. Still another suggests that throughout the novel something big threatens to happen, but doesn't actually happen. These lines could support a contention that the novel's apparent incompleteness is in fact intentional. David ended his first novel in the middle of a line of dialogue, and his second with large plot questions addressed only glancingly. One character in The Pale King describes a play he's written, in which a man sits at a desk, working silently, until the audience leaves, at which point the play's action begins. But, he continues, I could never decide on the action, if there was any. In the section titled Notes and Asides at the end of the book, I have extracted some of David's notes about characters and story. These notes and lines from the text suggest ideas about the novel's direction and shape, but none strikes me as definitive. I believe that David was still exploring the world he had made and had not yet given it a final form. The pages of the manuscript were edited only lightly. One goal was to make characters' names consistent. David invented new names constantly. And to make place names, job titles, and other factual matters match up throughout the book. Another was to correct obvious grammatical errors and word repetitions. Some chapters of the manuscript were designated zero drafts, or free writing, David's terms for first tries, and included notes such as, cut by 50% in next draft. I made occasional cuts for sense or pace, or to find an end point for a chapter that trailed off unfinished. My overall intent in sequencing and editing was to eliminate unintentional distractions and confusions, so as to allow readers to focus on the enormous issues David intended to raise, and to make the story and characters as comprehensible as possible. The complete original drafts of these chapters, and the entire massive material from which this novel was culled, will ultimately be made available to the public at the University of Texas's Harry Ransom Center, which houses all of David Foster Wallace's papers. David was a perfectionist of the highest order, and there is no question that The Pale King would be vastly different had he survived to finish it. Words and images recur throughout these chapters that I am sure he would have revised. The terms titty-pinching and squeezing his shoes, for example, would probably not be repeated as often as they are. At least 2 characters have Doberman hand puppets. These and dozens of other repetitions and draft sloppinesses would have been corrected and honed had David continued writing The Pale King. But he did not. Given the choice between working to make this less-than-final text available as a book and placing it in a library where only scholars would read and comment on it, I didn't have a second's hesitation. Even unfinished, it is a brilliant work, an exploration of some of life's deepest challenges, and an enterprise of extraordinary artistic daring. David set out to write a novel about some of the hardest subjects in the world, sadness and boredom, and to make that exploration nothing less than dramatic, funny, and deeply moving. Everyone who worked with David knows well how he resisted letting the world see work that was not refined to his exacting standard. But an unfinished novel is what we have, and how can we not look? David, alas, isn't here to stop us from reading, or to forgive us for wanting to. Michael Peach.
We fill pre-existing forms, and when we fill them, we change them and are changed. Subsection 1. Past the flannel plains and blacktop graphs and skylines of canted rust, and past the tobacco-brown river overhung with weeping trees and coins of sunlight threw them on the water downriver, to the place beyond the windbreak, where untilled fields simmer shrilly in the AM heat, shattercane, lamb's quarter, cutgrass, sawbriar, nutgrass, jimson weed, wild mint, dandelion, foxtail, muscadine, spine cabbage, goldenrod, creeping Charlie, butterprint, nightshade, ragweed, wild oat, vetch, butchergrass, invaginate volunteer beans, all heads gently nodding in a morning breeze like a mother's soft hand on your cheek. An arrow of starlings fired from the windbreak's thatch, the glitter of dew that stays where it is and steams all day. A sunflower, 4 more, 1 bowed, and horses in the distance standing rigid and still as toys, all nodding. Electric sounds of insects at their business, ale-colored sunshine and pale sky and whorls of cirrus so high they cast no shadow. Insects, all business, all the time. Quartz and chert and schist and chondrite iron scabs in granite. Very old land. Look around you. The horizon, trembling, shapeless. We are all of us brothers. Some crows come overhead then, 3 or 4, not a murder, on the wing, silent with intent, corn-bound for the pasture's wire, beyond which 1 horse smells at the others behind, the lead horse's tail obligingly lifted. Your shoes brand incised in the dew. An alfalfa breeze, socks burrs, dry scratching inside a culvert, rusted wire and canted posts more a symbol of restraint than offense per se. No hunting. The shush of the interstate off past the windbreak, The pastor's crows standing at angles, turning up patties to get at the worms underneath. The shapes of the worms incised in the overturned dung and baked by the sun all day until hardened, there to stay, tiny vacant lines in rows and inset curls that do not close because head never quite touches tail. Read these. Subsection 2. From Midway, Claude Silvenshine then flew on something called Consolidated Thrust Regional Lines down to Peoria, a terrifying 30-seater whose pilot had pimples at the back of his neck and reached back to pull a dingy fabric curtain over the cockpit, and the beverage service consisted of a staggering girl underhanding you nuts while you chugged a Pepsi. Silvenshine's window seat was in 8-something, an emergency row, beside an older lady with a sack-like chin who could not seem, despite strenuous efforts, to open her nuts. The core accounting equation A equals L plus E can be dissolved and reshuffled into everything from E equals A minus L to beyond. The craft rode the updrafts and downdrafts like a dinghy in a gale. The only service into Peoria was regional out of either St. Louis or the 2 Chicagos. Silvenshine had an inner ear thing and couldn't read on planes, but did read the emergency laminated card thing twice. It was mostly illustrations. For legal reasons, the airline had to presume illiteracy. Without being aware that he was doing so, Silvenshine mentally repeated the word illiterate several dozen times until the word ceased to mean anything and become just a rhythmic sound, not unlovely, but out of sync with the propeller's flux's pulse. It was something he did when he was under stress and did not want an incursion. His point of departure was Dulles after a service shuttle from Shepherdstown/Martinsburg. The 3 major codifications of U.S. tax law being, of course, 16, 39, and 54, with 81 and 82's indexing and anti-abuse provisions also relevant. The fact that another major recodification was on the horizon would not, obviously, be on the CPA exam. Silvenshine's private goal was to pass the CPA exam, thereby immediately advancing 2 pay grades. The extent of the recodification would, of course, depend in part on the service's success in carrying out the initiative's directives. The job and the exam had to occupy 2 separate parts of his mind. It was crucial that he maintain separation of powers, separation of the 2 areas. Calculating depreciation recapture for subsection 1231 assets is a 5-step process. The flight took 50 minutes and seemed much longer. There was nothing to do, and nothing would hold still in his head in all the confined noise, and after the nuts were gone there was nothing else for Silvenshine to do to occupy his mind but try to look at the ground, which appeared close enough that he could make out house colors and the types of different vehicles on the pale interstate the plane seemed to tack back and forth across. The card's figures opening emergency doors and pulling cords and crossing their arms funereally with their seat cushions on their chests seemed amateurishly drawn, and their features little more than bumps. You couldn't see fear or relief or really anything on their faces as they slid down the emergency chutes in the drawing. Emergency doors' handles opened in one way, and emergency hatches over the wings opened in a totally different way. Components of equity include common stock, retained earnings, and how many different types of SE transaction. Distinguish between perpetual and periodic inventory and explain the relations between a physical inventory and the cost of goods sold. The darkly gray head ahead of him gave off a scent of Brill cream that was even now surely soaking and staining the little paper towel on the seat top. Silvenshine wished again that Reynolds was with him on the flight. Silvenshine and Reynolds were both aides to systems icon Merrill, Errol, Mel, Larrell, although Reynolds was a GS-11 and Silvenshine only a miserable and pathetic GS-9. Silvenshine and Reynolds had lived together and gone everywhere together since the Rome REC debacle in '82. They weren't homosexual. They just lived together and both worked closely with Dr. Larrell at Systems. Reynolds had both his CPA and a degree in Information Systems Management, although he was only slightly more than 2 years Claude Silvenshine's senior. This asymmetry was just one more thing that compromised Sylvenshine's self-regard since Rome and made him doubly loyal and grateful to Dr. Lerrell for having salvaged him from the debris of the catastrophe in Rome and believing in his potential once his niche as a cog in the system was found. The double-entry method invented by Italian Pacioli during the same period as C. Columbus et alia. The card indicated that this was the type of aircraft whose emergency oxygen was a fire extinguisher-ish thing beneath the seats rather than dropping from overhead. The primitive opacity of the figures' faces was actually scarier than fear or some kind of visible expression would have been. It was unclear whether the card's primary function was legal or PR, or both. He briefly tried to remember the definition of yaw. Every so often, while studying for the exam this winter, Sylvenshine would burp, and it would seem like more than a burp. It would taste like he'd almost thrown up a little. A light rain made a moving lace on the window and distended the cross-hatched land they went over. At root, Sylvenshine saw himself as a dithering ninny with at most one marginal talent whose connection to him was itself marginal. Here is what occurred at the service's Rome, New York, Northeast Regional Examination Center on or about the date in question. Two departments had fallen behind and reacted in a regrettably unprofessional fashion. An atmosphere of extreme stress was allowed to cloud judgment and overrule set procedures. The department attempting to hide the growing pile of returns and cross-audit receipts and W-2/1099 copies rather than duly reporting the backlog and requesting that some of the excess be rerouted to other centers. There failed to be full disclosure and prompt remedial action. Just where the failure and breakdown had occurred was still a matter of controversy, despite blame-storming sessions at the very highest levels of compliance, though ultimately the responsibility lay with the Rome REC director, despite the fact that it was never quite established whether the department heads had made her fully aware of the extent of the backlog. The dark service joke about this director now had been that her desk had had a Trumanesque wooden plaque on it which read, "What Buck?" It had taken 3 weeks for district audit sections to start howling over the shortfall of examined returns for audit and/or automated collection systems, and the complaints had slowly worked their way up and over into inspections, as anyone should have been able to figure was only a matter of time. The Rome director had taken early retirement, and one group manager had been fired outright, which was exceedingly rare for GS-13s. It was obviously important that remedial action be quiet, and that undue publicity not compromise the public's full faith and confidence in the service. No one threw forms away. Hid, yes, but not destroyed or discarded. Even in the midst of disastrous departmental psychosis, no one could bring himself to burn, shred, or pack in hefties and discard. That would have been a real disaster. That would have become public. The emergency hatch's window was nothing more than several layers of plastic, it appeared, the inside of which gave ominously under digital pressure. Over the window was a stern injunction against opening the emergency hatch, accompanied by an iconic triptych explaining how to open just this hatch. As a system, in other words, it was poorly thought through. What was now called stress used to be called tension or pressure. Pressure was now more like something you put on someone else, as in high-pressure salesman. Reynolds said one of Dr. Lerrell's interbranch liaisons had described the Peoria REC as a real pressure cooker, although that was in terms of exams, not personnel, to which latter Sylvenshine was posted as advance and ground-laying for a possible systems full-out. The truth, which Reynolds had stopped just short of expressing as such, was that the assignment couldn't be that sensitive if they trusted it to Sylvenshine. There were, according to his researches, registration slots for the CPA examination at Peoria College of Business on November 7 and 8, and at Joliet Community College November 14, 15. Duration of this posting unknown. One of the most effective isometric exercises for the desk-bound is to sit up quite straight and tighten the large muscles of the buttocks, holding for a count of 8, then release. It tones, aids blood flow and alertness, and can, unlike other isometric exercises, be performed even in public, being largely obscured by the desk's material mass. Avoid grimacing or loud exhalations upon release. Preferential transfers, liquidation provisions, unsecured creditors, claims against bankruptcy estate as per Chapter 7. He had his hat in his lap over the belt. Systems Director Larrell had started as a GS9 auditor in Danville, Virginia, before the éclate and rapid rise. He had the strength of 10 men. When Silvenstein studied for the exam now, the worst thing was that studying any one thing would set off a storm in his head about all the other things he hadn't studied and felt he was still weak on, making it almost impossible to concentrate, causing him to fall ever further behind. He'd been studying for the CPA exam for 3.5 years. It was like trying to build a model in a high wind. The most important component in organizing a structure for effective study is something. What killed him were the story problems. Reynolds had passed the exam on his first sit. Yaw is rotating slightly from side to side. The word for pitching forward and back was something else. Axes were involved. There was something called gimbal, or gimbal, that came into his mind whenever he saw the Donegan kid at Lombard High, who then later ended up at Mission Control for the last 2 Apollos and had his picture in a glass case by the office at Lombard. The worst then was that he knew what teachers were the last people suited for their jobs, and they then smelled some part of this knowledge on him and were at their worst when he was watching. It was a loop. Silvenstein's senior yearbook in his trunk in storage in Philly was almost wholly unsigned. The older party next door was still trying to open her package of nuts with her teeth, but had been clear on not wanting help or needing help. The projected benefit obligation, PBO, equals the present value of all benefits attributed by the pension benefit formula to employee services rendered prior to that date. If you spell it fast, with the stress on the H and the A, and then the second A and the H again, then headache becomes a lilting children's rhymed refrain, something to jump rope to. Look down your shirt and spell attic. One of the teenagers outside the video arcade next to the facilities at Midway had worn a black T-shirt with the words Sympathy for Nixon Tour and then a long list of cities in tiny applique letters. The teen, who was not on the flight, had then sat briefly across from Silvenstein in the gate area and had picked at his face with a concentration that wasn't at all like the absent face-picking and feeling at parts of the face that accompanied concentrated work in the service. Silvenstein still dreamed of desk drawers and air ducts stuffed with forms, and forms' edges protruding from grills over the ducts, and the utility closet stacked to the top with Hollerith cards, and the inspections division lady forcing the door, and the cards all falling out on her like McGee's closet as the whole debacle caught up to them after they fell behind on cross-audit receipts at the Rome REC. He dreamed still of Grecula and Harris disabling the Fornix mainframe with something poured from a thermos into the rear vent as hisses and bits of blue-tinged smoke issued. The teen had had no vocational aura at all. This happened with some people. Ethical standards comprising the exam's whole first unit, about which there were also many service jokes. A violation of the profession's ethical standards most likely would have occurred when, such was the propeller's otherworldly sound, that Silvenstein now could hear nothing more than drifting syllables of the exchanges around him. The woman's claw on the steel armrest between them was a horrible sight that he declined to attend to. Old people's hands frightened and repelled him. He'd had grandparents whose hands he could remember in their laps looking alien and claw-like. Upon incorporation, Jones, Inc. issues common stock at a price in excess of its par value. It was difficult not to imagine the faces of those whose jobs were writing these questions, what they thought about, what their professional hopes and dreams were. Many of the questions were like little stories with all the human meat left out. On December 1, 1982, Clark Company leases office space for 3 years at a monthly rental of $20,000. For a count of 100, Silvenstein tried flexing first one buttock and then the other, instead of both buttocks at once, which required concentration and a strange type of non-control, like trying to wiggle your ears in the mirror. He tried the inclined to the side thing of stretching out his neck's muscles on each side very gently and gradually, but still got a look from the older lady, who with her dark dress and staved-in face appeared more and more skull-like and frightening and like some type of omen of death or crushing failure on the CPA exam, which two things had collapsed in Sylvanshine's psyche to a single image of his silently, expressionlessly pushing a wide industrial mop down a corridor lined with frosted glass doors bearing other men's names. Even the sight of a mop, rollable bucket, or a custodian with his name woven in red Palmer script on the breast pocket of his grade jumpsuit, as at Midway, outside the men's room, whose little yellow sign warned bilingually of wet floors, the cursive name something beginning with M, Morris, or Maurice, the man fitted to his job like a man to the exact pocket of space he displaces, now rattled Sylvanshine to the point where precious time was lost before he could even think about how to set up a workable schedule for maximally efficient reviewing for the exam, even mentally, which he did every day. His great weakness was strategic organization and apportionment of time, as Reynolds pointed out at every opportunity, enjoining Claude to, for Christ's sake, just take a book off the stack and study instead of sitting there noodling impotently about how best to study. Stuffing returns behind cabinets and into air ducts, locking desk drawers so filled with cross-reference forms that they could not open anyhow, hiding things beneath other things in tingle baskets. Reynolds had simply appeared at the director's office before the hearing, and the whole personal disaster seemingly vanished in some bureaucratic puff of violet smoke, and a week later Sylvanshine was unpacking his boxes at Systems in Martindale under Dr. Larrell. The whole thing felt like being in a near-traffic fatality, avoided by inches, and later not being able even to think of the whole thing lest you begin shaking and be unable to function. It had been such a near disaster. The entire Fats pod had melted down. The small sound of a simulated bell accompanied the overhead glyph of seat belts and cigarettes lighting up or disappearing. Sylvanshine looked up every time without consciously intending to. In obtaining evidential matter in support of financial statement assertions, the auditor develops specific audit objectives in light of those assertions. An infant keened in some aisle behind him. Sylvanshine imagined the mother simply unbuckling and withdrawing to some other aisle and leaving it there. In Philly, after the frenzy surrounding the introduction of inflation indexes that new templates had to be configured for in '81, he had been diagnosed with a stress-related pinched nerve in his neck and upper back, which the enforced, unnatural posture of the tiny, narrow 8B and the death-like claw on the armrest beside him aggravated if he gave it his attention. It was true. The entire ballgame, in terms of both the exam and life, was what you gave attention to versus willed yourself to not. Sylvanshine viewed himself as weak or defective in the area of will. Most of what others esteemed or valued in him was unwilled, simply given, like a person's height or facial symmetry. Reynolds called him weak-minded, and it was true. He had a serial memory of their neighbor, Mr. Satterthwaite, filling in scuffs on his postal uniform's shoes with a black pen, which then, before he was aware of it, expanded into a whole narrative memory of Mr. and Mrs. Satterthwaite, who were childless, and did not, if you first met them, appear all that friendly or interested in children, nevertheless allowing their backyard to become the de facto HQ for all the children in the neighborhood, and even the slapdash and unsound treehouse they had allowed Sylvanshine and the Roman Catholic boy with the tic like a chronic wince to try to construct in one of their trees. And Sylvanshine could not recall whether it was because the boy's family had moved away that the treehouse was not completed, or whether the move had taken place later and the treehouse had simply been too slapdash and sap-soaked to continue with. Mrs. Satterthwaite had had lupus and was often indisposed. Deviation rates, precision limits, stratified sampling. As Dr. Larrell had explained it, entropy was a measure of a certain type of information that there was no point in knowing. Larrell's axiom was that the definitive test of the efficiency of any organization structure was information and the filtering and dissemination of information. Real entropy had zippo to do with temperature. Another effective concentration device is to summon into one's mind a soothing and low-pressure outdoor scene, either imagined or from memory, which was even more effective if the scene comprised or included a pond, lake, brook, or stream, as water had been proven to have a calming and centering effect on the involuntary nervous system. But try as he might, after the buttock exercises, Sylvanshine could summon only a jagged primary color array that looked like a psychedelic poster or something resembling what you see if you're poked in the eye and then close your eye in pain. The oddness of the word indisposed. Proof that the relation of long-term bond prices to long-term capital gains tax rates is not inverse. He knew who on the plane was in love, who would say they were in love because it was what you were supposed to say, and who would say they were not in love. Reynolds' own professed take on marriage/family was that from boyhood on he had never liked fathers, and had no wish to be one. In 3 separate venues in today's various airports, Sylvanshine had found himself locking eyes with 30-year-old men who had infants in high-tech papoose-like packs on their backs, their wives with quilted infant supply bags at their sides. The wives in charge, the men appearing essentially soft or softened in some way, desperate in a resigned way, their stride not quite a trudge, their eyes empty and over-mild with the weary stoicism of young fathers. Reynolds would call it not stoicism, but acquiescence to some large and terrible truth. The term dependent includes any person who qualifies as a dependency exemption or would otherwise qualify as a dependency exemption except that the gross income and joint return tests are not met. Name 2 standard devices by which fiduciaries may legally shift tax liability to beneficiaries. The term passive losses was not even on the CPA exam. It was vital to divide service priorities and exam priorities into 2 exclusive modules or networks. One of 4 stated projects was to enhance Peoria 047's ability to distinguish legitimate investment partnerships from tax shelters whose entire purpose was to avoid taxes. The key was identifying passive versus active losses. The actual project was to create both a case and a control structure for the automation of crucial examination functions at the Peoria Center. The goal was to have automation in place by the time revenue rulings against certain passive loss provisions were codified in next year's tax law. The older lady's rouge very red, and a paperback with a bookmark's tongue unopened in her lap. The veinous and piebald claw. Sylvanshine's seat number was right there, stamped onto the brushed steel of the armrest, next to the claw. Its nails were deeply, perfectly red. The smell of his mother's polish remover, of her makeup compact, the way wisps of her hair escaped the bun and curled down the back of her neck in the steam of the kitchen when he and O'Dowd had returned from the Satterthwaite's backyard with hammered thumbs and sap in their lashes. Wisps and flashes of uncolored cloud flashed past the window. Above and below were a different story, but there was always something disappointing about clouds when you were inside them. They ceased to be clouds at all. It just got really foggy. Yaw was way in a mirror. It occurred for no reason. Sylvanshine then spent some time trying to feel the fact that his personal body was traveling at the same speed as the craft he was inside. On a large jet, it felt like merely sitting in a loud, narrow room. Here, at least, the changes in the seats and belts' pressures against him allowed him to be aware of movement, and there seemed to be some security in the physical candor of this, which partly offset the fragility and spatter potential of the sound of the propellers, which Sylvanshine tried to think of what the props sounded like but could not, except as a gnawingly hypnotic rotary hum so total that it might have been silence itself. A lobotomy involved some kind of rod or probe inserted through the eye socket. The term was always frontal lobotomy, but was there any other kind? Knowing that internal stress could cause failure on the exam merely set up internal stress about the prospect of internal stress. There must be some other way to deal with the knowledge of the disastrous consequences fear and stress could bring about, some answer or trick of the will, the ability not to think about it. What if everyone knew this trick but Claude Silvenshine? He tended to conceptualize some ultimate platonic-level terror as a bird of prey in whose mere aloft shadow the prey was stricken and paralyzed, trembling as the shadow enlarged and became inevitability. He frequently had this feeling. What if there was something essentially wrong with Claude Silvenshine that wasn't wrong with other people? What if he were simply ill-suited, the way some people are born without limbs or certain organs? The neurology of failure. What if he were simply born and destined to live in the shadow of total fear and despair, and all his so-called activities were pathetic attempts to distract him from the inevitable? Discuss important differences between reserve accounting and charge-off accounting in the tax treatment of bad debts. Surely fear is a type of stress. Tedium is like stress, but its own category of woe. Silvenshine's father, whenever something professionally bad happened, which was a lot, had a habit of saying, "Woe to Silvenshine." There is an anti-stress technique called thought-stopping. The excess present value index is the ratio of the present value of future cash inflows to the initial investment. Segment, significant segment, combined segment revenue, absolute combined segment revenue, operating profit, material price variance, direct material price variance. He thought of the removable grate over the air duct above his and Ray Harris's desk in the Rome REC, and the sound of the grate being removed and then jammed back into place and driven home with the heel of Harris's hand, and then recoiled from the thought in a way that made it feel as if the craft were accelerating. The interstate highway below disappeared and then sometimes reappeared at a spot Silvenshine had to squash his cheek right up against the plastic inner window to see. Then, as the rain recommenced and he could tell they were beginning descent, it reappeared in the window's center, light traffic crawling with a futile, pointless pathos you could never sense on the ground. What if it felt as slow to actually drive as it looked from this perspective? It would be like trying to run underwater. The whole ballgame was perspective, filtering, the choice of perception's objects. Silvenshine tried to envision the small plane as seen from the ground, a cruciform shape against the old bathwater color of the cloud cover, its lights blinking complexly in the rain. He imagined rain on his face. It was light, a West Virginia rain. He hadn't heard one unit of thunder. Silvenshine had once been on a first date with a Xerox rep who had complex and slightly repulsive patterns of callus on her fingers from playing the banjo semi-professionally as her off-time passion. And he remembered, as the overhead bell again rang and the sign lit, the no-cigarette glyph legally redundant, the pad's calluses deep yellow in the low dinner light as he'd spoken to the musician about forensic accounting's intricacies, and the live-like organization of the Northeast REC, which was only one small part of the service, and the service's history, and little understood ideals and sense of mission, and the old joke, to him, about how service employees in social situations will go to such absurd lengths to avoid telling people that they worked for the IRS, because it often casts such a social pall because of popular perceptions of the service and its employees, all the while watching the calluses as the woman worked her knife and fork, and that he'd been so nervous and tense that he'd yammered on and on about himself and never asked her sufficiently about herself, her history with the banjo and what it meant to her, which was why she hadn't liked him enough and they hadn't connected. He'd never given the woman with the banjo a chance, he saw now. That what appears to be egoism so often isn't. In some ways, Silvenshine was a whole different person now in systems. Their descent was mainly a heightening of the specificity of what lay below. Fields revealed as plowed and perpendicularly furrowed, and silos as adjoined by canted chutes and belts, and an industrial park as individual buildings with reflective windows and complicated clumps of cars in the parking lots. Each car not only parked by a different human individual, but conceived, designed, assembled from parts, each one of which was designed and made, transported, sold, financed, purchased, and insured by human individuals, each with life stories and self-concepts that all fit together into a larger pattern of facts. Reynolds' dictum was that reality was a fact pattern the bulk of which was entropic and random. The trick was honing in on which were important. Reynolds was a rifle to Silvenshine's shotgun. The feeling of a slight trickle of blood from his right nostril was a hallucination, and to be ignored in every conceivable way. The feeling simply did not exist. Sinus trouble ran in Silvenshine's family in the worst way. Aurelius of ancient Rome. First principles. Exemptions versus deductions. For AGI versus from AGI. A loss sustained from a non-business bad debt is always classified as a short-term capital loss and may therefore be deducted on Schedule D as per the following IRC subsection. One building's roof had what was either a marked helipad or a complicated visual signal to the planes descending overhead, and the pitch of the propeller's doubled hum was different, and his right sinus was even now ballooning redly in his skull, and they really were descending. The term was controlled descent. The interstate now rococo with exits and half clover leafs, and the traffic denser and with something insistent about it. And the claw rose from the steel armrest as there appeared a body of water below, a lake or delta, and Silvenshine felt one of his feet was asleep as he tried to recall the peculiar crossed-arm configuration with which the figures on the card held their seat cushions to their chests in the unlikely event of a water landing. And now they did really and truly yaw, and their speed became more evident in the rate of passage of things below in what had to be an older district of Peoria qua human city, close-packed blocks of sooty brick and angled roofs and a television antenna with a flag attached, and a flash of a bourbon-colored river that was not the previous body of water but might be connected to it. Nothing like the stately and befrothed stretch of Potomac that obtruded through System's windows on Antietam's hallowed site. Noting that the stewardess in her fold-down seat had her head down and arms about her own legs, where at year's end the aggregate fair value of Brown's saleable securities exceeds the aggregate carrying amount at the beginning of the year, as out of nowhere appeared an expanse of pale cement rising to meet them with no warning bell or announcement, and his soda can wedged in the seat pocket as the gray death's head beside whipped right and left, and the propeller's shimmering sound shifted either pitch or timber, and the old lady stiffening in her seat and raising her pleated chin in fear and repeating what sounded to Silvenshine like the word chump as veins stood bluely in the fist before her, in which was enclosed the crushed and ballooning but still unopened foil pack of off-brand nuts. The fifth effect has more to do with you, how you're perceived. It's powerful, although its use is more restricted. Pay attention, boy. The next suitable person you're in light conversation with, you stop suddenly in the middle of the conversation and look at the person closely and say, "What's wrong?" You say it in a concerned way. They'll say, "What do you mean?" You say, "Something's wrong, I can tell." "What is it?" And he'll look stunned and say, "How did you know?" He doesn't realize something's always wrong, with everybody, often more than one thing. He doesn't know everybody's always going around all the time with something wrong and believing they're exerting great willpower and control to keep other people, for whom they think nothing's ever wrong, from seeing it. This is the way of people. Suddenly ask what's wrong, and whether they open up and spill their guts or deny it and pretend you're off, they'll think you're perceptive and understanding. They'll either be grateful and spill their guts, or they'll be frightened and avoid you from then on. Both reactions have their uses, as we'll get to. You can play it either way. This works over 90% of the time. And stood, having squeezed by the powdery older lady, she being the type that waits in her seat until all others have deplaned and then exits alone, with a counterfeit dignity, holding his effects in an aisle whose crammed front portion was once again one could see all regional business travelers, men of business, willfully homely Midwestern men on downstate sales calls, or returning from the Chicago HQs of companies whose names end with Co., men for whom landings like this yaw-wobbled horror just past were just business as usual. Paunched and blotchy men in double-knit brown suits and tan suits with attaché cases ordered from in-flight catalogs. Men whose soft faces fit their jobs like sausage in its meaty casing. Men who instruct pocket recorders to take a memo. men who look at their watch out of reflex, men with red foreheads all mashed, standing in a metal chute as the prop's hum descends the tonal scale and ventilation ceases. This is the type of commuter airplane whose stairs must be rolled up alongside before the door opens, for legal reasons. The glazed impatience of businessmen standing closer to strangers than they would ever choose to, chests and backs nearly touching, suit bags slung over shoulders, briefcases knocking together, more scalp than hair, breathing one another's smells. Men who cannot bear to wait or stand still, forced to stand still all together and wait. Men with calfskin daytimers and Franklin Quest time management certificates and the classic look of unwilled tight confinement, the look of a local merchant on the verge of an SSI withholding lapse, undercapitalized, illiquid, trying to cover the monthly nut, fish thrashing in the nets of their own obligations. 2 eventual suicides on this plane, one forever classed as an accident. In Philly, there had been a whole subgroup of implacable, metal-minded GS-9s tasked to nothing but going after small businesses who'd fallen behind on SSI withholding, although in Rome, for almost a year, the only compliant staff taking SSI alerts from Martinsburg had been Eloise Prout, a.k.a. Dr. Yes, a 40-ish GS-9 in a macrame hat who ate lunch at her desk out of a complex system of Tupperware containers and was a dinner whore of the most pathetic sort. The boys in examinations christening her Dr. Yes after she'd reportedly slept with Sherman Garrett on nothing but the promise, not honored, of a walk around the town commons with the snow stopped and everything crisp and white. The Eloise Prout who came in so low every month on referral and recovery quotas that any other GS-9 would have worn the brown helmet, but dim, kindly DREC Mr. Orkney had kept her on. Prout, apparently a car crash widow with a GS-9 salary that barely bought cat food, Silvenstein was well aware, his foot pulsing with new blood and excusing himself each time someone bumped his carry-on. His 3rd post in 4 years, and still a GS-9 with a promise of 11 if he passed the CPA exam this spring and acquitted himself well in this post as systems eyes on the ground through the March 15 corporate and then April 15 storms of 1040s and ESTs for Peoria 047 to examine, having sat for the exam twice so far and so far passing only managerial with a low pass, Silvenstein's rep in Philly following him to Rome and locking him firmly into level 1 returns, not even FATS or review, which had made him little more than a professional letter opener, which Sohn, Madrid et al. Had not been shy about observing. Silvenstein tended to do his desk work in a kind of frenzy as opposed to the slow, austere, methodical disposition of truly great accountants, his first group supervisor in Rome had told him, a lifetime third-shifter who wore an eccentric coat and always left the REC carrying a little rhomboid carton of delivered Chinese for his wife, who was said to be some kind of shut-in. This GS-11 had early in his career been posted at the St. Louis Service Center, literally in the shadow of the strange, scary, giant metal arch thing, to which mail came daily in great wheezing 18-wheel trailer rigs backing up to the dock's long conveyor, and on breaks in the break room the group leader had liked to lean back, holding his umbrella and blow silvery clouds of cigar smoke up at the fluorescent lights and reminisce about summer in the Midwest, of which region Silvenstein and the other young Eastern GS-9s were ignorant, and in whom the group leader somehow planted visions of fishing barefoot on the banks of motionless rivers, and a moon you could read the paper by, and everyone always saying hi to everyone else every time they saw them, and moving in a kind of cheery slow-mo. Named Bussy, Mr. Vince or Vincent Bussy, who wore a Kmart parka with a hood with a fake fur fringe, and could walk chopsticks over his knuckles like a magician with a shiny coin, and disappeared following Silvenstein's second REC Christmas party, when his wife, i.e. Mrs. Bussy, had suddenly appeared in the midst of the revel in an off-white nightie and identical unzipped Kmart parka, and approached the Assistant Regional Commissioner for Examinations and, speaking slowly and atonally and with total conviction, told him that her husband, Mr. Bussy, had said that he, the ARCE, had the potential to be a really, truly evil person if he grew a somewhat larger set of balls, Bussy, 1 week thereafter, gone so abruptly that his umbrella remained hanging from the pod's communal coat-rack for almost a quarter until someone finally took it down. They deplaned and descended and collected the carry-on bags that had been confiscated and tagged at Midway, and now rested in a motley row on the wet tarmac beside the airplane, and stood then briefly en masse on a complexly painted cement expanse while someone with orange earmuffs and clipboard counted them and then cross-checked the count with a previous count undertaken at Midway. The whole operation seemed somewhat ad hoc and slapdash. On the steep and portable staircase, Silvenstein had derived the usual satisfaction from putting his hat on his head and adjusting its angle all with one hand. His right ear popped and crackled slightly with each swallow. The wind was warm and steamy. A large hose extended from a small truck to the commuter plane's stomach and appeared to be refueling the craft for its turnaround to Chicago. Up and back, again and again, all day. There was a strong scent of fuel and wet cement. The older lady, evidently uncounted, now descended the frightening stairs and went to some type of long automobile that Silvenstein had not noticed parked off the airplane's starboard side. A wing obtruded, but Silvenstein could see that she did not open her own door. A distant tree line's tops bent left in the wind and came straight again. Because of previous problems with accidents traceable to poor snap decisions in Philly, Silvenstein no longer drove. He was over 75% certain that the packet of nuts was now inside the older lady's handbag. There was some type of consultation between the employee with the clipboard and another person with orange earmuffs. Several of the other passengers were making pointed gestures of looking at their watch. The air was warm and close, and well beyond humid or muggy. They were all becoming damp on the sides of themselves that faced the wind. Silvenstein now noticed that the dark topcoats many of the businessmen wore were quite similar, as were the flare of the upturned collars. No one else wore any type of hat. He was trying to pay close attention to his surroundings as a way to avert thought and anxiety. The administrative or logistical delay was occurring under a baggy sky and a rain so fine it seemed to come sideways with the wind instead of fall. There was no sound of rain on Silvenstein's hat. The fur of Mr. Bussy's hood's fringe had been dirty in a sort of queasy way that got worse over the 2 years he served as Silvenstein's group supervisor in returns processing. Some of the more assertive passengers were walking unguided down the red-lined path that led through the fence's gate and toward the terminal. Silvenstein, who had checked bags, was concerned about sanctions for unauthorized departure from the tarmac. On the other hand, he had an assigned schedule to keep. Part of what kept him standing in the restive group of men awaiting authorization to enter the airport was a kind of paralysis that resulted from Silvenstein's reflecting on the logistics of getting to the Peoria 047 REC, the issue of whether the REC sent a van for transfers or whether Silvenstein would have to take a cab from the little airport had not been conclusively resolved, and then how to arrive and check in, and where to store his 3 bags while he checked in and filled out his arrival and postcode payroll and withholding forms and orientational materials, then somehow get directions and proceed to the studio apartment that Systems had rented for him at government rates, and get there in time to find some place to eat that was either in walking distance or would require getting another cab, except the telephone in the alleged apartment wasn't connected yet, and he considered the prospects of being able to hail a cab from outside an apartment complex were at best iffy, and if he told the original cab he'd taken to the apartment to wait for him, there would be difficulties, because how exactly would he reassure the cabbie that he really was coming right back out after dropping his bags and doing a quick spot check of the apartment's condition and suitability, instead of it being a ruse designed to defraud the driver of his fare, Silvenstein ducking out the back of the Angler's Cove apartment complex, or even, conceivably, barricading himself in the apartment and not responding to the driver's knock, or his ring, if the apartment had a doorbell, which his and Reynolds' current apartment in Martinsburg most assuredly did not, or the driver's queries/threats through the apartment door, a scam that resided in Claude Silvenstein's awareness only because a number of independent Philadelphia commercial carriage operators had proposed heavy Schedule C losses under the proviso, losses through theft of service, and detailed this type of scam as prevalent on the poorly typed or sometimes even handwritten attachments required to explain unusual or specific C deductions like this. Whereas, were Silvenschein to pay the fare and the tip, and perhaps even a certain amount in advance on account, so as to help assure the driver of his honorable intentions re the second leg of the sojourn, there was no tangible guarantee that the average taxi driver, a cynical and ethically marginal species, hustlers, as even their smudged returns' very low tip income versus number of fares in an average shift ratios in Philly had indicated, wouldn't simply speed away with Silvenschein's money, creating enormous hassles in terms of filling out the internal forms for getting a percentage of his travel per diem reimbursed, and also leaving Silvenschein alone. Famished, he was unable to eat before travel, phoneless, devoid of Reynolds's counsel and logistical savvy in the sterile, new, unfurnished apartment, his stomach roiling in on itself in such a way that it would be all Silvenschein could do to unpack in any kind of half-organized fashion and get to sleep on the nylon travel pallet on the unfinished floor in the possible presence of exotic Midwest bugs, to say nothing of putting in the hour of CPA exam review he'd promised himself this morning when he'd overslept slightly and then encountered last-minute packing problems that had canceled out the firmly scheduled hour of morning CPA review before one of the unmarked systems vans arrived to take him and his bags out 9, through Harper's Ferry and Ball's Bluff to the airport, to say even less about any kind of systematic organization and mastery of the voluminous post, duty, personnel, and systems protocols materials he should be receiving promptly after check-in and forms processing at the post, which any reasonable personnel director would expect a new examiner to have thoroughly internalized before reporting for the first actual day interacting with REC examiners, and which there was no way in any real world that Silvenschein could expect himself to try to review and internalize on either a 16-hour fast or after a night on the pallet with his damp raincoat as a pillow. He had been unable to pack the special contoured orthotic pillow for his neck's chronic pinched or inflamed nerve. It would have required its own suitcase and thereby exceeded the baggage limit and incurred an exorbitant surcharge which Reynolds refused to let Silvenschein pay out of simple principle, with the additional problem of securing any sort of substantive breakfast or return ride to the REC in the morning without a phone, or how, without a phone, one was supposed even to verify whether and when the apartment phone was going to be activated, plus, of course, the ominous probability of oversleeping the next morning due to both travel fatigue and his not having packed his traveler's alarm clock, or at any rate not having been certain that he'd packed it instead of allowing it to go into one of the 3 large cartons that he had packed and labeled, but done a hasty, slipshod job of writing out contents lists for the boxes to refer to when unpacking them in Peoria, and which Reynolds had pledged to insert into the service's support branch shipping mechanism at roughly the same time Silvenschein's flight was scheduled to depart from Dulles, which meant 2 or possibly even 3 days before the cartons with all the essentials Silvenschein had not been able to fit in his bags arrived, and even then they would arrive at the REC, and it was as yet unclear how Claude would then get them home to the apartment, the realization about the traveler's alarm having been the chief cause this morning of Silvenschein's having to unlock and open all the carefully packed luggage that morning on arising already half an hour late to try to locate or verify the inclusion of the portable alarm, which he had failed to do, the whole thing presenting such a cyclone of logistical problems and complexities that Silvenschein was forced to do some thought-stopping right there on the wet tarmac, surrounded by restive breathers, turning 360 degrees several times and trying to merge his own awareness with the panoramic vista, which, except for airport-related items, was uniformly featureless and old coin gray, and so remarkably flat that it was as if the earth here had been stamped on with some cosmic boot, visibility in all directions limited only by the horizon, which was the same general color and texture as the sky, and created the specular impression of being in the center of some huge and stagnant body of water, an oceanic impression so literally obliterating that Sylvanshine was cast or propelled back in on himself and felt again the edge of the shadow of the wing of total terror and disqualification pass over him, the knowledge of his being surely and direly ill-suited for whatever lay ahead, and of its being only a matter of time before this fact emerged and was made manifest to all those present in the moment that Sylvanshine finally and forever lost it. Subsection 3. Speaking of which, what do you think of when you masturbate? What? Neither had said a word for the first half hour. They were doing the mindless monochrome drive up to Region HQ in Joliet again. In one of the fleet's gremlins, seized as part of a jeopardy assessment against an AMC dealership 5 quarters past. Look, I think we can presume you masturbate. Something like 98% of all men masturbate. It's documented. Most of the other 2% are impaired in some way. We can forego the denials. I masturbate, you masturbate. It happens. We all do it, and we all know we all do it, and yet no one ever discusses it. It's an incredibly boring drive. There's nothing to do. We're stuck in this embarrassing car. Let's push the envelope. Let's discuss it. What envelope? Just what do you think of? Think about it. It's a very interior time. It's one of life's only occasions of real self-sufficiency. It requires nothing outside you. It's bringing yourself pleasure with nothing but your own mind's thoughts. Those thoughts reveal a lot about you, what you dream of when you yourself choose and control what you dream. Tits. Tits? You asked me, I'm telling you. That's it? Tits? What do you want me to say? Just tits? In isolation from anybody? Just abstract tits? All right, fuck off. You mean just floating there? 2 tits in empty space? Or nestled in your hands, or what? Is it always the same tits? This is me learning a lesson. You ask a question like that, and I go, what the hell, and I answer it, and you run a diff 3 on the answer. Tits. So what do you think about then, Mr. Envelope Guy? Subsection 4. 957-11-4169. From the Peoria Journal-Star, Monday, 13 November 1980, page C2. IRS worker dead for 4 days. Supervisors at the IRS's regional complex in Lake James Township are trying to determine why no one noticed that one of their employees had been sitting dead at his desk for 4 days before anyone asked if he was feeling all right. Merrill Blomquist, 53, who had been employed as a tax return examiner with the agency for over 30 years, suffered a heart attack in the open plan office he shared with 25 other co-workers at the agency's Regional Examination Center on Self-Storage Parkway. He quietly passed away last Tuesday at his desk, but nobody noticed until late Saturday evening when an office cleaner asked how the examiner could still be working in an office with all the lights off. Mr. Blomquist's supervisor, Mr. Scott Thomas, said, Merrill was always the first guy in each morning and the last to leave at night. He was very focused and diligent, so no one found it unusual that he was in the same position all that time and didn't say anything. He was always absorbed in his work and kept to himself. A post-mortem examination by the Tazewell County Coroner's Office yesterday revealed that he had been dead for 4 days after suffering from a coronary. Ironically, according to Thomas, Blomquist was part of a special task force of IRS agents examining the tax affairs of medical partnerships in the area when he died. Subsection 5. 974-49-4785. It is this boy who dons the bright orange bandolier and shepherds the lower grades kids through the crosswalk outside school. This is after finishing his Meals on Wheels breakfast tour of the charity home for the aged downtown, whose administrator lunges to bolt her office door when she hears his cart's wheels in the hall. He has paid out of pocket for the steel whistle and the white gloves held palm out at cars while children who did not dress themselves cross behind him, some trying to run despite walk, don't run, the happy face sandwich board he also made himself. The autos, whose drivers he knows, he waves at and gives an extra big smile and tosses some words of good cheer as the crosswalk clears and the cars peel out and barrel through, some joshing around a little by swerving to miss him only by inches as he laughs and dances aside and makes faces of pretended terror at the flank and rear bumper. The time that one station wagon didn't miss him really was an accident, and he sent the lady several notes to make absolutely sure she knew he understood that, and asked a whole lot of people he hadn't yet gotten the opportunity to make friends with to sign his cast, and decorated the crutches very carefully with bits of colored ribbon and tinsel and adhesive sparkles, and even before the minimum 6 weeks the doctor sternly prescribed, he'd donated the crutches to Calvin Memorial's pediatrics wing in order to brighten up some other less lucky and happy kid's convalescence. And by the end of the whole thing, he'd been inspired to write a very long theme to enter in the annual social studies theme competition about how even a painful and debilitating accidental injury can yield new opportunities for making friends and reaching out to others. And while the theme didn't win or even get honorable mention, he honestly didn't care, because he felt like writing the theme had been its own reward, and that he'd gotten a lot out of the whole 9-draft process, and was honestly happy for the kids whose themes did win prizes, and told them he was 100+% sure they deserved it, and that if they wanted to preserve their prize themes and maybe even make display items out of them for their parents, he'd be happy to type them up and laminate them and even fix any spelling errors he found if they'd like him to. And at home, his father puts his hand on little Leonard's shoulder and says he's proud that his son's such a good sport, and offers to take him to Dairy Queen as a kind of reward. And Leonard tells his father he's grateful, and that the gesture means a lot to him, but that in all honesty, he'd like it even more if they took the money his father would have spent on the ice cream and instead donated it either to Easter seals or, better yet, to UNICEF, to go toward the needs of famine-ravaged Biafran kids who he knew for a fact had probably never even heard of ice cream, and says that he bets it'll end up giving both of them a better feeling even than the DQ would. And as the father slips the coins in the coin slot of the special bright orange UNICEF volunteer cardboard pumpkin bank, Leonard takes a moment to express concern about the father's facial tic again, and to gently rib him about his reluctance to go in and have the family's MD look at it, noting again that according to the chart on the back of his bedroom door, the father is 3 months overdue for his annual physical, and that it's almost 8 months past the date of his recommended tetanus and TB boosters. He serves as hall monitor for periods 1 and 2. He's half a grade ahead on credits, but gives far more official warnings than actual citations. He's there to serve, he feels, not run people down. Usually with the warnings he dispenses a smile and tells them you're young exactly once, so enjoy it, and to go get out of here and make this day count, why don't they? He does UNICEF and Easter seals and starts a recycling program in 3 straight grades. He is healthy and scrubbed and always groomed just well enough to project basic courtesy and respect for the community of which he is a part, and he politely raises his hand in class for every question, but only if he's sure he knows not only the correct answer, but the formulation of that answer that the teacher's looking for that will help advance the discussion of the overall topic they're covering that day, often staying after class to double-check with the teacher that his take on her general objectives is sound, and to ask whether there was any way his in-class answers could have been better or more helpful. The boy's mom has a terrible accident while cleaning the oven and is rushed to the hospital. And even though he's beside himself with concern and says constant prayers for her stabilization and recovery, he volunteers to stay home and field calls and relay information to an alphabetized list of relatives and concerned family friends, and to make sure the mail and newspaper are brought in, and to keep the home's lights turned on and off in a random sequence at night as Officer Chuck of the Michigan State Police's Crime Stoppers public school outreach program sensibly advises when grown-ups are suddenly called away from home, and also to call the gas company's emergency number, which he has memorized, to have them come check on what may well be a defective valve or circuit in the oven before anyone else in the family is exposed to risk of accidental harm, and also secretly, to work on an immense display of bunting and pennants and welcome home and world's greatest mom signs, which he plans to use the garage's extendable ladder, with a responsible neighborhood adult holding it and supervising, to very carefully affix to the front of the home with water-soluble glue so that it'll be there to greet and cheer the mom when she's released from critical care with a totally clean bill of health, which Leonard calls his father repeatedly at the critical care ward payphone to assure him that he has absolutely no doubt of, the totally clean bill of health, calling hourly right on the dot until there's some kind of mechanical problem with the payphone, and when he dials it, he just gets a high tone, which he duly reports to the telephone company's special 1618 trouble line, remembering to include the specific payphone's 8-digit field product code, which he'd written down all of just in case, as the small print technical material on the 1618 trouble line at the very back of the phone book recommends for most rapid and efficient service. He can produce several different kinds of calligraphy, and has been to origami camp twice, and can do extraordinary freehand sketches of local flora, and can whistle all 6 of Telemann's Nouveau 14, as well as imitate just about any bird call that Audubon could ever have thought of. He sometimes writes academic publishers about possible errors of category and or syntax in their textbooks. Let's not even mention spelling bees. He can make over 20 different kinds of admiral, cowboy, clerical, and multi-ethnic hats out of ordinary newspaper, and he volunteers to visit the school's K2 classrooms teaching the little kids how, an offer the Carl P. Robinson Elementary principal says he appreciates and has considered very carefully before declining. The principal loathes the mere sight of the boy, but does not quite know why. He sees the boy in his sleep, at nightmare's ragged edges, the pressed checked shirt and hair's hard little part, the freckles and ready, generous smile, anything he can do. The principal fantasizes about sinking a meat hook into Leonard Stessick's bright-eyed little face and dragging the boy face down behind his Volkswagen Beetle over the rough new streets of suburban Grand Rapids. The fantasies come out of nowhere and horrify the principal, who is a devout Mennonite. Everyone hates the boy. It is a complex hatred, one that often causes the haters to feel mean and guilty and to hate themselves for feeling this way about such an accomplished and well-meaning boy, which then tends to make them involuntarily hate the boy even more for arousing such self-hatred. The whole thing is totally confusing and upsetting. People take a lot of aspirin when he's around. The boy's only real friends among kids are the damaged, the handicapped, the fat, the last picked, the non grata. He seeks them out. All 316 invitations to his 11th birthday blowout bash, 322 invitations if you count the ones made on audio tape for the blind, are offset printed on quality vellum with matching high-rag envelopes addressed in ornate Philippian II calligraphy he's spent 3 weekends on, and each invitation details in Roman numeraled outline form the itinerary's half-day at Six Flags, private Ph.D. guided tour of the Blandford Nature Center, and reserved banquet area with free play at Shakey's Pizza and indoor arcade on Remembrance Drive, the whole day gratis and paid for out of the paper and aluminum drives the boy got up at 4 a.m. all summer to organize and spearhead, the balance of the drive's receipts going to the Red Cross and the parents of a Kentwood third-grader with terminal spina bifida who dreams above all else of seeing the Lions Night Train Lane play live from his motorized wheelchair. And the invitations explicitly call the party this: a blowout bash, in balloon-shaped font as the caption to an illustrated explosion of good cheer and will and no-holds-barred let-out-all-the-stops fun, with the bold-faced proviso, please, no presents required, in each of each card's 4 corners, and the 316 invitations sent via first-class mail to every student, instructor, substitute instructor, aide, administrator, and custodian at C.P. Robinson Elementary yield a total attendance of 9 celebrants, not counting parents or LPNs of the incapacitated, and yet an undauntedly fine time was had by all, and such was the consensus on the honest appraisal and suggestion cards, also vellum, circulated at party's end, the massive remainders of chocolate cake, Neapolitan ice cream, pizza, chips, caramel corn, Hershey's Kisses, Red Cross and Officer Chuck pamphlets on organ/tissue donation and the correct procedures to follow if approached by a stranger, respectively, kosher pizza for the Orthodox, designer napkins and dietetic soda in souvenir I Survived Leonard Stessick's 11th Birthday Blowout Bash 1964 plastic glasses with built-in lemniscate crazy straws the guests were to keep as mementos, all donated to the Kent County Children's Home via procedures and transport that the birthday boy had initiated even while the big twister free-for-all was underway, out of concerns about melted ice cream and staleness and flatness and the waste of a chance to help the less fortunate. And his father, driving the wood-panel station wagon and steadying his cheek with one hand, avowed again that the boy beside him had a large, good heart and that he was proud, and that if the boy's mother ever regained consciousness as they so very much hoped, he knew she'd be just awful proud as well. The boy makes A's and just enough occasional B's to keep himself from getting a swelled head about marks, and his teachers shudder at the sound of even just his name. In the 5th grade, he undertakes a district collection to provide a special fund of nickels for anyone at lunch who's already spent their milk money but still might for whatever reason want or feel they need more milk. The Jolly Holly Milk Company gets wind of it and puts a squib about the fund and an automated line drawing of the boy on the side of some of their half-pint cartons. 2/3 of the school ceases to drink milk, while the special fund itself grows so large that the principal has to requisition a small safe for his office. The principal is now taking Seconal to sleep and experiencing fine tremors, and on 2 separate occasions is cited for failure to yield at marked crosswalks. A teacher, in whose homeroom the boy suggests a charted reorganization of the coat hooks and boot boxes lining one wall, so that the coat and galoshes of the student whose desk is nearest the door would themselves be nearest the door, and the second nearest's second nearest, and so on, speeding the pupil's egress to recess, and reducing delays and possible quarrels and clots of half-bundled kids at the classroom door, which delays and clots the boy had taken the trouble this quarter to chart by statistical incidents, with relevant graphics and arrows, but all names withheld. This tenured and highly respected veteran teacher ends up brandishing blunt scissors and threatening to kill both the boy and then herself, and is put on medical leave, during which she receives thrice-weekly get-well cards with neatly typed summaries of the class's activities and progress in her absence, sprinkled with glitter and folded in perfect diamond shapes that open with just a squeeze of the 2 long facets inside, i.e. inside the cards, until the teacher's doctors order her mail to be withheld until improvement or at least stabilization in her condition warrants. Right before 1965's big Halloween UNICEF collection, 3 6th graders accost the boy in the southeast restroom after 4th period and do unspeakable things to him, leaving him hanging from a stall's hook by his underpants elastic. And after being treated and released from the hospital, a different one than his mother was a patient in the long-term convalescent ward of, the boy refuses to identify his assailants, and later, circumspectly, delivers to them individualized notes detailing his renunciation of any and all hard feelings about the incident, apologizing for whatever unwitting offense he might have given to provoke it, exhorting his attackers to please put the whole thing behind them and not in any way self-recriminate over it, especially down the line, because the boy's understanding was that these were the sorts of things that could sometimes really haunt you later on down the line in adulthood, citing 1 or 2 journal articles the attackers might have a look at if they wanted documentation on the long-term psychological effects of self-recrimination, and, in the notes, professing his personal hope that an actual friendship might conceivably result from the whole regrettable incident, along which lines he was also enclosing an invitation to attend a short, no-questions-asked, conflict resolution roundtable the boy has persuaded a local community services outreach organization to sponsor after school the following Tuesday, light refreshments served, after which the boy's P.E. locker, along with the 4 on either side, are destroyed in an act of pyrotechnic vandalism that everyone on both sides in the subsequent court trial agreed got totally out of hand, and was not a premeditated attempt to injure the night custodian or to do anything like the amount of structural damage to the boy's locker room it ended up doing, and at which trial Leonard Stessick appeals repeatedly to both sides' counsel for the opportunity to testify for the defense, if only as a character witness. A large percentage of the boy's classmates hide, take actual evasive action when they see him coming. Eventually, even the marginal and infirm stop returning his calls. His mother has to be turned and her limbs manipulated twice a day. Subsection 6. They were up on a picnic table at that one park by the lake, by the edge of the lake with part of a downed tree in the shallows half hidden by the bank. Lane A. Dean, Jr., and his girlfriend, both in blue jeans and button-up shirts. They sat up on the table's top portion and had their shoes on the bench part that people sat on and picnicked in carefree times. They had gone to different high schools, but the same junior college where they had met in campus ministries. It was springtime. The park's grass was very green, and the air suffused with honeysuckle and lilacs both, which was almost too much. There were bees, and the angle of the sun made the water of the shallows look dark. There had been more storms that week, with some downed trees and the sound of chainsaws all up and down his parents' street. Their postures on the picnic table were both the same forward kind, with their shoulders rounded and elbows on their knees. In this position the girl rocked slightly and once put her face in her hands, but she was not crying. Lane was very still and immobile, and looking past the bank at the downed tree in the shallows and its ball of exposed roots going all directions, and the tree's cloud of branches all half in the water. The only other individual nearby was a dozen spaced tables away by himself, standing upright, looking at the torn-up hole in the ground there where the tree had gone over. It was still early yet, and all the shadows wheeling right and shortening. The girl wore a thin, old checked cotton shirt with pearl-colored snaps with the long sleeves down, and she always smelled very good and clean, like someone you could trust and deeply care about even if you weren't in love. Lane Dean had liked the smell of her right away. His mother called her down-to-earth and liked her, thought she was good people, you could tell. She made this evident in little ways. The shallows lapped from different directions at the tree as if almost teething on it. Sometimes when alone and thinking or struggling to turn a matter over to Jesus Christ in prayer, he would find himself putting his fist in his palm and turning it slightly, as if still playing and pounding his glove to stay sharp and alert in center. He did not do this now. It would be cruel and indecent to do this now. The older individual stood beside his picnic table. He was at it, but not sitting, and looked also out of place in a suit coat or jacket and the kind of older men's hat Lane's grandfather wore in photos as a young insurance man. He appeared to be looking across the lake. If he moved, Lane didn't see it. He looked more like a picture than a man. There were not any ducks in view. One thing Lane Dean did was reassure her again that he'd go with her and be there with her. It was one of the few safe or decent things he could really say. The second time he said it again now, she shook her head and laughed in an unhappy way that was more just air out her nose. Her real laugh was different. Where he'd be was the waiting room, she said. That he'd be thinking about her and feeling bad for her she knew, but he couldn't be in there with her. This was so obviously true that he felt like a ninny that he'd kept on about it, and now knew what she had thought every time he went and said it. It hadn't brought her comfort or eased the burden at all. The worse he felt, the stiller he sat. The whole thing felt balanced on a knife or wire. If he moved to put his arm up or touch her, the whole thing could tip over. He hated himself for sitting so frozen. He could almost visualize himself tiptoeing through something explosive, a big, stupid-looking tiptoe like in a cartoon. The whole last black week had been this way, and it was wrong. He knew it was wrong. He knew something was required of him, and knew it was not this terrible frozen care and caution, but he pretended to himself he did not know what it was that was required. He pretended it had no name. He pretended that not saying aloud what he knew to be right and true was for her sake, was for the sake of her needs and feelings. He also worked dock and routing at UPS besides school, but traded to get the day off after they decided together. 2 days before, he had awakened very early and tried to pray, but could not. He was freezing more and more solid, he felt like, but he hadn't thought of his father or the blank frozenness of his father, even in church, that once had filled him with such pity. This was the truth. Lane Dean Jr. felt sun on one arm as he pictured in his mind an image of himself on a train, waving mechanically to something that got smaller and smaller as the train pulled away. His father and his mother's father had the same birthday, a cancer. Sherry's hair was colored an almost corn blonde, very clean, the skin through the central part pink in the light. They'd sat up here long enough that only their right side was shaded now. He could look at her head, but not at her. Different parts of him felt unconnected to each other. She was smarter than him, and they both knew it. It wasn't just school. Lane Dean was in accounting and business and did all right. He was hanging in there. She was a year older. She was 20, but it was also more. She had always seemed to Lane to be on good terms with her life in a way age could not account for. His mother had put it that she knew what it is she wanted, which was nursing and not an easy program at Peoria Junior College, and plus she worked hostessing at the Embers and had bought her own car. She was serious in a way Lane liked. She had a cousin that died when she was 13, 14, that she'd loved and been close with. She only talked about it that once. He liked her smell and downy hair on her arms and the way she exclaimed when something made her laugh. He had liked just being with her and talking to her. She was serious in her faith and values in a way that Lane had liked, and now, sitting with her on the table, found himself afraid of. This was an awful thing. He was starting to believe he might not be serious in his faith. He might be somewhat of a hypocrite, like the Assyrians in Isaiah, which would be a far graver sin than the appointment. He had decided he believed this. He was desperate to be good people, to still be able to feel he was good. He rarely before had thought of damnation and hell. That part of it didn't speak to his spirit, and in worship services he more just tuned himself out and tolerated hell when it came up, the same way you tolerate the job you've got to have to save up for what it is you want. Her tennis shoes had little things and items doodled on them from sitting in her class lectures. She stayed looking down like that. Little notes or reading assignments in Bic in her neat, round hand on the rubber elements around the sneaker's rim. Lane A. Dean looking at her inclined heads, sides, barrettes in the shape of blue ladybugs. The appointment was for afternoon. But when the doorbell rang so early, and his mother called to him up the stairs, he had known, and a terrible kind of blankness had commenced falling through him. He told her that he did not know what to do, that he knew if he was the salesman of it and forced it upon her, that was awful and wrong. But he was trying to understand. They'd prayed on it and talked it through from every different angle. Lane said how sorry she knew he was, and that if he was wrong in believing they'd truly decided together when they decided to make the appointment, she should please tell him, because he thought he knew how she must have felt as it got closer and closer, and how she must be so scared, but that what he couldn't tell was if it was more than that. He was totally still except for moving his mouth, it felt like. She did not reply. That if they needed to pray on it more and talk it through, why then he was here, he was ready, he said. He said the appointment could get moved back. If she just said the word, they could call and push it back to take more time to be sure in the decision. It was still so early in it. They both knew that, he said. This was true. He felt this way, and yet he also knew he was also trying to say things that would get her to open up and say enough back that he could see her and read her heart and know what to say to get her to go through with it. He knew this without admitting to himself that this is what he wanted, for it would make him a hypocrite and a liar. He knew, in some locked-up little part of him, why it was that he'd gone to no one to open up and seek their life counsel, not Pastor Steve or the prayer partners at campus ministries, not his UPS friends or the spiritual counseling available through his parents' old church. But he did not know why Sherry herself had not gone to Pastor Steve. He could not read her heart. She was blank and hidden. He so fervently wished it never happened. He felt like he knew now why it was a true sin and not just a leftover rule from past society. He felt like he had been brought low by it and humbled, and now did understand and believe that the rules were there for a reason, that the rules were concerned with him personally, as an individual. He'd promised God he had learned his lesson. But what if that, too, was a hollow promise from a hypocrite who repented only after, who promised submission but really only wanted a reprieve? He might not even know his own heart, or be able to read and know himself. He kept thinking also of 1 Timothy 6, and the hypocrite therein who disputeth over words. He felt a terrible inner resistance, but could not feel what it was it so resisted. This was the truth. All the different angles and ways they had come at the decision together did not ever include it, the word. For had he once said it, avowed that he did love her, loved Sherry Fisher, then it would have all been transformed. It would be a different stance or angle, but a difference in the very thing they were praying and deciding on together. Sometimes they had prayed together over the phone in a kind of half-code in case anybody accidentally picked up another extension. She continued to sit as if thinking, in the pose of thinking like almost that one statue. They were on that one table. He was the one looking past her at the tree in the water, but he could not say he did. It was not true. But nor did he ever open up and tell her straight out he did not love her. This may be his lie by omission. This may be the frozen resistance. Were he to look straight at her and tell her he didn't, she would keep the appointment and go. He knew this. Something in him, though, some terrible weakness or lack of values, would not tell her. It felt like a muscle he just did not have. He didn't know why. He could not do it, or even pray to do it. She believed he was good, serious in his values. Part of him seemed willing to more or less just about lie to someone with that kind of faith and trust, and what did that make him? How could such a type of individual even pray? What it really felt like was a taste of the reality of what might be meant by hell. Lane Dean had never believed in hell as a lake of fire, or a loving God consigning folks to a burning lake of fire. He knew in his heart this was not true. What he believed in was in a living God of compassion and love and the possibility of a personal relationship with Jesus Christ, through whom this love was enacted in human time. But sitting here beside this girl, as unknown to him now as outer space, waiting for whatever she might say to unfreeze him, now he felt like he could see the edge or outline of what a real vision of hell might be. It was of 2 great and terrible armies within himself, opposed and facing each other, silent. There would be battle, but no victor. Or never a battle. The armies would stay like that, motionless, looking across at each other and seeing therein something so different and alien from themselves that they could not understand. They could not hear each other's speech as even words, or read anything from what their face looked like, and frozen like that, opposed and uncomprehending for all human time. Two-hearted, a hypocrite to yourself either way. When he moved his head, the part of the lake further out flashed with sun. The water up close wasn't black now, and you could see into the shallows and see all the water was moving, but gently, this way and that. And in this same way he besought to return to himself as Sherry moved her leg and started to turn beside him. He could see the man in the suit and gray hat standing motionless now at the lake's rim, holding something under one arm and looking across at the opposite side where little forms on camp chairs sat there in a row in a way that meant they had lines in the water for crappie, which mostly only your blacks from the east side ever did, and the little white shape at the row's end, a styrofoam creel. In his moment or time at the lake now just to come, Lane Dean first felt he could take this all in whole. Everything seemed distinctly lit, for the circle of the pin oak's shade had rotated off all the way, and they now in sun, with their shadow a 2-headed thing in the grass to the left before them. He was looking or gazing again at where the downed tree's branches seemed to all bend so sharply just under the shallow's surface, when he was given then to know that through all this frozen silence he despised, he had, in truth, been praying all the while. Or some little part of his heart he could not know or hear had, for he was answered now with a type of vision, what he later would call within his own mind a vision or moment of grace. He was not a hypocrite, just broken and split off like all men. Later on, he believed that what happened was he had a moment of almost seeing them both as Jesus might see them, as blind, but groping, wanting to please God despite their inborn fallen nature. For in that same given moment he saw, quick as light, into Sherry's heart, and was made therein to know what would occur here as she finished turning to him, and the man in the hat watched the fishing, and the downed elm shed cells in the water. This down-to-earth girl, who smelled good and wanted to be a nurse, would take and hold one of his hands in both of hers to unfreeze him and make him look at her, and she would say that she cannot not do it, that she is sorry she did not know this sooner, she hadn't meant to lie, she'd agreed because she wanted to believe she could, but she cannot. That she will carry this and have it, she has to, with her gaze clear and steady. That all night last night she prayed and searched herself and decided this is what love commands of her. That Lane should please, sweetie, let her finish. That listen, this is her own decision and obliges him to nothing. That she knows he does not love her, not that way, has known it all this time, and that it's all right. That it is as it is, and it's all right. She will carry this, and have it, and love it, and make no claim on Lane except his good wishes and respecting what she has to do. That she releases him, all claim, and hopes he finishes up PJC and does so good in his life, and has all joy and good things. Her voice will be clear and steady, and she will be lying, for Lane has been given to read her heart, to see her. One of the opposite side's blacks raises his arm in what might be greeting or waving off a bee. There is a mower cutting grass someplace off behind them. It will be a terrible, make-or-break gamble born out of the desperation in Sherry Fisher's soul, the knowledge that she can neither do this thing today nor carry a child alone and shame her family. Her values blocked the way either way, Lane could see, and she has no other options or choice. This lie is not a sin. Galatians 4:16. Have I then become your enemy? She is gambling that he is good. There, on the table, neither frozen nor yet moving, Lane Dean Jr. sees all this, and is moved with pity and with also something more, something without any name he knows, that is given to him to feel in the form of a question that never once, in all the long weeks' thinking and division, had even so much as occurred. Why is he so sure he doesn't love her? That why is one kind of love any different? That what if he has no earthly idea what love is? What would even Jesus do? For it was just now he felt her two small, strong, soft hands on his to turn him. What if he's just afraid? If the truth was no more than this, and if what to pray for was not even love, but simple courage, to meet both her eyes as she says it and trust his heart. Subsection 7. New. There were agents on each side of him, and Sylvanshine thought it a bit odd that it was the one with the pink little timorous face of a hamster who turned as if to address him, but the one on the other side, looking away, who had said it. New? They were 4 rows back from the driver, about whose